When I first met you, I was so impressed because you cared so much. He would make sure that people were positioned just correctly, and he would advise them, well, you might want to move just a little bit that way. He paid attention to the most subtle details. And I was like, I love him already because his focus was on the person that he was taking the picture of. He wanted to elevate them as much as he possibly could. And I felt so loved when he was taking my pictures. And so, Ronnie, could you tell us a little bit more about marketing from your perspective? Because you're taking those pictures that people want to put out there in the world.
It's all about storytelling. It's interesting, you speak about that experience. For me, I grew up hating being in front of the camera, and so to not be in the picture, I became the person to take the picture. Right? It was a way to hide, and I understand. In this in this world, folks, there is this aversion, right, to being in the spotlight. There's a little bit of fear that comes with that. Like, what's the biggest fear next to death? Right? It's public speaking, right? And it's because it's all about attention. So I think what I try to do is we tell the story. We make you the hero of your story, right? In creating an image, creating a film, creating whatever it is, it's knowing the person, knowing the character, having that empathy, understanding that we share this experience of humanity, we share this experience of life. Now, as the narrator, in essence, with my camera, let me help tell your story. Let's make you the hero of that, right? And in a marketing sense, right, that's what we're doing, right? When we're trying to solve the a problem of a client, of a customer, of a business, right? We're not trying to make it about us. It's not us. We're here to facilitate, to guide, to help, to assist, and that client, customer, or business be the hero of their story. How do they find, that solution to that problem?
You know what's so unique, Ronnie, is you are so heart centered. And I would like you to tell the audience, how did you develop so much empathy and so much, really, you have so much unselfishness. And so, can you tell us, how did you develop that?
School of Hard Knocks.
Yes.
Yes. That's a great question. And so I'll tell you, I'll try to be as succinct as possible. I grew up with the Great Wall of China around me, really just blocked off to the world as much as humanly possible because, it potentially comes with pain, comes with a lot of emotions that tend to be really big, right? But life is about experiencing that entire gamut. And so life taught me a few lessons. I'm a little stubborn, and it had to reiterate those lessons a few times throughout my life. And then finally, I got it. I was like, "Oh, okay, I get it. Stop being closed off. Open up. Be an open book." Because the real strength now I've come to learn, right, after 40 some years of lessons, that the real strength is in vulnerability. It really is in that storytelling of the vulnerability. It is in that we are society being what it is nowadays, especially with technology being what it is nowadays, we might be more digitally connected, but we're so emotionally disconnected. And there is, and I feel like there's a lot of reiteration around this connection community, but I think it's important that we do kind of harp on this a little bit because it is what's missing. So
Right.
for me, it was that experience of intentionally trying to block out the world and then realizing I was just depriving myself from that full experience of what life brings. So extreme pain and suffering, yes, it's there and it's real. But if you allow yourself and open yourself up, you also get to experience the other end of that gamut, right? The other end of that spectrum, which is love, joy, ecstasy, right?
Yeah.
And so we have to be open to all of it, right? The light and the dark.
Right. And Ronnie, thank you for being vulnerable with us. We all want to know the man behind the camera. And thank you for sharing your heart with us because I think so many times we forget that feeling that pain and feeling that whatever that negative emotion is opens our heart up to
Mhm.
greater joy. So many times when I have gone through pain, it makes the joy even sweeter. And
Mhm.
I hear you saying that gamut
Mhm.
of feeling. And how When you talk about community, and I know community is so important to you, why is community so important to you?
For the same reason, I put a lot of effort into isolating myself. I put in a lot of effort into, disappearing, um, being the ninja of life in the shadows. And there was a certain amount of kind of like the brooding, dark, mysterious, you know, guy in the shadows, right? There was a certain amount of kind of romanticism that's built around that, right? We hear all these stories, right? But it's also painful. It's
Mm.
painful when you do isolate yourself, and all of a sudden maybe something good happens, and you want to share it, and you look around, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. I pushed everyone away.
Yeah. Oh, Ronnie, I don't know if you know this, but when you take our pictures and you make that possible for us, we wanna celebrate with you because you just celebrated us.
Mm.
You celebrate like you said, you make us the hero of the story, of the photo, and, um and I'm so grateful that you do reach out and that you have built this community. I love having you as part of my community. I am so grateful for you, and I love your beautiful heart. I am so touched by how much love you have for others and how you want to help others shine and elevate them, and how you provide a vehicle for people to have more joy. Every time I look at a picture, I reflect on what happened then, and you magnify my joy, not only at the moment, because you make me feel important when you take my picture, but also because of the love you share as you take it. And then you magnify it again, it ripples over and over and over again every time I look at the picture. And so thank you for the joy that you bring to all of us. And thank you for your unselfishness. Thank you for the community that you have built, for opening your heart to us. And I just want to commend you for the healing that you are also providing through your photography. Ronnie has an art show that he is involved with, and he has had movies that he has been involved with on Netflix about survivors of trafficking. Ronnie is such an unselfish, heartfelt entrepreneur. And I just want to elevate you, Ronnie, because the man behind the camera needs to be elevated. And so thank you so much for being with us today.
Karen, thank you. And something that I hear reiterated consistently throughout the Tribune family is that we are all reflections of one another. So everything that you just said truly is a reflection of who you are and what you bring to us. And you've been so kind and compassionate and generous, and just such a beautiful soul in my life too. So thank you as well, truly, for everything and for this time and for this moment to share with you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you. Thank you so much. We love you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we are just so glad to have Ronnie with us. My goodness. Oh, get your tissues out because this day is more than you can expect. I mean, a lot of people don't realize that marketing, there's so much emotion involved. And so I'm going to bring up our guests. We have Debbie Prediger and Jackie Wilson, and we have Dr. Chow, and we have Aaron Schmidt. And I am so glad to have you all here with us. Oh my goodness, this is so amazing. And so I am going to start with Dr. Chow. And Dr. Chow is he is amazing, the things that he has developed. He is a Tony Robbins Platinum Partner. He is the founder of Beyond B&B Secrets, and he is a millionaire freedom coach. And so, Dr. Chow, we are going to start with you, and we are going to have you tell us some more about you and what does marketing mean to you? Because to have the expansion that you do, tell us a little bit about how big you are, because I probably can't do it just. And then tell us how you got there.
Oh, thank you. So quick story. I'm an immigrant from Vietnam, came to America with nothing, become a doctor in pharmacy and also MBA as well. And I quickly found out that the corporate world is not for me. It's definitely very limiting and also very frustrating and burnout. So I ventured on my own and I found my way through corporate housing arbitrage, which means that we are renting out somebody else's property and sublet to companies and expanded our net worth and retired when I was 33, retired my parents, and have built a community of over 500 high level clients that have gone through our program, have hundreds of success stories, and have been featured with Grant Cardone, with his community. And also I'm a platinum partner with Tony Robbins, and also done a lot of foundation work for Sir Richard Branson as well. So anyway, that's the short story of I am. Basically, we are the #1 leading company for corporate housing coaching for people to get into the corporate housing world, and also how to get their financial freedom within months instead of what take decades to do.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we're going to come back to that. I can't wait to hear more. That's amazing. Okay, audience, did you get that? If you want to retire when you're in your 30s and retire your parents, stay tuned because we're going to hear more from Dr. Chow. All right, Debbie Prediger, we're going to focus on you for a minute. So Debbie Prediger is an empowerment coach. She's a business strategist. She is a collaborative partnership expert, which we heard from Sharon Lecter. Surround yourself by great people. We're hearing that a lot. And so Debbie is a collaboration partnership expert, which is, who doesn't want to have somebody that's an expert in collaborations? She's also, she just started a podcast called Light. And I got to be a guest on her podcast, which was really fun. And so Debbie, if you could tell us just a little bit about you.
Well, thank you so much, Karen. It's such a beautiful introduction. But Dr. Chow, I'm like, wow. I mean, how do I follow that? And so here I am in my vulnerability saying, wow, I don't know how to explain who I am. But yeah, Nicole, thank you. I am the queen of collaboration. What Ronnie just spoke about is that connection piece and how he was behind the scenes because of the things he went through. That really is me. I hid for a long time behind the scenes, and then it was time for me to build a community so others didn't feel lost and alone and behind the scenes. And so I built a community for people to feel safe and seen and heard and valued. And with that comes all of the empowerment. It comes the business coaching. Chris and Misty talking about the academy. I was just like, yes, yes, yes. So that's just a little piece of what I do. And then the podcast is another vehicle in which I help people share their stories, such as yours, Karen. It was just so beautiful.
Oh, Debbie, this is awesome. And so, in our world, we just don't see a lot of women empowering women. And when you find a woman that empowers another woman, that's who you want in your tribe. And so thank you so much, Debbie. And stay tuned because we're going to hear more from Debbie. And we are going to bring up Jackie Wilkinson. So Jackie, hello. Jackie comes to us from the UK. She's in Italy right now, but we are an international organization. We are covered in the whole world, across the world. And so, Jackie, it's awesome to have you with us. Jackie is a wing commander in the Royal Air Force, which I am so impressed because when you hear her story, you're going to be amazed. And Jackie is a best-selling author of Turning the Tables on Trauma. Jackie has overcome so much trauma in her life. Jackie, could you tell us a little bit about you and how you got to where you are today?
Yeah, thank you, Karen. And what an honor it is to be here. I served for 21 years. In the British Royal Air Force, and I've led coaching, leading, mentoring. But in addition to my main role, I'm also, as Karen's mentioned, an author, a fitness coach, and an ex-military heptathlete. But I'm not sharing this with you to impress you at all, but rather to impress upon you that behind this professional mask of success lies a story of courage and resilience. You see, I'm a survivor of 9 adverse childhood experiences at the hands of my parents. And I'm known for turning the tables on trauma, where my shame, resilience, and vulnerability have actually transformed my scars into strength. And I publish my story to help other survivors know that they're not alone, and to help them break the silence, but also to learn the healthy healing strategies to overcome trauma.
Oh, my goodness. Shame is so powerful. We all suffer from shame and at different degrees, but shame stops us in our tracks. And for you to provide that ability and that insight to shift that shame, to provide resilience to move people forward is so powerful. And you come from such a place of authenticity with all that you have overcome. So, Jackie, we're going to hear more from you, but we're going to take a pause here a minute and we're going to introduce Aaron. Thank you so much for being with us, Jackie. And Aaron Schmidt, we are so glad that you are with us today. This is so awesome. Aaron is the founder of Bella Vita magazine and also the podcast Living a Bella Vita Life. And that means a beautiful life. And Erin has had some interesting things in her life that have brought her to this point as well. Erin, could you tell us more about you?
Yeah, so thanks for that introduction. I'm CEO of quite a few companies, and one of them is also a luxury skincare company called Bella Vita Santa Barbara. So I bring all of my experience in luxury products into media. But I started my company almost 6 years ago after a tragic incident with my father taking his own life. So I have focused a lot of what I'm doing, not just on bringing out your outer beauty, but bringing out your inner beauty, helping people to connect with what makes life truly beautiful. And it's not what's on the outside, it's what's on the inside. And we can find that by connecting with nature, connecting with others, connecting with our own inner beauty, with God, with finding things and experiences that really help us to stay in that, place of gratitude, of self-love, and then we can give that back to others. So that's a little bit of me.
That's amazing because, luxury skincare products, you would think they would be all about the outer beauty. And yet what you just said was really powerful, that through connection, we can tap into our inner beauty. And I know that's so true. When you shared, I'm going to talk with you a little bit longer and then we'll move to the next person. But when you shared that story about your father, immediately we were drawn in and we were like, oh, I want to give you a hug. We care about you and you're vulnerable with us. And we feel that connection immediately when you are vulnerable. And so, Erin, I just want to applaud you for your courage to be vulnerable, your courage to be authentic. And thank you for the things that you bring, because your beauty, outer and inner, is so attractive to us. And we've been talking about the attraction factor with Dr. Joe Vitale, and you bring that in so that we are attracted to you. So thank you so much for what you share.
And you too. I feel the same.
So tell us about how you use connection in marketing.
Right. So
magazine is really popular, and you have your podcast. How are you doing that with connection?
Right. So when people understand your why and why you're doing what you do, it helps them to understand why they're listening to you, what you're going to bring to the table that they can connect with. And so in all of the things that I'm doing, I'm looking for what drives my consumer. What do they care about the most? And yes, they might like Gucci, they might like, looking, not having wrinkles, but the underlying pieces of that is that it's clean, it's sustainable, we're not harming animals, we're vegan, we're Leaping Bunny certified cruelty free. We're highlighting in our media and magazines people who've gone through things that they've found motivation through trauma, that they then took and transformed that into something beautiful, which I've had to do in my own business and life.
Oh, my goodness, that is awesome. One of my favorite scriptures is how the Lord will create beauty out of ashes. And I don't know, do you like that scripture too?
I absolutely am a living testament to that. I have very clearly heard my father speak to me even right after I found out that he had taken his life. And I know they are with me. I know God is with me, driving me forward. I can't take credit for all the amazing things that are happening. I'm just here to make it happen in the physical world.
Yes.
I feel very blessed. And yes, I definitely feel like I've been given beauty for ashes continuously.
Oh, that is such a powerful scripture in Isaiah. And thank you, Erin, because I love it when people share about their beauty from ashes, and it makes me reflect on my blessings and how that's happened to me. And so you bring so much, because I know we could tell lots of stories about things that have happened in your life that have brought you to this point. Is there some advice that you would like to give to people about creating beauty out of their ashes, and relying on the Lord to do that for them too?
Right. Well, I'll tell that with a story, and it goes back to marketing. I started a company called Differently Awesome about 10 years ago, and it was a t-shirt company, but we were donating to special needs causes. And I went to my very first Unleash the Power Within with Tony Robbins, and Joseph McClendon was the main guy up on stage. And now I'm getting to, he's working with the LA Tribune. And I had a horrible event right before UPW. So I went feeling like a loser. I'm hearing all this stuff like, yeah, you could do it. But not feeling like I could do it. And now fast forward 10 years later, and I'm excited to say that I'm actually having an event, my event, that Joseph McClendon is going to be a part of. He's going to be the keynote speaker. And I am like floored by that. Because 10 years ago, if you had told me that, I've been like, yeah, right.
Oh, Erin, you give us
right there. So
that's an amazing story. You give us so much hope. So many of us feel like losers, and we have those bad days. We have those bad spells of time. And so thank you so much for sharing that story. That's absolutely amazing that you have been able to.
In yourself and your vision and your dreams. It's all you can do is just, I love Eleanor Roosevelt said it best. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams and are willing to go after them. That's the key.
Yes. Thank you so much, Erin Schmidt. We just loved hearing from you. Thank you. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
All right, Debbie, we are going to hear from you some more. And so, Debbie, tell us, what is your unique approach to building community? Because community is so vital to you, and you have the Empowering Women community. And so what is your unique approach?
Yeah, I think that my unique approach is really just listening to what people are wanting, and then inviting them into a community that can really link arms. And I do it in a way that is authentic, because I really do care, and that I will meet everybody where they are. So if you come into the community and you're ready to be a leader, and you're ready to share, and you're ready to get up on stage, then absolutely perfect. But if you are somebody that wants to just peek in and just feel, like, I'm safe here, I can hear from others, I can see possibility in myself, then that's okay too. And so what I really think is unique is, Karen, I think I've told you, is that I have the ability to see, hear, and know. And I've been blessed with that ability from God. And there's a long time that I didn't tell anybody about that. So I can hear people's fears. I can feel where in their body they're holding that fear, and I can help them process that in a way that they feel safe and have permission to speak out their biggest dreams.
Oh my word. Sharon Lechter talked about the power of discernment, how we all need to develop discernment. And for you to be able to discern where people are at, where they are holding that pain, and to be able to see them and really hear them, that is such a powerful approach. That's so powerful for your marketing and building your business. So as entrepreneurs, how can we do that?
Well, I believe that we all have those abilities, but it is that true connection to self first. So if you knew just a piece of my story, there was a time that I was not accepting that part of myself. I was not connected to it. As Ronnie said earlier, I was disconnected. I was behind the camera. I was actually also a photographer that was award winning, and I've always loved to tell other people's stories, not so much my own. So when it came a time when I started going like, my goodness, I have all these people in front of me with these beautiful missions and messages and dreams and a way to make the world a better place, and they're scared just like I seen myself in the story, but I also knew that I needed to step up and be a leader because I have been gifted many different talents. I also, ran computer stores. So technology is an easy thing for me. A photographer, hearing and seeing people's backstories. I worked for the local newspaper. There's many things. And at one time, I would have thought, Debbie, you just can't stick to anything. There's something wrong with you. And now I look at it and I just smile ear to ear because this has definitely been a setup to be able to support my audience in all of the ways that I do now.
Oh my goodness. How many times have we been told, why do you keep changing? Why are you doing all those things? And then later we connect those dots. I have seen the same thing in my life, Debbie, and that's really amazing. And to be the photographer and to work, as a reporter, like Dr. Joe Vitale said, newsjack. And so you know how to tell a story. I mean, and you've done it before from writing from the photography side. Wow. So you see people and hear people in such unique ways. Wow, this is really amazing. What is one piece of advice that you would offer people to help them grow organically?
So organic growth comes from you being vulnerable enough to share your stories, right? Erin said it before, if people didn't hear your why and what that is, then the product you're selling or the vehicle you're using is just in with everybody else. So you must tell a piece of your story, even if you're not ready to tell the full story. Because Jackie, I love you. You're just so brave with your story and it's beautiful, but not everybody is there. So I help people just tell a piece of the story that allows people to peek in and see their heart and see their vision enough. And then whether you're doing that on speaking on stage or writing in an article or providing a stage for other people to do it, it doesn't matter what the vehicle is, but that is the basis and the fundamental behind all of it is know yourself first, understand, love, and accept yourself. We've heard that earlier. If we don't love and accept and respect ourselves, it's pretty hard for us to energetically tell that piece of the story that's going to be relatable to others.
Oh, so true. We have to know ourselves, and then we have to have the courage to share that about ourselves. So thank you so much, Debbie. That was amazing. And so our next, we're going to focus on Dr. Chow for a minute. Dr. Chow, everybody wants to know, how in the world did you get to this point? Tell us about your backstory, about why you were so passionate about doing what you're doing, and how in the world you have worked so hard to retire at 35.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, as an immigrant from Vietnam, very humble beginning, as you can imagine. We all slept on one mattress, my mom, my dad, and my sister and I, for years in the ghetto, and fought my way to become a pharmacist. And that wasn't easy because English is my second language. And once I got there, and after 8 years of school, I thought I really made it. And within my first year, I actually won the Pharmacy of the Year award from a Fortune 1 company. And I thought I made it. I'm like, Mom, I'm gonna retire you, blah blah. Next thing I know, they sit me down, they give me like a 2% raise, and they just give me more work, and they cut my staff by 30-40% because they know that I can handle it. So I was like, I'm not going to do this for the rest of my life. I'm looking at my mentor who's been there for 20 years, and he was more frustrated, more burnout, with less health. And I was like, there's got to be a better way. So I try all kind of businesses, from everything from like multi-level marketing to network to online, offline drop shipping. What I found with businesses is they require either two things: a lot of money or a lot of time, which I did not have because I was a working professional overtime. So I was like, there got to be a better way. So I learned about real estate, the number one way for people to either earn their wealth or create their wealth. If you look at all the wealthiest people in the world. So how did I get into real estate? So I bought my first home as a rental, got cash flow like a few $100, right? Because we did a long-term rental. And I was like, at this rate, I need like $10,000 a month in passive income. I need like 30 something houses. So if it took me 3 years to buy my first house, that's going to take me like 100 years. I don't want to wait that long. So I was like, okay, so this was like 10, 12 years ago, Airbnb got started, and like, okay, let's do Airbnb vacation rental. So I did well on that. I scaled with 20 something vacation rental, not by buying the property, but by subleasing it, which means that I can just sublet somebody else's property, which means I rent and then I re-rent it out to companies. Back then it was vacation rental. So I retired when I was 33 with 20 something vacation rental by leveraging OPP, other people's property. However, I've quickly found out that that is more like a job as well. So I don't want another job. It's less stressful, but still, it's like working for myself. I'm the CEO, the boss, but I work for me. So it's like, you know what I'm saying. But anyway, I switched over to corporate housing, and that's when my life changed completely, because corporate contracts stay for 3 to 6 months at a time. We can charge them double the market rent. And then we have 0 eviction rate because it's corporate, it's insurance housing. And then there's 90-something% extension rate. So unlike vacation rental where they trash your house, they have drugs, alcohol, throw events like 200 people and call it a small gathering, stuff like that. With us, we have corporate clients, they don't want to lose their job, right? And they don't want to do things stupid. And then we also have insurance clients where families go through a disaster like hurricane, flood, fire, and the insurance is paying for that, and they pay double, triple the market rent. So therefore, they have 90-something% extension rate for months at a time. And that's when I'm able to travel around the world, do my own thing and work maybe a few hours a week at most. So I did that for a couple of years, and I was like scratching my head. I went to all these Tony Robbins, I love Tony Robbins, of course, right? And I was like, there's got to be more to life than just sitting on the beach like this and just drinking margarita all day, or pina colada, whatever, right? So I was like, there's got to be a better way to have more happiness and fulfillment. And therefore, the number one thing I learned from Tony Robbins is if you want to have true happiness, you want to focus on growth, contribution, and love, right? So I got to focus more on contributing. So that's when I help a lot of people and now we started a community, and back then went viral on social media, and teach people how to do this, because like nobody know about this industry until I went viral a few years ago to tell people about this whole hidden niche of real estate that is like the best strategy.
Oh, my heavens, this is the best strategy. This is absolutely brilliant. Other people's property. Oh my goodness, Dr. Chow, we want to have you on again and give you a whole hour to teach us how to do everything that you have done. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for your great personality. It is so fun to learn from you. I just love everything you have to say.
Thank you. Yeah, anything I can do, let me know. For marketing wise, any questions you have, please.
Okay, we will do it. Thank you so much. All right, we are going to bring up Jackie and get that little thing. There we go, Jackie. Okay, so tell us about, you've overcome trauma and you wrote the book, Turning the Tables on Trauma. And what challenges have you had in marketing your story?
So, I just want to say before I go into my story, wow, Erin, the vulnerability you just shared in your story is phenomenal. And the fact that, you've had this amazing win with Joseph McClendon, I'm a huge fan. I became vegan because of him. It's incredible. So I just wanted to share that. And Debbie as well, you are the queen of empowerment, your community that you have, the way that you are, it's just so lovely. And I felt that from the moment I met you. So I wanted to share that. So what challenges have I faced? Well, it's actually, how do I get my message out? My message is I want to help as many survivors overcome child abuse as possible. And going back to what Sharon Letcher mentioned earlier about pain points, there's a technique that can help overcome these challenges, which is called stay and pay positioning. So it's connecting with the audience, because connection is absolutely crucial. So it's understanding, where are you now and where do you want to be and how are you going to get there? And actually you can help your audience by getting there. And there are 4 really unique positioning points that you can kind of contribute, which are like positioning your audience. So when your audience recognizes themselves in the points that you're saying, your pains and your gains, they will connect more deeply with you. This is what I found. And then when you position your subject that this is what you're going to talk about, they will absolutely resonate with that. And then the next 3rd point is positioning your time. Why is now the right time? Because, the life, we only get one shot at life. We only have one opportunity to be happy, to be fulfilled, to connect with other people. So now is the time to go after this. And then finally, positioning yourself. So why would they listen to me? Well, for my story, I've gone through so much and I've overcome, and I'm now on the other side where I genuinely have a life of fulfillment and happiness, but I've come through so much of that. And I just want to be able to share with any survivor out there that's on that path of healing, to empower them to overcome and reach that happiness and fulfillment.
Oh my goodness, Jackie, you give us hope that you can come from overcoming so much trauma, 9 adverse childhood events, and to have a joyful, fulfilling life now. And what that does is that helps you to have that empathy for other survivors, other trauma victims, other people that are in pain, no matter what kind of pain it is. And so tell us about the power of your story as a marketing tool.
So I think that the way that the power of my story is that I'm using it as a personal brand, because I find this is a really powerful marketing tool. You see, when I share my story of overcoming childhood trauma in my book, Turning the Tables on Trauma, I'm completely authentic and completely vulnerable. I share my whole story. And authenticity in storytelling is actually, it can humanize a brand, and it leads to that deeper connection, and those stronger connections are formed. And it's something that Ronnie Armas mentioned about that connection. And that is really the power of storytelling. And I realized that, the storytelling isn't just about selling a book or product. It's about creating those meaningful connections and inspiring others. And we've talked about connection and inspiring others, and all of that is so, so very important. And I think that marketing is a bit like healing, the process of healing, because it's about being honest and authentic and sharing your successes, but also your struggles. And when we guide others through that, you can offer them so much value for what you've been through to help them reach your bit part of your journey, like fastest, to fast track them, if that is even possible. So I kind of want to say that the power of storytelling is, it's not just about putting words and selling words on pages. It's more than that. You're sharing your lived experiences and that wisdom and that insight that you've been through, so that they can feel validated, that they can feel that they're not alone. And that encourages them to step into their own healing and learn that they can actually grow strength from their scars. And when we do that, it's just an empowerment from within. So that every copy that, I sell of the book will hopefully offer something like solace or courage, on someone's healing journey. And that's the power of storytelling.
That is incredible. And Jackie donates all the proceeds of her book to trauma victims, which, how many times does an author do that? So beautiful, Jackie, that you are helping people know they're not alone and give them hope. And, all of you are so amazing. This is such an incredible panel. I don't know about you people, but I wanted to have an hour with each one of them. I wanted to hear all about how they are connecting, because these are powerful connectors who are vulnerable, who are courageous, and who are so authentic. Thank you all for being with us today. That was so amazing. Oh my heavens. I could have just gone on and on with that. So, wow, we're just blown away to get to hear from such amazing guests. Well, our next panel is going to be with Rex Sykes, and Rex is going to be interviewed by Parisa, and Rex is an NLP expert. He is a mindset master, attitude doctor. Don't you love that? Oh my goodness, you are amazing, Rex. And he wrote the book Life on Your Terms, which you can see behind him, which I bought the very first time I heard Rex. I was like, I have to learn more from Rex, because I feel like emotional intelligence and NLP they just intertwine so closely. Do you agree with that?
I do. I mean, virtually there's no different. The difference is brand, of course. NLP is 3 letters and emotional intelligence is 2, when it boils down to it. So they're pretty much the same thing. They focus on helping people connect to their inner resources and understand those better. You're going to be my host for a little while, as Parisa is busy handling something. So I appreciate you. And
perfect. I've always wanted to get to have a one-on-one with you, Rex. This is so fun.
So you manifested it. Very cool.
Yes, I did. Oh my goodness. Rex, tell us some backstory about you. Why are you so interested in NLP?
I'm not. I'm not. NLP is just one of many things that I do. It's just something that I've gotten known for over 50 years because I've been a contributor and a developer and have assisted, countless thousands of people in transforming their lives. But it's just one of the things I do. I do a lot of work on the works of Napoleon Hill and other thought leaders and the law of attraction, manifesting. I'm a trainer of whole brain learning and accelerated learning. I'm a master hypnotist. I'm a speaker and author. I mean, I do so many different things, and I'm an actor, a filmmaker, producer, and a director. So I bring a lot of different things. My students used to say Rex does everything, and wrestles alligators in the Amazon and stuff. And that's why I got the name Amazing Rex, because they go, "You're amazing, Rex." But the truth be told is I live the life of my dreams. I own my time. I do what I want, when I want, where I want, with whom I want. But it wasn't always like that. And I do write a little bit about that in my book. My journey, just to know that I've had money, lost money, had friends, lost friends, had a career, lost career, had relationships, lost relationships. We all go through it. What I'm here to tell you is discernment, as Sharon said, is really, really critical and really crucial. I've been here, 50 years, helping millions of people through coaching, one-on-one coaching and group coaching, my high-end coaching clients, training, presenting, and speaking at events, in stadiums and small venues. And the thing that I've learned is this: you can be the best kept secret because there are so many talented actors, musicians, poets, authors who haven't broken through yet. And they're wandering the streets. Some are homeless. Some are, doing other things. They're working, a different job, hoping that they break through. And if you look at the stories of people who have, so many of them had hardship. They lived in their car. They were, whatever. I've been homeless. I understand it. But you can also be the shiny object. You can be the best known and have nothing to offer. And there are a lot of those too. You see these actors, you go, oh man, they're really famous, but they can't act their way out of a paper bag, or they can't play music without auto tuning, their voice and things like that. They don't have the raw talent, but they're really well known. So what is the difference between the two? And that's marketing. That is telling your story, getting your story out there. Now, I'm a firm believer in this because I'm tired of stories and I'm tired of telling my story. So if you want my story, it's in my book.
You're tired of telling your story, but we need people here that heard it.
Here's the thing, Karen. I'm a tour guide. I help people transform their lives, get over their problems, and break through to in all manner, whether it's financial or emotional or using whatever thoughts and everything. But here's what I'm trying to tell you: is the tour guide doesn't talk about the tour guide. The tour guide points out the pitfalls and the dangers and the beautiful things that you can see. And we've come to this place where now everybody has to tell their story. Everybody has to go over it. You buy a book today and it's all like 40% of it's marketing about how great this book is and all the things that they've done and everything else to convince the reader that they've got some merit in order to help them transform their lives. Well, that's all fine and well, but I prefer just tell them how to change their lives. Be direct, be honest, don't lie, don't BS. Your word is your bond, and integrity is what you have or you don't have. And your reputation is either you deliver or you don't. And so, people who are searching out people to help them in their life, whether it's emotional, spiritual, financial, mental, behavioral, whatever it might be, need to be discerning. They need to know that not everybody out there has value just because they're popular, or the person who has no popularity might not be the right person for them because they could be. You have to investigate the person. It's like you want to eat the steak. You don't just want to, have bought the sizzle and then go, this is the worst steak I've ever had. You need a little bit of both. So what I'm a big proponent of is integrity, honesty, and transparency when you're marketing.
Yes. So tell us some of those as the tour guide. And I'm trying to learn more about marketing and about getting my message out there. What would you tell me as the tour guide?
Well, I would say, sadly, and greatly, we talked about this the other day, marketing was one of the very first things that ever occurred. Somebody had a spear, somebody had a wheel, somebody had a cup. They said, hey, you got to go to Barb or Sue or Tom or, whoever and get that. So, sales has always been somewhat based on marketing, whether that's word of mouth, whether it was advertising, whether it's public relations, or whether it's what we have today, where there's the internet and we can reach people all around the world. There's nothing wrong with marketing, and there's nothing wrong with telling your story. My story is a fantastic story. I love it, and I've helped millions of people. and I can help the people watching here today. But let's not get caught up so much in, trying to tell you who I am that I don't tell you what you can do. So what you want to do is you want to first go, what do I have? What do I sell? What is it that I'm good at? Can I deliver it? And then how can I, in the most appealing yet honest and transparent way, let the market know that I'm there?
Okay, now I want you to answer those questions for us.
Which ones?
All of those.
Well, what were they? Ask one at a time.
How can you let the market know you're there? Let's start there.
I work with Danny Walsh. He's a brilliant, wonderful guy. Danny is very good at what he does, and he says the technology has to work, and then you have to know how to work the technology, and you have to know how to be able to make an offer. So in today's world, you have the internet. There's lots of different things, and people go, is it a funnel? Is it not a funnel? Is it this? Is it that? And there's so much confusion over all these things, and a lot of BS. And that's, again, why discernment is so important. Simplify what you do. See, do I use an email list or do I not use an email list? Or should I do this thing or should I do it? People get overwhelmed because the marketing of all this stuff is confusing them, because everybody's marketing their own thing. Everything's become this vertical niche. This you must do this or else. It's all based on scarcity and worry. And if you don't do this, you're not going to get it. Well, how many of you have sent out an email and nobody's opening it, and you're living paycheck? I mean, it's all true on the one hand. You could be living like that, but the key is to just make an appeal, make an honest appeal. Say, here's what I do, here's who I am, here's my story, and if you'd like some help, what do you need help with? And if that's what I do and I'm a fit for you, then we've got somewhere we can go. And here's who I am, here's who I've helped, or you can provide that. But just keep in mind that the people who are out there, well, think of politics, for example. People can say anything. They can promise anything. The question is do they deliver it? And I'm going to say this. That in the United States, people go, well, all politicians lie. Right? You've heard that?
Yep.
Since when did that become acceptable?
Right.
I mean,
right.
If all salespeople are dishonest or all marketers are dishonest, when would that be acceptable? So what you want to do is you want to become known for being legitimate. You want to become known for being authentic. This is why I work on self, being, your authentic self, and getting to the who you are as a human being, and expressing yourself honestly and directly with your family and your friends and even strangers is important. Well, take that into marketing. Who you are determines what you do, what you say, and who you appeal to. I am not for everybody. There are people who probably don't like me. That's okay. But who I'm for, I serve. And I'll serve anyone if I can. I'm happy to make that attempt. But, it's like not everybody likes meat. Not everybody likes vegetables. Not everybody So there's different flavors. Be who you are, and don't try and be a carbon copy of anybody else. Don't. You can. We talk about modeling. So yes, you can model. You can approach the. Oh, let me stop and say this. I'm going to step on a toe, and I don't mean to.
Okay.
Well, there's this notion of just teach what you're learning. That's how you learn it. No, don't teach it. Share it. Share what you're learning, but don't teach it. Because if you're teaching it and you don't know it, then you're probably teaching mistakes, and those mistakes get passed on. And since I've been here in 50 years, I see those mistakes. I can tell when somebody goes, oh, you know who said that? And it wasn't that person at all. And they're misquoting the person because they heard somebody say that before they got there. Now they say that. So the next person says that, and it's not attributed to the person at all. And it wasn't what was intended, or the study or the science or whatever wasn't meant to be used the way it's been used. And people just keep perpetuating mistakes in training and education, in their own lives, in the same way that we perpetuate our problems by thinking the same repetitive thoughts or having the same, unwanted feelings. So that's why I'm the mindset doctor, mindset master, the attitude doctor, is because, you can take those thoughts and you can transform them. And if you're going to transform them to be authentic, and you go, I am now an authentic person, I'm now my, true self, well, then present that person to the world.
No, that's so good. So if I am wanting to transform my thoughts and I come to you and I say, you are my person, Rex, and help me to transform my thoughts because I want to have the courage to share my story and get out there. What would you do? How would you help me transform my thoughts?
Well, again, if we were coaching or I were mentoring or consulting, that would be a little bit different than answering the question here, because what I answer here, people would take as a blanket statement, like, oh, we should all do that. And that may or may, it's not a cookie cutter kind of thing. It may be unique to you. But in terms of what we could do that is applicable to most people is to create awareness, because the first step in change is awareness. If your shoe is rubbing your ankle and you don't know it, and it's creating a blister, you can't do anything about it. But if you become aware, that's what pain signals are for. You become aware, hey, there's something wrong here. You can take your shoe off, or you can put a pad in there, or you can treat the ankle so that that wound is no longer an issue. So awareness is the key. So the first thing that people need to be able to do is become aware of when they're moving in the direction that they want and when they don't. So I always go dog, crap, diamonds, dog, crap, diamonds. Which direction are you moving? The other thing that's really important is it doesn't matter if it's dog, crap, or diamonds, because they're both part of life.
So I don't know if you guys all heard that. He said dog crap or diamonds. Which way do you want to move toward? and it's part of life.
Well, it's part of life. So the key that my tagline is celebrate everything, because if you consider something a problem, it will be a problem. If you're thinking it's a problem, then your beliefs and your values and your actions and your words and the conversations you have with yourself or with other people reflect that problem. So you perpetuate the problem by doing the same thing over and over and over again, instead of doing something new or different. And if it's something really good, some people go, well, they perpetuate that and that would be fantastic, and they get more of the good stuff. Or they go, whoa, that's too good, I don't deserve it, maybe I should, I got to back off. And so they don't get to enjoy what they want. Why? Because they're focused on the dog crap again. They, instead of saying, this is what I deserve, let's celebrate it. And this problem that's come up is like the wound on the ankle from the shoe. Thank goodness I noticed it, or I wouldn't have been able to change it. It's right. A celebration. If you go, damn it, I have all these, excuse my language, I have all these problems and all these issues, and the bank is foreclosing, and the kids are doing this, and my ex-wife or my wife or my husband or my partner or whatever is doing it. If you focus on your problems, you get more of it. And if you can't tell when you're focused on your problems, or when your energy is going down, or your feelings are negative and unwanted, then you need something like an alarm clock. What does an alarm clock do? It wakes you from your slumber so that you can get up and enjoy your day. And how would most alarm clocks work? Up until fairly recently, they were jarring. They were alarms, they go, or bells, they ring, and they were to go, whoa, get up, right?
Right.
Now they have gradual lighting increase. The sounds come up a little bit so that you gradually go through the brainwave states to wake up gently. But the point is that those jarring alarms are good for you in the sense that they draw your attention. Any hardship you have, any problem you have, anything that's not working the way you want, any negative thought is there so that you can transform it, become aware of it, and celebrate it, because it is the breakthrough to where you want to be.
Wow.
And if you don't embrace your problems and you resist your problems, guess what you get to have? More of the same problems, because you spend energy fighting the problem and you don't get anywhere. It's like people who have one foot on the boat and one foot on the dock, and they just don't get anywhere. You have to either go to the dock or to the boat. And if you want to go somewhere in the boat, you have to get into the boat and then go to your destination. And then how you travel to your destination matters, because if you're whining and complaining and blaming and screaming and yelling the whole way to the destination, what kind of a journey is it? So my goal, my work, my helping you with your thoughts would be to help you enjoy your present journey, to discover those things that hold you back. And guess what? Those things that hold you back are godsends. And people go, oh, I'm this and I'm that, and I have all these traumas and do all those things, and I don't be thankful, because that's who you get to wake up from. And it's the things that guide you in life. And everybody has problems, so who cares? I mean, I have problems, you have problems, but why should I talk about my problems? Why should I tell you how broken I am or was, if it's not to say, look, if I could do that, you could do that. And there's a point in that. But some people carry around their baggage like it's a badge of honor. I'm really broken. I can't tell you how many problems I've had in my life, how broke I am. Become aware of when you're doing that. Become aware of when you're thinking less than gloriously. Become aware of when your feelings are out of kilter from who you want to be or who you express yourself as. That's emotional intelligence, is recognizing right now I'm feeling sad, I'm feeling angry, I'm feeling frustrated, I'm feeling confused, I feel overwhelmed, and use that as the diving board into something new. So I've got a product. It's an incredible product used all around the world. It's called the Attitude Activator. It's an audio program. People use headphones. You don't do it when you drive. But when I put this program together, the point was, when you're running out of a house on fire, if you keep running, the fire keeps growing. So what do they tell you to do?
Stop, drop, and roll.
Stop, drop, and roll. So it's that easy to remember that, but you have to be aware that that's what you need to do when you're fleeing the house on fire. Because if you're just going, and running, you're just fanning the flames. But if you, wait, I got to stop, that means stop. Drop means do something different, and roll means shift into something else that can put out the flames so that you can be free of the fire. So I created the Attitude Activator to help people when they're in a problem situation, whether it's emotional, spiritual, mental, financial, whatever it may be, or they're wanting to overcome a habit such as biting their nails or getting angry or addictions that they have, or they want to learn a new skill and they want to learn to be able to do it easier. I mean, people use it to quit smoking and to lose weight and to gain weight and to go to bed at night and to wake up in the morning. I mean, people use it for weightlifting or exercise. I mean, it's amazing. The point is that it's 5 steps. And the first step is when you notice what's triggering you, you stop. Like stop, drop, and roll. You pause. You drop. You let go. You release. You do something different. You could dance. You could sing. You could chant. And then you shift into something else. So it literally in the when you're learning it, it actually says stop and be different. Because that's what you want to do. If you keep doing what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. So the key is to stop, become aware that you need to stop, interrupt with that flow so that you take your energy away from what the problem was, because energy flows where your attention goes, right? So you're paying attention to your problem and you're putting more and more energy on your problem. So you withdraw it from the problem and put it on where you want to go. You want to be different. You want to be positive or optimistic or feel loved or loving to somebody else or kind or generous or gentle or whatever it might be. It actually takes you from the problem situation and moves you out of it and into where you want to go. And it's very popular. You can get it from my website. But the point is that even just knowing what I've said can be beneficial. But if you want the work that's done for you, then you go get the Attitude Activator.
Oh, Rex, this is so powerful because so many of us are dealing with trauma and the pain, when we have pain, of course we focus on it because we want to get rid of the pain. And yet to have this awareness where we notice it and to celebrate the problem. I mean, we don't hear that very often. We all want to run away from the problem as fast as possible.
What did you just do? You laughed. Do you know that if you can laugh at your problem, you're free of your problem? I lived in a meditative community for years, and every morning we get up and do what was called the laughing meditation. I believe that group and myself introduced that to this country back in the 70s and 80s. But the point, and it doesn't matter who introduced it, the point is that when you laugh, and Norman Cousins went, laughter is a healing force. So laughter, gratitude, celebration, playfulness. Think of children. Think of a kid, they're going, and you go, want a cookie? They go, cookie.
Yeah, that's me.
It's over. They forgot what the problem was. Adults cling to their problems. They go, oh my God, you have no idea. The guy at the coffee shop this morning, did he insult me? And then I got on the freeway and someone gave me the finger and you know what traffic? And then I get, and they don't realize that you're on the planet to thrive. If you believe the Bible story, you were put here to be in the Garden of Eden, and because they chose knowledge over life. I mean, it's an allegory or true, whatever you want to do. But the point is, we're here to celebrate. We're here to live. We're here to love. We're here to accept we're one species on a rock going around the sun. We ought to learn how to live and not let these little petty things that won't matter a billion years from now or next year matter. And then learn how to do that and get along with everybody.
Oh,
Because, you know, it's about accepting and including and enjoying. We're one species made up of, like, you don't go, gosh damn it, there are too many flavors of ice cream. There's chocolate and vanilla. There's red ice cream and yellow ice cream and blue ice cream and green ice. We don't complain about that, but we complain about people. Why? Because whatever's going on in our head is informing us that this is not right or this is wrong. And what is that? That's some belief. That's something you adopted from somewhere growing up, and it's running you. You're not running it. And until you learn that and go, whoa, I don't have to live from that tape loop. I don't have to be that person. I don't have to suffer because there are other people on the planet who are not like me. And guess what? Most people on the planet are really like each other.
exactly, Rex. If we could all remember that we are all one, we are all brothers and sisters, and then we forget that. You know, we think that because of the differences or because of, like you said, the guy at the coffee shop that said that thing, then all of a sudden we have that separateness from each other, and instead celebrate that. Rex.
You just said it. I mean, we're all one, but we're not just one as a species. We're one as consciousness.
Yes.
Everything inhales and exhales pretty much in the universe. Trees do, birds do, fish do, animals do, people do. We all kind of breathe in and breathe out. It's all a cycle, a process of consciousness evolving and growing. And here's the interesting thing, you know, as the universe is expanding, you've heard that, right? It's also falling apart.
Right.
There's entropy. That's not a bad thing. That's it recycling itself. I mean, what would we do if it weren't happening? Where would we be going? So you have your problems and you have your good things and you have your unawareness and you have your awareness. And it's all part of consciousness. Become more conscious. And if you become conscious, then understand that everybody is part of that. There's no words to describe it. People say, get into your higher self. Well, you are your higher self. They get into God. Well, you are God. But words divide things because they're used to categorize and to classify. We are the most incredible, living, thriving, celebratory kind of immense being or spirit in a human body kind of thing. And we live so far under that. So when it comes to marketing and reaching out to people, be who you are. Be that conscious, aware person, but be with integrity. Be with compassion. Understand that there's cooperation and collaboration. We don't have to compete and crush. We don't have to 10x stuff. You know, that's, by the way, this is a huge, huge thing. And you don't need massive action. That's a fallacy. I mean, I know people used to talk about it, but you don't need massive action. Sometimes, like if your car is stuck in the mud, you need to take a little extra effort in order to get the car out of the mud. But once you get it out of the mud, you don't have to keep taking massive action. You got it out of the mud. You're moving. In fact, if your car's stalled and it's on a flat surface, you can push it. And you can push it, in neutral. And then after a while, all you have to do is push it every so often to keep it going. Now, if it goes up a hill, you need more effort. But if it goes down a hill, you need to chase it. So it's like we need to understand that step by step we get to our destination. Drop by drop, the bathtub gets full. We don't usually fill it drop by drop, but if you ever got a leaky sink, you know that it can fill up pretty rapidly. So it isn't the massive efforts that we take. It's those daily little things that we do that put a smile on our face, warm us up from the inside, let our inner self be reflected into the outer world, and help other people smile and live successfully and with love and with grace and with kindness. That's the best marketing you can do. Instead of being so focused on who I am and what I've accomplished and how I've done all these things, go, what is it that you want? And how can I help you do that?
Oh,
genuine.
That is amazing, Rex. In the chat, they're saying we want to have more of Rex. We could have a whole hour for this discussion. And this is incredible because, like Dr. Joe Vitale said, that when you go into business, you learn about yourself. And it's one of the most powerful ways. And so all of these things that you are saying are so true, that we, becoming aware is learning about ourselves. Know thyself. We've talked about that. And then to take that courage, to take that one step and keep making those things. And the whole paradigm shift about celebrating our problems. It was kind of fun. You'll have to go back and read all the comments in the chat, because people were just like, wow, what a unique way to look at it.
And, people can email me, they can contact me, they can go to rexsykes.com. I mean, my book is there, the Attitude Actor programs, anything, jump on in, join me. What you see is what you get, pretty much.
Be who you are. There you are. You are authentic.
Well, but you're getting more than a bald head guy in a suit. So, I mean,
yes. And I think all of us love that, because when we have sometimes we get stuck with an attitude that we don't like, and we just can't figure out how to adjust it. So to have the attitude activator, to have the mindset master and the attitude doctor, go to Rex Sykes' website and look him up and read more and read his book. And so we are going to bring up Parisa Rose. Thank you for being with us, Rex.
She's back.
She's back. Yay.
And let me just add that, attitude is the number one predictor for success in every area of your life. And this is scientific. This is research. You can look at it. When I started 50 years ago, very little things on attitude, but they had about the placebo. And if you understand the neuroscience behind it, attitude is the number one thing that determines whether you succeed or fail, whether you're good at something or not good at something. Because if you don't think you are, that's part of your attitude. If you think you are, there's something else. So.
Yeah, I always, when I learned the phrase that attitude determines your altitude, I was like, oh my word, it's so powerful. We need to adjust our attitudes. So Rex, thank you for all your amazing insights and tips and all of your life experience that has brought you to be able to share this wisdom with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And thank you, Parisa, for not being here so that Karen and I could talk.
You know what? Although she came in and completely showed up as a teammate and a team member right now, for me, I thoroughly enjoyed being able to listen to the dialogue between the two of you, because I was listening the entire time. I'm like, actually, I'm really glad that she needed to step in and help out, because this was so dynamic, and so powerful. And so I'm grateful. I'm not going to lie, I'm grateful.
It's an example of collaborating and cooperating and working with integrity. I love you both. I know I've got to go and you've got things to do, so we'll let you do that. But thank you for being here, and I'll see you later for today and the next couple of days. I love you. Thank you. Now I'm here, and Karen's
going to hang out. You're just going to hang out. I'm just kidding. I'll bump you down. All right, guys. It is so good to be back with you all. Happy Friday, if it's Friday for you. If it is a Saturday already, happy Saturday. My next guest I'm going to be bringing up, his name is Chris Flight. Chris, I'm going to be bringing you up right now.
Hello.
Hello. Okay? Yes, you are golden.
Perfect.
So, everyone, I'm going to have Chris introduce himself, because I don't feel like I can do anyone justice for who they can communicate who they are, but especially particular for an event like this. And I'm saying particular to an event like this because this is like Chris's playground. So, Chris, I would love for you to introduce yourself to our audience.
Thank you, Parisa. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I think a good starting point is an experienced marketer to start with, but over 14 solid years in marketing, and really the evolution of marketing, I'd say that. But I started my career working with advertising agencies, and that was really working with entertainment and the movie studios. So Universal Pictures, I'll age myself a little bit, but like during the time of the summer of Despicable Me, when it was just a thought of little cute minions, and somehow has gone so many decades of little minions and that IP. So props to that team. But that's how I started in the advertising agencies. And then I worked with Disney Pictures as well. So a lot of media planning, digital media planning for the very first Captain America, the very first Thor. So the evolution of early Marvel, the MCU with Disney purchasing that, and then just blowing up into the MCU as we know it today. And then after, years under my belt with advertising agencies, also had some travel as well, working with Hilton, Hawaii Visitors Convention Bureau as well. And then my marketing career kind of took a place into social media. So early social media, kind of like YouTube, even the Vine days, yeah, going back there, the Vine days. And really it was a question mark about social media. It's like, hey, we have viewers, but what does this really mean? It was before monetization was kind of figured out. So worked at a startup called Fullscreen. It was just really early social media, and they bit big on YouTubers. So early YouTube and the creator economy. I'd say early on the birth of the creator economy, how that looked. And then from there, I just started working with like select individuals of their branding, how it looked, how they can share their brand and message online. One notable personality is Aisha Curry. I helped build her brand and work on YouTube, building her channel, and really a brand voice, and how that was a breath of fresh air in a time that was like a filtered social media, and we were looking for a little bit more authenticity. So I was working with Aisha and her brand, and then just worked with a lot of female lifestyle, worked with gamers, worked with professional athletes, so a whole realm. And currently today I'm working with the Sola Foundation in South LA, really representing South LA and kind of the youth within South LA who are where there's a digital desert of sorts and a lack of resources. So the Sola Foundation is doing great things, providing a amazing tech center with tons of technology. I describe it as like Wakanda in South LA, and really just providing after school classes for the youth, and just the resources and access for a better Los Angeles, specifically South LA right now.
Wow. I'd like to say, do I need to say anything else? Yeah, I do, because you have so much experience, but such like a breadth of experience that I want to dive into some of that. So the first thing that comes to my mind as I'm hearing you mention all of these really incredible like work experiences, but really life experiences, right?
Yeah.
With all of that said, what is the one thing that you feel like that you've learned from working with all of these really dynamic, incredible brands and companies, these mega, brands and companies? What's one thing you've learned that you feel like is missed out, or that is not highlighted, or is not focused on as much as it needs to be with brands that are starting out, people that are starting, startup companies, like all of this? What's one thing that's not focused on as much as you feel like it needs to be?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's great. I think mainly it's staying on top of how fast things are moving and evolving, because really the creator economy has shifted. I've been through the iterations of how social media and the creator economy looks, and very exciting early on. It was just like, from a brands to kind of influencer connection early on, it was like, oh, great, this creator has 100,000 followers, but and brands were very excited about that early on. And fast forward years later, it's like, okay, that individual with 100,000 followers on social media, well, they're kind of yielding the same engagement of someone who has 5K or 10K kind of thing. So brands had to smarten up, I'll say, towards what that return on investment looks like working with creators. And I think it's very top line, paying attention to how things are evolving, but really just looking at the soul and feeling of people, right? We're in the stage of social media where it's like, okay, as great and fun as certain aspects of it is, there is that other side of like the age and access when kids should be on social media, what it's doing to their mental health, and really paying attention, paying closer attention. And now we're at this big stage of the next wave of tech with AI, and that's the similar thing. So it's looking at the evolution of the numbers, but really digging deeper on, okay, we have this information in front of us, the next a 6-month time frame, but how is it going to affect really the mental health and everything 2 years, 4 years from now? And we've seen that kind of time frame within social media, but it's so early on AI. Right. And I don't want to like shift too much into that conversation right now, but I'll just say this. It's like AI can be used as a very great resource and tool, but the thing to watch out for, answering your question, is like the dependency on AI, and not only like work functionality, but even as we evolve into like the emotional connection too, right? Like people want to be heard, they want to be shared, but is that relying on like an AI partner to share their day and replacing, you know, human connection? So I won't dive into that too much, but I think it's like paying attention at how fast things are evolving. However, just being very cautious on the dependency of it all.
Okay.
Did I open up Pandora's box?
I mean, yes, and it's you did, and I'm going to go into a few of these little buckets within Pandora's box.
Yeah.
But before we continue, I think your corded mic is hitting your jacket, maybe. So if you
Okay.
pull it a little bit away, so yeah. So okay, number one, you said for creators, for whoever it is, to really keep an eye on the things that are changing and evolving. I want to dive into that first, and then I'm going to go into dependency and connection. So what are some really tangible, tactical, like what are the brass tacks of staying plugged in to how things are changing, and what are the things that people should actually look for that are changing?
Yeah, so it's staying informed in, I guess you could say, reliable, unbiased ways. Just I think really good resources. I'd say, you know, from like Instagram, a metaverse account. I think a lot of people are familiar with. I think does it in a very, you know, very just informational way, right? Just staying on top of it. And of course, you have your newsletters and sources, but just staying in tune of, you know, the tentpole events that, you know, Meta, Apple are doing for sure, those big tentpole events, but also on a weekly basis of how things are evolving, just kind of staying informed on that realm. What was the second part of that question?
Like what are the things to stay to pay attention to, and then how to do that? So I'd say like what are the things, so when you're saying like at these tentpole events, like, and as I'm going to say, like, as you're observing social media, right? If you're scrolling on any platform, because although it is just social media, because that's still a narrative that it's just social media, people are making like creating massive businesses off of social media, utilizing it as a genuine tool. And if you're not using social media to really allow yourself to connect with the patterns of human behavior and understanding people, you're missing out. That's what I use social media for, by the way.
Absolutely.
But what would be the things, in your opinion, if you're on social media and you want to, you know, utilize your time while you're there for, you know, multiple purposes? What would be one of the things to look out for if you're on whatever site it is, whatever platform? What's one thing to look out for?
Very important. From a very top line, how it serves you in your life to better you as a human being, an individual, and how you're not serving it, right? We are the product of attention for that, you know, machine to run. However, first focus needs to be how it's serving you. And that could be from a consumption standpoint of your fun little cat video, whatever, your pleasure that you get, but like setting a time limit to that, right? You know, if it's 15 minutes before winding down, maybe not 30 minutes right before trying to go to bed kind of thing, but carving it out to how it serves you. And then if you're wanting to communicate what you want to share with the world, but really, especially my time working with creators, influencers, it's so easy to get caught up on the numbers. And especially if you're in that realm of actually putting a dollar amount towards it, that's when it gets really tricky and a slippery slope. And I've worked with individuals who have had 9-to-5 jobs and looking to go content creation full time. And then that's even more difficult, because then those numbers matter to the dollar amounts to pay your rent and so on and so forth. So, but through that, it needs to be like the content you're creating. It needs to be fulfilling to you. It needs to be happy, because if you don't, and you're creating content and it hits, maybe it goes viral and, you know, you're making money, you got attention. Now, the next day you have 50,000 followers from a viral video, but that video you put out doesn't actually serve you. It's kind of like it was just a test and everything like that. It's a chance you could kind of pigeonhole yourself and create content that works, but if it doesn't serve you, it's not going to be great long term.
Right. Yes, I will share a tidbit of that. I had a video go viral one time, and the video, the content was meant to serve. And I didn't intend for it to go viral. I thought it was going to only be crickets. I was actually hoping for it to only get cricket kind of views, and which means like nothing, no one seeing it, it just bypassed through the ether of like social media. And because it was a very heavy message and it went viral. I still receive messages to this day about that video. And there's a lot of opportunity for me to capitalize on it. I chose not to, though, because although it was something that served me because it was part of a process that I was experiencing, and it was something that clearly was also serving others, it also wasn't the lane for me to go down and make money off of. It was just meant for me to serve and let live in social media, let live on the page, and still lives. And it does its job. It holds its own, its own spot in my life on social media. But I think that's really wise of you to say. So I appreciate you saying that, like really getting honest, really evaluating, like, what are your intentions? If something goes viral, you can capitalize on it, but like, really, is it serving you? Is that going to serve you? How is it serving you? And because it's going to be felt, it's going to be felt. And not everything is meant for you to say yes to, even if it's, looking right at you and being like, hey, come get me, And so I think that's really a really brave, wise thing to say, because there's so much focus on putting content out there that will just go wild,
Absolutely. Start with the life lesson. Start with you, serve yourself, pour into yourself, because you need to start there before, pouring into others. On the flip side of that, just putting it out there, feeling comfortable enough to share it to the world. It really just could take one individual to connect with, to inspire, or going through something similar to make it, worth it without the dollar amount attached to it. You know what I mean?
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. We could talk about this for hours, because it's also necessary. It won't be this time around, but I want to bookmark that, because I feel like it's becoming more and more prevalent of a topic, a conversation that needs to be had. So the next piece I wanted to go into, you mentioned, you did a little teaser with the AI and your, the felt sense of the dependency upon AI and how there's such benefit to AI. I'm going to say, I think there's a lot of great things about the utilization and integration of tools and everything. And if it's cutting into that connection with other human beings, then that's where we're really going south. Please speak on that, because connection is marketing is connection. So yes.
Spot on. That's what we look at. It's human behavior. I graduated University of Southern California with psychology, right? And it's just human behavior, and that's a vital role in marketing and how things go, and looking at the market as a whole. But when we look at AI, it's first of all, speed of light, right? It's like, okay, the internet's new and stuff, but like back in the day, okay, dial up. It's like little by little, but the speed of light with AI and just paying attention to how it's going to be integrated. I think most people are familiar with AI from a chat GPT, like, okay, I could use help on this legal document, or, some copy or an article, like, of course, for the youth, it's schoolwork kind of thing. But that's kind of like the go-to tool now. But when you're opening the doors, and maybe it's like navigating through a upcoming event with a mother-in-law or something like that, then you're going down the lane of like emotional conversations that are put into, these LLMs that can really go down a pathway of, an emotional connection with the AI tool, which I'm not knocking. That could be very helpful to a certain degree. And that certain degree is like the dependency on it, where it's just like that comfort and zone with opening up those emotional conversations and being reliant on, an AI tool. can replace the human connection. It's, you know, the movie Her, and like we're right there. It's right around the corner, and it's just being mindful of how we do that. And you know, not everyone is going to be, everyone you meet in the world is just so different, and I think that's exciting. Some people might just want to connect with others who are just like-minded, but I think that having that broad human connection is just so important to us, the evolution. And if we're just dependent on these AI tools, it's really tricky. And I do think it can be more harmful than good, if we're being be honest. And then similar thought of just like the creative process, right? AI tools will be essential in building a story and a short film, and we don't need these like tens of thousands of dollars to shoot a short film. AI can help supplement that in a very cost-efficient way while still getting your story across. However, the dependency part of it is like, okay, when you're telling that story, you know, are you reliant on even that storytelling being written and from a LLM? You know, they're comprised of what exists out there. So if we're going down that lane, then it's like, okay, well, where's the new stuff, the new, you know, never been done, never been told that way kind of stuff, because the information is being derived from AI tools.
Pause and then just repeat that whole thing again the whole day, because like that hits such a lot of pain points for me in particular. And it's not about me, but I feel like it's the conversation that I've been hearing other people having. Like, yeah, it's being able to utilize these tools is helping facilitate, you know, executing on things quicker. Yes. And there's this one element of it though that I've been noticing that I couldn't articulate it for a while, but now I can. And it's that whenever we're needing help on something or we don't know how to do something, now for people that are utilizing these AI tools, they're just going directly to the tool to ask. And again, that's kind of the point of these tools, right? So this might be a little sensitive, but like people are going directly to the tools to ask versus reinforcing the behavior of asking a human. And the whole essence of just asking for help, or like, hey, can you explain? Can you tell me what you think this means? Or like, how does this read to you? Like, these are all prompts that we're throwing into Chat GPT, right? Like, how often would you have 5 years ago sent a document to someone or sent a copy, like 2 sentences of copy, sent it to someone, asked them, like, hey, how does this read to you? How does this feel when you see this? Like the word selection, blah, 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 like anything. And it's helpful to utilize these tools for those simple asks. And in a world where loneliness is absolutely rampant, where loneliness is the number one thing that is causing the most illness, the most mental decline, all the things that I'm not going to go into because it's very depressing. How are we allowing ourselves to reinforce connection and these behaviors that enable connection when we're connecting with a screen? Because we're not connecting, we're just transacting with a screen. We're transacting with technology. It's fracturing this piece of real connection. And if marketing is about connection, how is this happening? Like, how does make this make sense? Like the math isn't mathing, as they say.
Right.
So it's like, I'm at that point where I'm like, wow, how do we still continue this human behavior? How do we, I mean, this behavior of connection? If we really want to create the most powerful marketing, the most powerful message, we want to really understand who those people are that we really want to serve. How do we continue to create this connection and understand it more when we have so many tools that are slowly pulling us away or quickly pulling us away, that are helpful though? Love for your insight on that.
Yeah. I think, and just to kind of, I guess, wrap up or consolidate the dependency thing, I think you think of it as like a muscle too, right? Of like, without the right usage, muscles will atrophy. And just kind of you need to work it to train it. And obviously, I'm a runner and everything like that. But from a lowest common denominator, like think about just a calculator, right? Like calculator can be used to, for finances or otherwise kind of thing, but you can get to a point of where it's just like simple math stuff. Like, okay, maybe you have to think a second or two, like 4 times 23 kind of thing. Like you can punch it in a calculator, but really take an extra 10 seconds to figure that out from the human brain kind of thing. And if we don't find that balance of it, it is like, the Wall-E kind of oversized, like, yeah, things are still operating, but if those machines break and we need to actually use our brains a little bit kind of thing. So I think I kind of build it towards that too, is that like, be very cognizant and aware about how this tool can advance and be efficient, but like know the fundamentals and really pour into that. And it's really interesting. We have this this kind of like interesting technology revolution of AI coming, but we also have this other side of like people actually becoming a little bit more aware of this. I like to say filtered reality we live in on social media. And on the other side of just like a running community, there's like record numbers of people like getting out there of running marathons, like for the first time. But it's just like Berlin had a record marathon number, Chicago had a record marathon number. So I think, thankfully, this is the optimism of it all, is that people are pouring more in screen time through the roof. But at the same time, other people are like, well, because of this increased screen time, I need to get more active. And how do I do that in a fun, engaging way? And that's the flip side of things, is what I'm seeing. And the optimism of it all.
That's great. Well, I think the optimism is really this contrast that people are seeing and allowing themselves to really step into. It's like, yes, this, and I'm going to also do this. So it is, excuse me, it is both. That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
Well, we have about 4 minutes to wrap up. I would love to give you the floor just to share some final thoughts you have. And if there's one thing that you would like people to walk away with that you can impart on them, I would love for you to share what that would be.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm trying to scroll through, some comments and questions as well. See if there's something that just hits and resonates. Here, let me see this. Let's see if I could answer it quick. Like, did the creator economy come because we need to monetize it, or because big brands needed us? What came first? I think that, it's interesting because where there is attention, there is money to be had, I think, is the grand scheme of things. So we are, the product in that way, our attention, our time, translated into creating the creator economy. So I'll say that. But to kind of wrap it up in general, I think there's just a lot of optimism to be had. I truly encourage people to be aware as much as possible about this technological revolution of AI, and just being aware, because especially me having 3 beautiful daughters who are 12, 7, 6 right now. A couple of them are about to level up in a couple weeks. I'm just like thinking about gifts and stuff. It's like they're going to teach me as well, but at the same time, they're going to be navigating through this technology in a new way. They'll be at the forefront of like the newest games in Roblox, right? Yep. And as much as I can learn from them, I also have this wealth of experience of how these things kind of translate and evolve, and to be aware. I mean, I strongly encourage, especially any parent, it's like, just don't put them in front of the screens and go off. Like, pour in, sit next to them, be aware of especially any kind of live chat features that are within technology who you're not quite aware of on the other side of the screen. So just be as informed as possible. There's 2 things. You could live in a farm in the middle of, wherever, and be one with nature and farm animals, cool. Or you need to be keenly aware of everything. is my kind of sign off and encouragement for everyone.
Keenly aware of everything wherever you might be. Yes, amen to that. Well, Chris, it's been such a joy to have you, and it's been an honor to have just share this time with you. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, and even though we're only here for a short amount of time, I do feel like you've really just blessed everyone with such immense wisdom and just very straightforward advice on some of these perspectives. So I appreciate you so much. Thanks for joining us, and definitely would love to have you on again at some point.
Thank you, Parisa. I appreciate it. And thank you for all the comments and feedback for everyone. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
All right, Karen, I'm going to go ahead and bring you up. I'm so grateful that Chris said yes to coming on, because I knew that he had such a wealth of not just knowledge, but of very timely insight. That's how I experienced Chris. Is like he's got all of these thoughts, he's got all of these experiences to draw from, but knowing what insight at the right time is meant for that moment, that's what I know most. That's how I experience Chris most. So I'm like, okay, he's got to come on. Marketing is his deal, his thing. So I am so grateful he was here to share that with us today. So
and you can tell he has such a generous heart, the creator economy, he's thinking about them. He's not thinking about himself. And that comes through so strong.
Mm-hmm. So strong. Yeah. I was like, this is the perfect addition to this whole broadcast, because
totally.
Such alignment. And, it's the first time he's been with us here at the Los Angeles Tribune. And excuse me, I have such a dry throat today. Oh my goodness.
And we need to hear him again. I mean, we just scratched the surface with him, but yes, I definitely have him come back.
Exactly. So thank you, Chris, for being here with us. And Karen, I know that you have an incredible guest and panel coming up here, so I will let you take the reins.
All right. Thank you, Parisa. All right. We have Cindy Skalicki. Cindy, we are so glad that you are here.
Hi, Karen. It's so great to be here. Good to see you again.
Cindy is in the middle of masterminds and very busy, but she took time out of her schedule to be with us. She is the owner of On Point Communications, and she is also a lead message strategist. And so I don't know about you guys, but when it comes to marketing, trying to figure out how to articulate my message and what my value is was really challenging. And when I talked to Cindy, I was so amazed as she started asking questions to kind of dig it out of me, to help me with my rhetoric. And I was like, wow, I think every single person out there that is trying to figure out how to get their message out to the world needs to hear from Cindy. So Cindy, thank you for being with us.
It's so wonderful to see you, and hello to all of you listening, watching now and later. I'm thrilled to be with everyone today and share with you something that's very near and dear to my heart, which is called the passion piece. Karen, did we talk about the passion piece when I met you? I think a little bit.
Yeah, just a little. So I am going to learn along with all of you today.
Is it okay if I start running and we just keep
go?
Moving? Okay. Well, everybody, as Karen said, I'm Cindy Skalicki, and I run a firm called On Point Communications. I'm based out of Colorado, and we have been at work helping executives and everyone from founder to board member at huge global companies. We've been helping everyone to level up their executive communications skills. As Karen mentioned, I am something called a rhetorician, which is a unique term, but it means I have a couple of degrees in the practice of rhetoric, which is the science and art of persuasion. So today I'm bringing a really special gift that just every single time I do this exercise, it lands beautifully and square in the eyes with folks who are looking for ways to differentiate themselves.
So good.
Yeah. I mean, how are you different from your competitors or even those who are just completely outside of your orbit? What makes you different? And I don't mean your business necessarily or your service, although that could be part of this. I mean you. What is different and special and your gifting? What is your unique gifting? And that's what the passion piece exercise is all about.
Ooh, I can't wait.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, when we go somewhere to do our introductions, right? Our elevator pitches or storytelling that we want to try to infuse into a presentation to stakeholders. How often do you listen to other people give rando bullet pointed introductions that bore you to tears, right? So we have to work on bringing head and heart into all of our messaging, including our personal introduction. So we're doing the heart part today. We're doing the hard part. And, I did this exercise literally just on Tuesday with a team of 25 people, and it blew them away. So what we're going to talk about today is your zone of brilliance. So everyone here has a whole bunch of different skills. And we're going to focus today, and I'm going to teach you something that you can actually do. So if you're listening and watching, please go get a piece of paper or an iPad and a pen, because you're going to leave today's session with some key words that can help you create what I call an encyclopedia of you.
This is amazing. This is practical. Get your pen and paper. We are going to create an encyclopedia of you.
Yes, exactly. Well, I have to start out by telling you a quick story. This exercise was born out of curiosity between my mother and her brother. Stay with me. So my mother is 82, and she was in her cabin in Michigan emailing her younger brother. My uncle, Don, who you're going to hear about in a minute, he loves motorcycling more than anything in his entire life, except for his family. And he was writing to my mom, and in the email, he said, "Hey, Kath, how's it going? We're about to venture on our journey around the four corners of the continental United States on a bike." And my mother, who knew her brother loved motorcycling a lot, was like, "Don, what are you doing? Like, that's crazy. That's a lot of miles. What is it about motorcycling that you love that much?" And my uncle received the email, and my aunt elbowed him and said, "Hey, Don, why don't you actually answer her and tell her why you love it that much?" So he sat down, and he's an excellent writer, and he wrote her what I'm about to read to you, which is called the Passion Piece. Okay. So I'm going to pause that story for a second and tell you that my uncle passed away about 7 years ago. He was a Vietnam veteran. And he had, on the way into the memorial service that day in July, there was a huge easel coming up the walkway, and it had a giant poster on the easel, and written on the easel was this passion piece. Okay. And I read it, and I was changed. And it made me think, oh my goodness, there is a way for all of us to get at the heart of our hearts of what we love.
Oh, I can't wait.
So I'm going to read you my Uncle Don's passion piece about motorcycling, and I'm going to ask you all to close your eyes while I read it.
Okay.
And then I'm going to tell you how I wrote one for my professional life, and that's where we're going to do the work today.
Okay, good.
Okay? So there's relevance here, I promise, for us. Let's see what we can do by bringing up the actual piece here. And I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but we're going to try. Add a file. Okay, we're not going to do that. It's okay. We can do this all from listening. I can do this all from listening. Okay, so imagine a photo of my uncle wearing a motorcycling helmet, okay? And these are the words on the slide. There's a black background with white words. I want you to close your eyes. This is what my uncle wrote back to my mother. "I love motorcycling. I love being outside all day. I love my motorcycle. I love how it is so responsive to my every input. I love the sound of the exhaust as I cruise along, as I accelerate, as I decelerate. I love shifting up and down through its 6-speed transmission and trying to make every shift as smooth and seamless as possible. I love going through curvy, twisting, technical sections of road, setting the bike up for each curve, choosing the correct line, slowing a bit on entry, and accelerating through and out of the corner. I love the fact that motorcycling takes 100% of my concentration 100% of the time. I love trying to pack all my necessities in a very limited amount of space. I love the sound of the wind as it passes by my snug and cozy helmet. I love the heated jacket I can wear when the temperature drops that keeps me comfortable even when it's 40 degrees. I love my waterproof clothing that keeps me dry in the rain. I love the sound of the road passing underneath me and me watching the texture as the pavement changes. I love watching the road for anything that might influence my passing: potholes, sand, gravel, fragments of truck tires, chairs falling out of rickety old pickup trucks, railroad tracks, bridge grates, water, ice, snow, mud. I love the smells that fill my nose with fragrances all day long: fresh mown grass, hay, alfalfa, apple orchards, the air right after it rains, pine forests, autumn leaves, cow, ... Well, not so much that. The smells of spring. So I'm going to pause there. Karen, what did you think about listening to that?
I felt like I was on the motorcycle with him. I felt like I was seeing all the sights. I was feeling warm and cozy in my jacket with the sun little helmet on my head. I was living and reliving that. I felt like the experience. I was with him in the experience.
Totally.
So how do I do that with
Right.
hitting
How do I do that? And here's the connection, everybody. You know, this is the heart of my uncle. And what you need for your marketing materials is for people to feel the heart of you. You need to think. What we do at On Point is we slow people down to speed you up. And that's what we're doing today. I'm not here to give you a mountain of tips and a quick this and that. We're going deep today because it's really rare for someone to give you the time and the thought space to go deep into yourself. So this is not the traditional, 5 tips here and there, because I really am asking you to pause your day and think about why you're doing the business that you're doing.
I can't wait to go deep. This is so awesome.
I know. So let me read you a portion of mine, and then we're going to get to the directions of how to use the skills that you have to write your own. And you're going to leave today with 5 tips on how to do that. So I left that memorial service and I decided to write one for myself about why I love what I do at On Point. And when you are set free to write your own, right, in a few minutes here, I want you to think of yourself in an I nailed it moment. A moment when you have been doing the work you love with like extreme fire, like you are in your zone. You are humming on all cylinders. So the moment that I had in my mind when I wrote this was the moment I was watching my first client perform on a stage. It was a TEDx stage. So you can imagine that's where I was sitting. And here's mine. I love the half second before a speaker begins. I love watching them take that first deep breath. I love the mystery and hope that exists in this unknown space. I love the possibility that is held in what will unfold, the blank slate nature of this moment in time. I love seeing how they start the talk and pinpointing certain features immediately. His rich, booming voice, her confident, assertive eye contact. I love watching them tap into their natural abilities. I love noticing their mannerisms. I love that I am often the first person to explain their gifts to them out loud.
Ooh.
I love hearing carefully crafted stories punctuated by descriptive details, purposeful pauses, and elegant endings. I love encouraging clients. I love explaining why and how their strengths add value. I love watching their anxiety deflate before my eyes. I love when I watch a speaker nail it. I love seeing the joy that they feel in knowing that feeling. And I love letting them go and seeing them soar from afar. So that's a portion of my passion piece that I hope got you to the heart of what I love about what I do. Karen?
Wow. I love that you love it so much, because to have you come and reveal my gifts to me and to ask me the questions, I'm like, yes, please.
Okay. So Karen, I'm going to use you as my canvas. Can I do that?
Sure.
Okay. So here's what we're going to do today.
Real time, you guys.
Yeah, we're going to look out. We're going to get deep with Karen right now, and let's go. So if you're listening from home or watching the recording, I want you to get a piece of paper out and draw 4 squares across the top and just write, 4 buckets. Okay. And Karen, I'm going to walk you through these questions and you can just give me a couple quick little answers, but we're going to identify some of your skills and we're going to put them into buckets. Okay. So the bucket on the left is called your zone of incompetence. The next one is called your zone of competence. The next one is the zone of excellence. And the final square is the zone of brilliance. Okay. So I want to take the first 2 squares with you. Okay, Karen. And I want you to think about skills that you have that fall into these buckets. And let me give you a little context. The zone of incompetence are activities that you don't love. Okay. You're not good at them. You're not skilled at them. You would probably hire out for this type of work. In contrast, the zone of competence are activities that you do that other people can do just as well as you, but many people can do them better. In my world, zones of incompetence skills, that's like long-term investment planning, okay? Plumbing, electricity, like I don't do that. So let's broaden our horizons. Karen, give me a skill that falls in your zone of incompetence, something you're not good at.
Well, I was just thinking the same thing. I was thinking about, plumbing, building a house, fixing a car. I was thinking about taxes.
Yes, taxes.
Yeah. So I was thinking about several of those kinds of things. I don't do any of those.
Perfect. How about the zone of competence where it's like, I can do that, but I'm not great at that, right? So for example, while I coach a lot of clients and teams on what I want on their slides and what the order should be and how the story should flow, building the actual slides and the layout of the color schemes and building logos, like I could, but I hire out for that too. So competence, what are you competent but not awesome at?
Yeah. And I was thinking of things that I'm competent about, but I don't really want to do, just like you said. Like I can do the slides, I can do the Canva, I can do the graphics, I can post on social media. I actually like posting on social media because I love talking to people. Yeah. But I know that there are parts of social media that I could delegate out. I clean the house. I mean, I'm competent at it, but I'd rather if somebody else did it. I used my creativity elsewhere.
In fact, like cooking, that's in my competence zone. Like I like it, but I'm not a chef or even anyone who's like really floored to do more of it. So yeah, those are 2 great examples. Okay. So hopefully at home, you're doing this too, and you're thinking about those 2 zones. Now, the next 2 zones are a little bit harder. Okay. And they're zone of excellence and zone of brilliance. So let me just read the definitions for you, Karen, and then I'm going to have you think about skills that fall into those places. So your zone of excellence, those are activities you do that you can do better than most, but they leave you feeling somewhat unsatisfied. These are activities, Karen, that you get positive feedback about. Okay, people think you're very good at these, but they don't like fill you with joy beyond compare. So remember, everybody, you're excellent at this, but it doesn't fill your cup the way the skills do in the zone of brilliance. So let me tell you the zone of brilliance skills, because that's where we're going to build your passion piece out of. Your zone of brilliance, these are activities that you most love to do. They are your unique abilities. No one can do these things quite like you. They are your gifting. They are the reason you were born. When you do these things, time disappears. You don't care that it's 4 hours later and you're still doing that thing. These are things, what do you do that makes your heart sing? Okay. So quick example, so it can thread the needle for you, Karen. My zone of excellence, those are skills that are like, I can write a really good press release. Okay. I can do brand programs for small companies and even big ones. I can do like, but the press release is probably a really good example. Like I was trained on how to do those correctly because there's a bunch of junk out there. Those are hard to do. I can get paid quite well to do PR and branding, but excellence is where that stops. That's not my brilliance. My brilliance is working with teams and leaders on their storytelling and their messaging and getting them inside themselves so they can get outside to the world. That's what I love. What do you love? Tell me your differences. Sorry, I kind of got crazy on there.
Okay, I love your passion because we're on a passion piece here. So I am also a dietitian, and so for many years I worked in that field, and I just love my patients. I love teaching them about nutrition and wellness and the whole mind body connection and things. But I found that what lit me up was talking about relationships and talking about emotional intelligence. And so I had many doctors say that I was the best dietitian that they had ever met because I would go so in depth with the client, and I would find out what their obstacles were to following the instructions, and then we would be able to move forward. And that was one of the reasons that I went into coaching and working with teams so that they could find out what was blocking them. What was the limiting belief that the leader had, because it all trickled down to the rest of the team. And the emotional intelligence part, that was what made my heart sing. I was like, yes.
Chills again. This is so great. This is your example is perfect. And if you're watching this and listening, often I think you're lucky if you can find your zone of brilliance quickly, because I just want everyone to know, like, sometimes this exercise for some people is like, oh boy, I'm in the wrong seat on the bus.
Oh, yeah.
So it can be a rude awakening. And I still say that's a good thing, because you want to be in your zone of brilliance for the most possible time. So in the slide deck that I have, we have we would make like a pie chart. And the question would be, Karen, what percentage of your time at work is in your zone of brilliance? What would you say? Are you in it pretty high now that you found it?
Yes.
It seems like you are, right? Yeah. So you want to think about, where would you put those 4 skills? Like, what percentages of your workday are you in your zone of incompetence or your competence? If you're in those zones too much, you want to hire somebody. You want to get a VA. You want to find somebody else who can do that. We want to be the highest percentages we possibly can in our zone of brilliance the older we get and the more into our careers we are. Yeah. Because that's your gifting. So if you're, a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, Cindy, I'm only in my zone of brilliance like 10% of my day. I'm like, well, then we got some changes to make, right?
And a lot of people want to be in their zone of brilliance, but when they're starting out, they don't have the money to hire out.
Yes, for sure. So it's just a goal then, right? We just go, okay, this is where I am. You're never in the wrong place. You are right where you are supposed to be.
Oh, good.
For reasons we don't know. If it's not a place you like, that means you're growing, you're learning, something's coming, right? That's what I really believe. We are always where we are supposed to be, even if it's not a good time, right? It's not happening now. I've been in terrible times in my life, and it's like, well, what if this is exactly where I'm supposed to be? Because something is coming.
That was just what Rex was saying. Celebrate those problems.
Yes. Yes. Life is not a bowl of cherries, right? So let me land the plane by sharing a little bit of a path for how to write this. So when I'm working with teams and clients, the way we end this exercise is I ask them to do 10 to 20 sentences that start with the words I love. And I'm sure you heard that rhythmic I love, I love, I love. Very purposeful. That's what makes a passion piece. Because we are not going to write just anything right after the words I love. So we really want to know that we're speaking out of that zone of brilliance when we write this down. So I say, okay, we're going to get a sloppy copy of your passion piece, 10 to 20 sentences. They all begin with I love. Email them to me so I can see them. I don't correct this exercise with clients. It's the one and only exercise I won't give like constructive feedback on, because this is your heart.
Yeah.
Mama ain't going to mess with your heart, okay? The one thing I might do is say, oh my gosh, this part right here, this sentence, that's juicy. I would love to hear more about that, right? So the instructions, if you want to do this exercise after the day is done, are as follows. I want, number one, think of yourself in that I nailed it moment when you are humming on all cylinders doing what you want. Step two, walk in slow motion with yourself through that moment. What do you see? What do you feel? What do you think? What are the things you're thinking? And put words to those things that you're thinking. The little cartoon bubbles above your head. Write them down, okay? Do this writing exercise at a place that is not your regular workstation. You will bring more creativity and newer ideas to the writing than if you were to do this at your workstation. So find a cozy chair, a glass of wine, a cup of coffee, whatever your jam is, and do it there. So step three, focus on feelings, not tasks that you accomplish or do. Okay, focus on feelings. Why do you love that activity? What are the thoughts passing through your head? My aunt came on to the first webinar I ever did with the Passion Piece, which was during the pandemic. And she actually stepped in and coached a woman who was on the call, who was writing a passion piece about sewing. And she said to the woman, talk about the hum of the machine, the up and down rhythm of the needle, the view that you have outside your window, the seat that you're sitting on. And I guess I'll say here, Karen, some people are like, well, Cindy, what the heck am I ever going to do with this? Like, why would I write about this? Because these are your encyclopedia pieces of you. And with clients now, I will go back to their passion piece and choose one word from it, and we will expand that into the opening story of their presentation. So this is something that you can keep in your little corner of the world. You can share it too, for sure, but it's something it's like a story log of you. Okay.
Okay. Can I give you what things that I love and you help me expand it?
Yes. Yes. I would love that.
I would love that too. So the unique things about me is that, and I'm kind of reflecting back what people say to me, that they say that I am a good listener, and it lights me up to hear stories. I don't feel happy if I don't get to hear a voice at once during the day. I feel disconnected.
I'm going to ask you, start some sentences with
I love hearing people's voices. I love it when people feel safe enough to share with me their vulnerabilities. I love empowering people and seeing them gain confidence. I love elevating people. I love learning about people and being able to shine light on them and help them to be able to share their gifts with the world. I love identifying gifts in people. I love it when inspiration comes to me and I see them as God sees them. And I love the feeling of joy in my heart when I can point that out to them and then they see themselves the way that God sees them. I love writing about these things. I love talking to people. And these are the things that make my heart sing.
Oh, Karen, big hugs to you. Beautiful, just beautiful. And what I would say, the images that came to my mind listening to you had to do with mirrors and reflecting beauty to others and lights. The theme of light came up. So those are some words that I might grab and say, let's go deeper. If we want to create a message that's formal, we can use those. We can use those for slide pictures that we might show if it's a formal thing. So lots of legs with this exercise, right? And we want to use nice descriptive adjectives, and we want to think about what's happening in our hearts and describe it. So don't let your pen off the paper as you all start to write this stuff down. So there's no wrong answers. This is a free writing exercise. And I have a coach who tells me, in certain times. Don't let the pen off the paper. You have 5 minutes to write. Don't let the pen off the paper. And you will be surprised the brilliance, pure brilliance that will come from your subconscious onto that paper.
You know,
So-
what's so interesting about what you said is that someone asked me to pick an icon for myself, and I picked a lighthouse because I love the ocean and I love being able to see through the fog. And I kind of like fog, but I like being able to see through the fog. And I love it when I help people see the truth about themselves.
There's your thing, your lighthouse. That's beautiful. I had a woman write about lamplighters, like the Dick Van Dyke Show, and having like the Mary Poppins. Yeah. So we would pick a lighthouse for your slide 2 of a formal presentation about you. Slide 2 should always be a story, and yours would be about a lighthouse. And I love the art, the complexity that you like fog also. So there's story in there for me to pick at too.
Oh,
So
goodness.
Yeah. Oh, Karen. So I was able to get this all through in 29 minutes. I'm really like, whew, this was hard, but I'm glad that we were able to bring it home. And I'm so grateful for the chance to share this with the audience. I hope that people feel inspired to dig deeper into themselves. And if you have any questions that are coming in, or you have anything you want to share, I'm finished with my portion at this time.
Thank you, Cindy. Yeah, we could go on and on. This is an hour-long presentation that she normally does.
Right. I was like,
she wanted to give us that sensory experience so that we were really there, so we could understand and visualize how we do that with ourselves. Cindy, this was fantastic. I can't wait to have you do this more in depth with us again. I just love this. And I loved how you made me think about what makes my heart sing, and to move through that, to think of, those things are okay. But this is what I love. And direct me to use that word. I forgot to use that word. And so even to have me do that correctly. So Cindy Skolicki, On Point Communications, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Have a wonderful weekend. Thanks,
All right. Bye-bye. Oh, wow. That was incredible. Oh, my goodness. People are clapping. I love that. And that was so inspiring. And I was mind blown too, Jane. That was incredible. Our next guest is going to blow your mind too. This is Colt Briner, and I met Colt. Yay, Colt! I met Colt, and oh my goodness, he said something that just really struck me. And I'm going to tell you this little story, but first I'm going to tell you Colt is the founder of AF Scrappy Marketing, and Colt helps people reverse engineer going from millions to figuring out how to get there. And so he finds the goal that you have, and then he reverse engineers it to get you there. Which purpose, he is a purpose-driven man, and he helps people find their purpose, and he celebrates purpose, which I absolutely love, because I feel like that is the thing that drives me, is finding my purpose. So Colt, before I tell my story about you, I want to ask you, how did you get to where you are, and how did you find your purpose?
I mean, I found my purpose in an experience with a company that had put purpose at the center of what they do. And it showed me a completely new way for how business can operate in the world. And it gave me a vision for literally a new paradigm, new global paradigm for how business is pursued on our planet. And I consider myself a disciple in the Church of Purpose. I know you've heard me say that before. And I just, I am so excited to play even a tiny, tiny role in helping the world make a transition away from a business paradigm that's focused on profit to a business paradigm that's focused on purpose.
Oh, did you guys love that? That was a mic drop moment. A business model that, instead of being focused on profits, is focused on purpose. Oh my goodness. I think that just reflects the higher consciousness that the world is coming to. So tell us more.
Yeah, you know what I've discovered is, it's like really ironic actually, is that the companies that do focus on purpose, they operationalize it in their organizations, actually outperform profit-focused companies in terms of attracting talent, retaining talent, attracting clients, innovating, predicting the future, learning from the past. I mean, and they all, on average, they outperform the S&P 500 median for return to shareholders. So like, if you are a very sort of business-oriented mind, you will still find that the benefits are there for you. But if you orient around purpose, meaning the impact that you seek to create on the world, you're going to outperform competitors in your space. And it's really a marvelous coincidence that you can do both.
Oh, cult. We think, especially, if you're from the old school, you think, no, it has to be the bottom line, the dollar,
Right,
the profit.
right.
It's the whole focus. But when you focus on purpose, it kind of is like what Cindy said. It's like you're focusing on what you love and what lights you up, and then
That's so right.
it flows to you. Tell us more.
Yeah, it really does. It flows to you, and what you get in terms of, people are looking for something to be a part of. I mean, the idea of engaging yourself in a career, which is 90,000 hours long, used to come with different promises. We had the promise of, owning a home, raising a family, being able to afford education for your children, healthcare, and a livable retirement. And those things have really shifted. And what that leaves us with is this question of why, right? Like, why am I trading my 90,000 hours in this context of a career? And the new answer, I feel like the emerging answer to that question is to be a part of something that you believe in. And I think that that's the right answer. I think that is the direction that the idea of career should evolve into, because it's certainly been the case for me. And I just can't be more grateful for how that's colored the shape of my life in these last 5 years since the role that I had the opportunity to directly witness that power myself.
And this is fascinating because, when you're purpose driven, to find out that it actually has an improvement to the bottom line. And I remember I read this study by the Harvard Business Review, and they were talking about how if they if they train the employees on emotional intelligence, that the profitability went up, and customer satisfaction went up, the satisfaction of the employees went up. And I was
That's
like,
right.
oh my gosh. And so that was one of the things that I help the leaders understand when I coach them is that this does improve the bottom line, but you're going through it by the purpose of really helping them to love themselves, helping them to love the clients, using that emotional intelligence. And so how do you help people to do that in when you coach in corporations?
One of the first things is to really get a read on, are you in or are you leading a purpose-driven company? And, the easy stuff is, does everyone in your organization know what your purpose is? And do they all know how their role relates to and support that purpose? But then you want to ask yourself kind of more intellectually honest questions about that genuineness of being purpose-driven. Like, when you sit down with your executive leadership team, are you talking about, quarterly returns and margin and profit? Or are you talking about the number of people that you have touched with the mission that you have in mind, or the scope of impact that you brought upon the world for the change that you're seeking to bring about? If that's the topic that's at the headline of your meetings, that's a really good sign that you are purpose driven. And if you are employed in an organization that maybe they've got it written on the wall, that's fine, but are they actually like living it? Is it at the top of their agenda when they meet? Is it how they measure success? Is it how they make the decisions about who they're promoting and how they incentivize? And is everything truly about that? That's how you know.
Oh my goodness. I worked in organizations. They have these beautiful mission statements, but it's not aligned with how they behave.
Yeah.
And so this is so important for us as entrepreneurs to make sure that we're aligned, and that to make sure that we are doing those things that fulfill our greatest purpose. And if we use that exercise that Cindy just gave us, we will find out what lights us up. And what lights you
really
up?
True. Oh my goodness. I will tell you, every time I get to speak or teach, talk in front of a group and empower them, right? Not just inspire them, but empower them, give them the tools, the templates, and the techniques to actually get it done. My fiance knows this line well, because I always call her afterwards and I say the same thing. Regardless of how far away from home I am, I always say the same thing. I say, I don't need the car or the plane because I could float home after this experience. Watching people become empowered, inspired, and enabled is the greatest purpose that I could possibly imagine.
Oh my heavens, Colt. So I got to see Colt speak. And when he was speaking, I felt like I was in the Church of Purpose. I even called out, Amen.
That's so
Because
great.
I was just so excited. And I just was so on board with everything he talked about, and helping
Thank you.
It's so true, Colt. And Colt has such a beautiful heart. Colt has so much love in his heart. And
Thank you.
that comes through in the way that you help people to run their business and to connect. And connection is really important. Why is connection so important to you?
Because connection is where it's real, when we get to see into each other and understand the humanity of our coworker, or even people who we may consider competitors. We're still in a marketplace, and we're still in an industry that has an intent to bring nice things to people, or to have an impact in the world. And when we can connect in a genuine and real way, we all become collectively empowered.
Oh my goodness. Isn't that the truth? When we connect with each other, we become empowered. That's just what Debbie Prediger was talking about. And so
Sure, yeah.
This is amazing, to have, because a lot of times I think that we have fear about connection and fear about our competitor. Oh no.
That's true. That's true.
That scarcity mentality starts to come in. And so the other thing that I think is interesting about you is with this abundance mentality that you have, it opens you up to creativity. When I saw your post about the humor in marketing, I was just like, wow. So could you talk about that, about how that abundance mentality opens you up to being creative in your marketing?
I really appreciate that question. It's really about knowing that there's enough, right? I have always carried in my wallet a Post-it note that's folded in half that just says the word enough, right? And to know that you are in abundance, it frees you. And to be in a space that you're generating not from a core of need and lack, but from a core of abundance. The power that brings your creativity is really hard to overstate. And humor is one of my favorite channels of creativity. And I love bringing that into especially B2B spaces where no one's told a joke in like 10 years.
Oh my goodness, changing the culture. You are doing such powerful things. And Colt, I just could go on and on with you. You all need to look Colt up, AF Scrappy Marketing. And so Colt, if you had one last takeaway, a tool that we could use besides being abundant in our thinking, what would you recommend for us in parting?
Just know that creativity is within everyone. It's not the thing that you are born with or not born with. It's a thing that you can develop just like any other capability. And please look into what it takes to build your own creativity, because the world will open to you when you build that muscle.
Oh, build that muscle of creativity and the world will open to you. Oh my goodness. I have to tell you the last story about Colt. So Colt's mother, when she was raising him, would always tell him, do great things. And I love that. When I heard that about his mother, I want to give your mother the biggest hug, because I got emotional when you told that story. And Colt, you are doing great things, and you're changing the world by changing cultures. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you so much.
Till we talk next time.
Okay, we'll see you.
All right, bye-bye. Wow. I don't know about you, but I just couldn't get enough of that. And you know what? There's still more to come. We have still more juicy goodness, and I can't wait. We have Jake Clendenning, and we have Nicole Kelly, and we have Barbie Ray. Oh my goodness, this is such an amazing panel. And I know you have seen these folks before. Jake Clendenning is with the Podcast Network, and he is the host of Total Disruption. He has a podcast and he has a TV show now. He also is developing a reality TV show. So if you have a business and you're trying to figure out how to expand, Jake is the man. He will give you coaching. He'll send a TV crew out to your home, and he will help you learn how to grow your business. And then we'll have Colt talk to you about purpose as well. And so this is an amazing opportunity that you have to apply for you, all of you out there. If you want to grow your business, if you've started or if you've stagnated, this is an opportunity for you to apply with Jake Clendenning at Total Disruption. So that is awesome.
Wow.
And
She's going to have Karen do all our pitches from now on. I'm just going to let you take it from here.
Why is it that it's so much easier to do it for someone else than it is for ourselves? I mean, I don't know if anything.
Amen.
Yeah. So, see, I should have you write mine and I'll write yours.
Deal.
Oh my goodness. And Nicole Cowley. Oh, she's the most beautiful, heart-centered woman. And she is also an empowerment coach. She is a hypnotist and she has done so much work with mindset. And now she helps people in the health world as well. She has a health business. And so we are just so grateful to have Nicole, because when you talk to Nicole, you connect with heaven. You just feel this divinity within her, and you feel so safe and so loved. And so, Nicole, thank you so much for being with us today.
Oh, Karen, thank you. Thank you.
And we have Barbie Ray. And Barbie Ray is an empowerment and resilience coach. She is also a humorous, motivational, inspirational speaker. And you can't be around Barbie for a second without laughing. I mean, I need to call her and hear her laughter. She is so funny. And she spins things so funny. In fact, I call her Lucy. And I'll be her Ethel. I'll say, yes, hello, Lucy. How are you, Lucy? Because she is just so funny. And Barbie has overcome some incredible traumas in her life, but she turns them into the funniest things. In fact, she's writing a book. It's going to be a bestseller. It's going to be the next Life is Not a Bowl of Cherries. She's the next Irma Bombeck, and it is going to be the best book. And so, Barbie, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, so I am going to ask each of you some questions, and I am going to start with you, Barbie, because Barbie has some practical tips. When she does marketing with people, she helps them to understand, kind of like what Cindy does. She asks them questions so that they can market themselves. And so, Barbie, I'm going to bring you up over here and have you teach us some practical tools.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, one of the first things I really want to talk about is demographics. So, if you ask somebody, what are your demographics? You get one of two answers. Either they give you this long laundry list or they stare at you like a deer in headlights. One of the things you need to know about business is, who do you serve? What are your demographics and what are your numbers? So I have an action thing that I'm going to go as fast as I can because I really want to make sure that everybody tries this.
Okay, I can't wait because I want to try it. I've got my notes here. I'm ready. Let's go.
So here we go. So I want everybody to get a bunch of paper and a pen. Not right now. In fact, wait till after the marketing. Wait till after the marketer forum. But I want you to get a bunch of paper and a pen. I want you to put in the first page, I want you to put in the center what your business is. So product, service, both, whatever you're doing. And then you're going to build some spokes. Let's call them tracks or branches. At the end of the first set of those, I want you to put everyone you serve. So that is going to be super important because that's going to be the basis of your demographics. Because what you're going to find is the more you write, the more you understand. And most people have multiple tracks, multiple branches that they serve and they can help people with. So, like Colt was talking about, your purpose is so important. And what your authenticity, we've been talking about this whole time. Who you serve matters. So how do you reach who you serve? So Karen, I'm going to ask you a question because I love what you do.
Okay, let's go.
I want to know, I know you work with corporations. So real quick, give me one service that you offer corporations.
So one service that I offer them is training on emotional intelligence and how to help their employees to have greater emotional intelligence so that they can connect with the customer, so that the customer feels loved and wants to come back and have more interactions with that business.
Okay, so now if you were Karen, you would have that as one of your branches. So let's go to the top of that. Karen, who would benefit? Who is going to hire you to do this?
So people that would hire me would be like service industries, like hotels or restaurants or airlines or the caregiving industry, like the medical profession, the insurance. I was thinking of entrepreneurs that are in those kinds of things. So that's who I was thinking of that would hire me.
Excellent. So you're going to grab another piece of paper and you're going to put all that down. And then you're going to make more branches because this is how we're going to get to the meat of how you're going to market.
Let's go, do.
Yeah. One of my favorite things about you, Karen, is you have a podcast. Please tell everybody the name of your podcast. I love it.
It's called The Hero Within, because I believe we all have a hero within that needs to be revealed and elevated.
Yes. And that is, if you haven't watched it, watch your podcast. But here's the thing. I know a lot of you out there are podcasters. So are you using your podcast as one of your greatest marketing tools? You need to be. Here is one of the things, Karen, I want you to do. You're going to be dealing with CEOs. You're going to be dealing with managers, people that would hire you for this service for their corporation. So let's just take let's just go with Best Western. Let's say you stayed at a Best Western because that would be a service industry. So now you're going to look up Best Western. You have, I just love the people that I dealt with. Go right to the top. Find as much as you can. Find somebody who's in charge there and then do a deep dive on what they do. So find the people that should be on your podcast.
Oh,
so you get that CEO, you get him on your podcast, and you treat your listeners to this amazing story that this CEO can share with you. So now you're using your podcast for your marketing, but also serving your purpose. And if they're the right people for you, you're serving theirs.
Oh my word. Use my podcast to market myself and to elevate the people that I want to buy my services. Oh my word. This is like unbelievable. I would never have thought of this. Okay, Barbie, we're going to move on, but I can't wait.
There's more if we have time, but yes, please move on.
Okay. This is fantastic. Okay, guys, if you want to know more, hopefully we have time to get back to Barbie Ray, but if you don't, look her up. All right, so we are going to have Nicole next. Oh my goodness, Nicole. So Nicole has overcome some amazing traumas in her life as well. And Nicole, she's just such a beautiful soul. And Nicole, if you could talk to us about fear, because I think every single one of us, when we think about marketing, we're like, no, I don't know. And we have different fears. Maybe we're afraid of what people will think, or is it good enough? What were some of the fears that you had to overcome and how did you do it?
Yeah, thank you so much, Karen. I'm so glad to be here. And Barbie, oh my gosh, that was so good. I loved it. It was serving everybody. What you said served every single person that was involved. So it was so good. I want to come back to my fears. Yes. 9 years ago, I started over. I'd been a stay-at-home mom. And then all of a sudden I became a single mom almost overnight. And so I had to rebuild my life. And I had to start I started into a direct marketing company. And so when I did that, I remember it was like right away, they were telling you, market yourself and get yourself online and start doing all the things. And I was like, I don't know how to do that. I don't even know how to do a post properly. Like all of it was just so scary for me. And so there was many times, I thought about, which I think many of us think about, is when you start to post something, what do people think of us? And are they starting to see something different in me? Do I come across sales like it's not who I am? I don't want them to believe that about me, all these things. And so it can really stop you from putting yourself out there. But I remember a coach came up to me at one point and said, because I was scared of this, and said to me, we've got to put you aside. This isn't about you anymore. This is about who you're going to serve. And I remember that being like, you're so right. It's not about me. I was so scared, but it wasn't really about me. Because he said, there's people out there right now that need exactly what you're selling and also how you do it. And if you do not put yourself out there and do this, you're not going to serve them. And is that actually doing any service to anyone? And so when it took it away from me and my ego and all of those things, I started to actually go and just do it. And it was like one of the most important things for me to hear. And the other thing that I was told, sorry, Karen.
I think that is the most important thing. I think that we have talked about that several times, but you just really nailed that. That is the most important thing. And that will help us to overcome our fears and help to empower us to actually do the service to help those people. So awesome, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. It really, really helped me because I was starting, from a place of kind of deep despair. And so putting yourself out there was quite a scary thing at the time. But the other thing they said to me too at that time was, and I don't know if people in here have ever had direct marketing past with direct marketing. But one of the things they would say to me is, be so grateful for your nose. And I used to be so scared about my nose. And they're like, no, be grateful for your nose, because that means you're putting yourself out there all the time. It means you're actually going and you're talking to people and you're listening to them and you're finding out what's going to work better. So the more no's you have, the more knowledge you're going to have. Yes, we need to like rework things, but you're doing it. You're out there. And so I was so grateful for that as well.
Oh, Nicole, the more no's you have, the more knowledge you have. Oh my goodness. And it's a sign that you're putting yourself out there. Celebrate the nose.
Celebrate the nose.
Oh my goodness. I just think that's brilliant. Okay, so talk to me about consistency, because I know this is really hard when you have fears and you're trying to get yourself out there and you're getting the nose. It's like you kind of want to crawl back into your cave and hide.
Yes.
Why is consistency so important? And how do you keep consistent? Because Nicole posts all the time. She is so diligent and she is so consistent. So tell us about consistency, because I think that's one of your superpowers.
Ah, thank you so much. I wouldn't always say I was consistent. It took a while, because I think what comes before consistency is clarity. So clarity on your message, like who you're going to talk to, because without clarity, it's really hard to show up and actually share. So until I started getting very clear on who I wanted to serve, I had a real hard time being consistent. But once I started to figure out who it was I was talking to all the time, and I think about this person every time before I post, I have them in my face, like they're like that person right there, and I'm like talking to them, and I think of them all the time, because when I do, then all my ideas come, and they just constantly come. But consistency. And so what I believe about consistency is that right now there's a lot of noise out there, and there's so many people that are talking to you all the time. And without being consistent, you will kind of fade away a little bit and be hidden. And so when you want to be, getting your business going and doing the things, consistency builds trust. When they see you all the time and they know that you're constantly showing up and you're not disappearing and you're not wishy-washy about what you're talking about and you're there all the time, then they feel safe to have interactions with you. And they know that they can trust, like, even if they're going to invest in you, that you're going to be around, that you're actually going to be there, and that you are a real person. I think right now, like, there's a lot of times right now we're like, are they real? Is everything real? But the more you show up, they're like, oh, she is real.
Yeah.
She's there, or he is real. That's for sure.
This is so true, because we're wondering, is that real? Is that an avatar? Is that a clone? What is that? The beautiful thing about you, Nicole, is you are so real, and we feel so safe with you. And thank you so much for your beautiful heart. And I just think this is amazing, because we heard Eleni Kalakos. She talked yesterday about consistency and the power of consistency building trust. And you just absolutely confirmed all of that with your thoughts. That was just amazing. So thank you so much. We need to hear more from you. We need a whole hour with you and Barbie and Jake. Thank you so much. All right, Jake. Oh my goodness, Jake.
Oh, Karen.
So I kind of gave the introduction about Jake. The other thing is that Jake is a man of faith. Jake is a husband, a devoted husband and father, and a grown boy. Describe to us a little bit more about you, Jake.
I want to share a ton of stuff about me, but Nicole's right. It's not about me. It's not. And that's the, and she nailed it. And like, I'm dying to share this, so I'm going to do it anyway. And then I'll tell you what I do. There was a time in my business, and this made all the difference in the world relative to my customers' experience, how they were interacting with me, my clients, everybody was going on. Nicole's right. And we always hear this, and well, it's not about you, but how do you make the shift? How do you make that change? So this worked for me. So I'm going to share this with you, and I hope this works for everybody. I used to get up in the morning and I'd say, well, what can I do today for Nicole? What can I do for Barbie? What can I do for Karen? It's a valid servant's heart's question. It is typically where we come from, and it's very true. It's a crap question. I'm going to own it. It's the wrong question. It's the wrong question. So change the question. Change the question to, what does Nicole need today? What does Barbie need today? What does Karen need today? Because now this makes me think from the other perspective, because now this really does disconnect me from making it about me. Like this truly makes it about them because it disconnects. It's not about what can I do for them. It's about what do they need. And now I have to go hunt for it. What do they
What
need?
do they need?
That worked with me.
Mic drop. What do they need? Oh my word. And I love Jake's servant heart. I absolutely love that about him. The first time I met him, I felt that from him. And he just had this glow. I was just like, I have to know this man. And so, Jake, thank you for pointing that out. That is funny because that flipping that, I thought that was a good question to ask in the morning, but you've got an even better question. It's a better question. Tell us more, Jake.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm the host. We've got a new reality show coming up. We are stoked with this new concept of what we're doing. We have built something that has never been built before. And that's my love language. Karen knows it. I mean, everybody knows that, like, to do something that's never been done. That's just like, ooh, yeah, that's the happy sauce for me right there. That's the chocolate. Gimme. So we created this thing, and it's exactly what Barbie's talking about, and it's exactly what Nicole's talking about, and what we did with this. And like I go back to, we heard Erin Schmidt talk about it earlier, and where she was really she's like, you have to connect to your why. You have to connect to your why. Well, I've asked, mind you, so I have a little bit of data around this, and I ask most people, what's your big why? What's your big why? Anybody got to guess what the one word answer standardly is? Family. It's my family. Right? That is the standard answer. It's not deep enough. That's not actually it. Your bit, that's a bit, I call it, well, I'm stealing terms. Don't get me wrong. Well, let's qualify that as a big rock. That's a big rock. It's a movable. It's a space. It's a thing. It's true. And yet you do what you do for them. Why do you do the thing you do? Go deeper, man. Go deeper into that. So I loved that with where Erin was. And then the piece with Cindy earlier, I'm still reeling from that piece with Cindy. I about called Karen and I'm like, hey, cancel me and just run longer with Cindy. This is great. Like, this is awesome. She's so good. What really stuck out to me was the fact, and when I started listening to her, she was making herself fall in love with the dynamic. It's repetitive language, but like there was a romance around it that absolutely occurred in that passion statement. And you should see my whiteboard. I would roll it over here because I went ballistic with that. It was like, that's brilliant. So reach out to Cindy with that. That was so good. So all of those things, we looked at our market, and I'm rolling on. Karen, cut me off when you're good. We looked at everything that we've talked about today. Who do we serve? Who is this person? What do they do? Like Barbie's talking about. And then we went, well, what problems do they have? And we asked everybody, what's your number one problem? And then we asked ChatGPT, what's the number one problem? And then we asked Google, what's the number one problem? And it's the problem, as far as we're all concerned, because welcome to the marketing forum, is the inability to grow and connect and convert their audience. Number one problem, because that solves for capital, that solves for resources, it solves for everything. The ability to connect. So telling your story, connecting authentically, showing up as you, getting all of those no's. I mean, I've been geeking out the last 2 days. You get to watch Dan Kennedy, and he's been gold forever. So good. So that's, you can tell I'm like crazy passionate about this subject, and it's definitely something that we've been working on to solve. And we just created the thing. We literally just built it that solves. And it, like Barbie said, use your podcast. We're using our TV show. We are giving people the platform. We're giving them the stage. We are filming their hero's journey in order to really tell their real authentic story. And we're going to coach them with, 6 professional coaches along the way. Like, if they're failing, they didn't show up. That's all I can say about that.
I don't know about you, audience, but do you love his passion? I love your passion, Jake. And the thing that I love the most about you is your servant's heart. Look at the way you have elevated each one of us and previous speakers even at the detriment of you being able to speak as long. And so thank you so much for your servant heart. That shows me that I can trust you. And that shows me that you have my best interest at heart, and I would pick you. So thank you so much for being with us.
So we're all so blessed to have Karen in our lives. Let's be really clear. Like there's no one that edifies people better than Karen does. Like, oh, just love it. Always feels so good. And I've got my Karen, I call it my Karen rock. I hold this all the time. I call it my Karen rock.
Jake, you are so nice. Jake, Nicole, and Barbie, I loved having you on today. Oh, I wish we had more time. I wish we had another hour. Oh my goodness, each one of you, I would love to hear more from. And all of you, look them up. Jake Clendenning, Total Disruption, Nicole Cowley, Next Step with Nicole, Barbie Ray, Empower with Barbie. These are stellar, heartfelt, servant, trustworthy people, and you will love working with them. Thank you so much. I loved having you with us. It was so edifying.
Thank you,
Blessed for all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So blessed. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
Thank
Bye-bye,
you.
everyone.
Bye.
Oh my goodness. I just feel so blessed. I just feel so blessed. And so our next speaker is Christine Genovese, and Ava is going to be our host with Christine. And so we are just so excited to have Ava come up and talk with us. So, or Aprisa, are you going to be doing the host? No. Okay. So I am not really sure. Maybe Ava is on her way. But anyway, so the last panel, when you think about marketing and you think about it's like this mystery. I remember thinking it was like speaking a foreign language. Like, how do I do it? I don't know how to do it. And when you hear these speakers talk about, the steps that you take, and like Dr. Joe Vitale, that to know ourselves, to go within deep, and then to do that process, to know what we love. I mean, it's so incredible. All of these different speakers talking about these things. And a lot of times we think, well, that's fluff. But actually, it's not. This is finding our purpose. This is finding what drives us so that we don't burn out, so that we are connecting in the right way with the right people at the right time. Like, we talked about that on the first day, the right message, the right people, the right time. Those are very key elements. And so it is very important that we are able to do those things. Well, Christine, we are just going to bring you up, and I am just going to let Christine at Barnes and Noble, and so I know that you are the CEO of Soul Intelligence, which we have some things in common with talking about emotional intelligence and soul intelligence, and I love the spiritual side of things. So I know you must love it too. So tell us a little bit more about you.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm the creator of the Soul Intelligence Method, and we met at the book signing. I just released my book about a month ago, Healing Through Soul Intelligence. I know, right? And I've had an absolute ball being affiliated and enjoying working with everyone at the Los Angeles Tribune. It was such a pleasure to meet you at that event. I actually also wear two hats in my career, in addition to sharing the bioenergetic method called the Soul Intelligence Method that helps people heal holistically, energetically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. That helps people get really clear on their message and be in alignment for sure. I know your last panel was talking about clarity and alignment and making sure you know what you're saying and who you're saying it to. The other hat I wear is I'm the Chief Growth Officer for Nutritional Frontiers. And Nutritional Frontiers is also a health and wellness company that provides nutritional supplements, vitamins, nutraceuticals to healthcare providers, specifically in functional medicine and integrated medicine. We serve all kinds of healthcare providers. So that really helps the body move things out of the physical, right? So sometimes we're not feeling well, there's dis-ease within the body. The body needs a little help, to heal. And so we give it what it needs to heal naturally in order for everyone to feel better. And so
And that's so vital, because if you don't feel well, you don't operate at your best self, and you don't have the same mental clarity. It's very difficult if you're limited physically to be able to even have the emotional strength to do what you need to do. So that healing on all levels that you offer, physically, emotionally, spiritually, that's beautiful. And so tell us some more about some market strategies for growth that you have learned.
Oh, absolutely. Well, in terms of being, the chief growth officer for Nutritional Frontiers, just so you know, we're having record growth, actually exponential growth. This year, it's about 24% growth, which is amazing year-over-year growth, right? Yeah. And so for our company, a big platform that we use in order to create our marketing plans are around education and events, right? So very much like we're hosting an event here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Typically what we do is we invite subject matter experts like you guys. In this case, we would have healthcare providers like our doctors, our physicians, those people that are using our products to help treat certain conditions. For example, we just did what we call a VIP dinner, where we invite people locally, doctors, healthcare providers, to learn how to treat Lyme's disease, right? And so it's an educational event that we host, in addition to doing webinars. We've got a webinar that we're hosting next month with a different provider. He is an amazing, goodness, I'm trying to think of the word, pharmacist. Goodness, I couldn't think of that. Pharmacist, naturopathic doctor, who's also helped us make several formulations, right? To help look at the spectrum of autism to Alzheimer's, because brain diseases have actually overtaken heart disease in our country, believe it or not. And so so a big way that we promote and that we market is through education and events. So I'm a big believer in that as a platform in general.
That's amazing. So, okay, so as an entrepreneur, I'm teaching emotional intelligence. What would you recommend to me to connect in that way through events? What would you recommend that I do?
As an entrepreneur? Well, I know you happen to be an amazing podcaster, and I heard you talking about using your podcast as a platform in the last, getting some advice to sell through your podcast. We also have a podcast for Nutritional Frontiers called The Holistic Truth. So on that, we talk about different conditions, things that are happening to people. And we're mostly marketing for Nutritional Frontiers business to business, but we also have another division that markets business to consumer. So we're always making sure that we, through a different brand called The World of Wellness. So we're always making sure that we're educating. So how do you educate the end user on how to use a product versus how am I going to educate a doctor so that they understand how to use the product? So, I thought it was really great in your last session. They talked about, being really clear on your audience. And I know, because my method helps everyone. If I market to everyone, I market to no one, right?
Right. Exactly.
So I actually started working within the functional medicine world, because they're open to alternative methods of healing and biohacking, right? That's really popular right now. Learning how to heal your body and maybe reverse the clock a little bit, anti-aging with lots of different alternative ways, like simple things, even like red light therapy. Certainly moving the energy up and out of your body can help that too. So definitely through education and events, those are two of our huge tenets in how we go about marketing to our clients in general.
What's so interesting is that you are figuring out what are the questions that people want to know, and then you're providing that education. I mean, you just said they want to know about biohacking. They want to know about functional medicine. And so as a soul intelligence entrepreneur, how do you find out what your people want in regard to soul intelligence?
Oh, well, I'd love to share with you. Certainly, the way I go about marketing soul intelligence, and that is obviously offering that to our functional medicine and integrative medicine providers. But what I wind up doing is a free event to expose people to the method, right? Because they're like, well, what is soul intelligence? I have to first educate them so they have an understanding as to what it is. And then I can share that in a group setting. And then from there, I can work with a practitioner individually I can have referrals from their patients to come and see me. Because typically, if you think about it, when you go to the doctor, they don't just ask you, what's physically wrong. They're always like, what's going on at home? What's going on at work? What's going on with your family? What's going, right? It's really that other stuff. And typically it's that other stuff that's the emotion, the mental or emotional energy that is stuck somewhere in your subconscious mind or your physical body that's causing the dis-ease or the dysfunction or the dissonance in your frequency. So when I'm talking to people, I'm talking to anyone who's a healer, right? So when we're talking about clarity of audience and who do you go after, I'm really looking for someone that's interested in healing. And so I have trained nurses, nurse practitioners, healthcare providers, people that are coaches, as a matter of fact, right? Because they want to get to the root cause of what's holding their clients back and add that to their practice. Other people who are a little bit more spiritual that would like another modality to add to their practice. So I have an online evergreen program, a course that I ultimately would like people to have, right? So what I want to do is to make sure that everybody has access to this method so that they can heal completely, mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually, energetically. So that's really how these two brands really align together.
Yeah, that's really amazing. Teaching the healers because like as a dietitian, I don't know about the functional medicine, and so if I had you come in and I don't know the intricacies of it, I would be so grateful and where we could collaborate, we could talk about probiotics and all the different things that oftentimes get swept under the rug, and the patient doesn't learn about the proactive things that they can be doing, or about their emotional or spiritual health. Just like you said, it's a whole picture. And so for you to go out and educate, and then you have the nutritional background, you have the wellness background, you have the spiritual background. What a beautiful combination of skills that
So, well, thank you. And I spent most of my career in higher education, so it's really bringing everything together,
education, of course.
So I was asked, kind of like, how did this all start? And I feel like you get to a point where you are operating in your zone of excellence. And I think this happens, people get to sort of that midlife point, right? And they realize I'm really good at what I've been doing and I get paid well and people see me that way. And so your identity is kind of wrapped up in this career. And I was a corporate revenue and turnaround specialist for most of my career. But what most people didn't know is behind the scenes, I was using my method, a book of charts and a pendulum, to shift the underlying energy of what was wrong and trying, right, to pull out, like, what is this undercurrent? What is not gelling for this company? I just wouldn't walk into a boardroom with a book of charts and a pendulum, right? They'd look at me like I was insane. So, so now that people are more aware of bioenergetics, right? And the science behind it, and pioneers like, Dr. Joe Dispenza and others that are talking about, you have to change the internal condition for the external condition to shift. It's all coming together.
Oh, this is so perfect, because I know a lot of people wonder, why are we talking so much about mindset on this marketing forum? But say that again, because I think that talking about the internal, shifting the internal to be able to shift the external. Could you just say that again? Because that was amazing.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. I mean, so what we know, for example, if a doctor constantly sees a person that comes in, like revolving door patient, they fix one thing, another thing goes wrong, or they're not completely healing, it's because they haven't changed their internal condition, right? They haven't changed what that underlying cause is that's really causing them to be physically ill and to present with those symptoms. So, I kind of joke with our practitioners that they give me all their hot mess clients, right? But the truth is we're all human and we're all a hot mess, okay? That's the truth. Everybody's in the same boat, right? So it's just a matter of making sure that we really address internally what's going on, because everything starts internally, right? It starts with the intuition, the instinct, the idea, right? Even as an entrepreneur, right? You've got that idea, that inspiration. It starts internal first before you manifest it in the physical. But what brings things in, what collapses those collapses the wave out in the field is the emotion. That's what magnifies things to you. So that's why emotions are so powerful. They're supposed to be energy in motion. And when they get trapped they pool within the body, and that's when they cause dis-ease or dysfunction or dissonance in the frequency.
Oh my goodness. Emotions are energy in motion. Oh my goodness. And when they get trapped in the body, that's where we find disease. And that's so true, because even people that are dealing with like terrible grief oftentimes die of a heart attack because they have a broken heart.
Absolutely.
And we see these things now. We're seeing how science is understanding about how powerful the emotion is. Even heart disease and the precipitation of cholesterol out of the blood vessels, they're like, oh my word, that's related to stress when people are angry. And so this is fascinating, Christine. So as those of us who aren't in the health and wellness world, what
Yes.
other marketing tips have you learned that have helped you, that have been to grow yours and be successful?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, obviously using the podcast as a forum to educate, right, is a big one for us. And then it depends if you're selling, right, a service where it's outcome based or whether you're selling a product. And most people would think Nutritional Frontiers, oh, you sell supplements, you're selling products. In actuality, we're not. We're selling outcomes, right? We want to heal that person completely. And so really our purpose is to obviously make sure that we're making the world healthy as our mission, but it's to give them better outcomes. So our formulations are those that which we combine multiple ingredients in them. So it's a formula, not just a singular nutrient or a product. And we provide protocols so that you know what to do and how to heal. So the doctor knows what different nutritional supplements are going to help to get those better outcomes. And when we combine those products, we use like patented research, trademarked ingredients, right? So there's research behind why this works. And we also make sure that we educate them on the value, right? So that you get like 5 things in one. So it's a better value, and the person's going to heal quicker and they're going to come back to you.
Right.
The other thing that we do differently at Nutritional Frontiers is we actually don't sell on Amazon. We are exclusive to our healthcare providers. A lot of the other nutritional supplement companies out there have sold to Amazon, and so people can get them directly, which undercuts the healthcare providers. So we're protecting, our market and our audience. So that's another thing. What are the exclusive things that only you can provide, right, to your specific audience? What makes you unique? Obviously, with Soul Intelligence, I am the only one in the world who has created this unique proprietary method. So again, I'm in, a place of one. So what is unique about what you actually do? And so we want to make sure, that you have that exclusivity in whatever you're presenting, right? What makes you uniquely different, right?
Yeah. Who talked about soul intelligence? Very unique.
Nobody. I did register it. I did do all the right things, right? If you have, that's another great point though, in terms of marketing, make sure that if you do have something exclusive and proprietary, that you do go through the trademark process. We do that with our names for our formulations. And I did that with Soul Intelligence, because everybody knows IQ. Everybody knows emotional intelligence, right? And so Soul Intelligence is really that inner knowing and getting quiet enough to hear that inner guidance. And when you have all of that other stuff, that mental and emotional clutter, that old unresolved trauma, those different things within, that make us up, make us human, and give us the experience, when that stuff is in the way, then you can't really be in alignment with your soul intelligence, and you can't really be fully in your purpose and your mission.
Oh
So
my gosh,
the method goes hand in hand.
Yeah, that's totally what Colt was saying, that in order to be purpose driven, you have to be in alignment. And so you're putting us in alignment physically, spiritually, emotionally, in all ways. Wow, that's so beautiful. Tell us the name of your book.
Oh, I would be happy to. As a matter of fact, I have it right here with me. I'm so excited. It looks like me. That was the coolest thing. People were like, "Oh my gosh, you really look like that." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. My hair's always doing the same thing all the time."
Healing through soul intelligence. Oh, Christine,
Yes.
awesome.
And I'm excited. It's available on Amazon. It's available at Barnes and Noble. And the coolest thing for me is that after my book signing, I was able to go to a Grammy Award winning studio in LA, and I was able to record the audio version, and that should be up before the end of the month. So I'm pretty excited because people who've been reading my book said they feel like they're getting a healing as they read it, because I have journal exercises in it. And so now I'm being told, oh, you need to read it. And I said, well, that's coming, because then you can actually receive the healing as if, I'm talking to you.
Oh, Christine, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. I can't wait to read your book. All of you, Healing Through Soul Intelligence with Christine Genovese. So thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much. And again, use education and events to the best of your ability to help get your message out there, and just know your audience, be in alignment with who they are, and like you said, what they need.
Absolutely. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you so much. Great to see you again, Karen.
Bye. Wow. Oh my goodness, that was amazing. Well, Barbie, I actually started with Christine a little bit earlier. I got a little confused on the time there. So I wanted to let you have a minute to finish, because you were right in the middle of this exercise with us. And we didn't get finished with our spokes about who I'm going to reach and what I'm going to do. And I'm like, wait, I want to finish figuring out how to do that.
Well, thank you for bringing me back to, and I'll make this quick. It's just, the exercise is so important, because the more that you work on your pages, your spokes, your understanding of who you serve and how you serve them, the more you're going to start meeting and understanding what you bring to the world and how you can reach the perfect people to benefit from what you do. And I was talking about your podcast because I love using your podcast for that. Number one, you're bringing more power to your listeners. So you're bringing somebody that now is going to enrich their lives. And then, when you're working with somebody, do you have that synergy, right? If you don't have the synergy, then it's a great podcast and then you're finished.
You're finished. Oh my goodness. And like Christine was saying, just, have podcasts and use that for education. I can use it just for education.
Exactly. And I love what Christine was saying. And it's exactly it. You don't have to move further, but when you have somebody that you have this amazing synergy with, and this is my person, this is someone that I can do great things with, that's when you need to use your podcast. Finish, thank them like you always do, but get 2 important questions with them. Number one, I offer this, is there any way that I can serve you? And use that as something, maybe you can help them. And now you have this wonderful synergy with them. So if there's a way you can help them, they're going to be all in with the team. And then the other question that you want to ask them is, do you have any colleagues that would either benefit from my services, or even more importantly, have something magical to say to my listeners, just like you shared your story?
Oh my word. So first, how can I help you? And second of all,
how can you help my listeners by bringing someone that was going to add value? And this is going to help them as well. So the next thing you know, you're going to build this wonderful team of CEOs and upper management and people that are improving the world, and you're giving them a platform to do it.
Wow, Barbie. So if you had the podcast and you asked me that question, I would feel so happy to say, yes, I've got a colleague over here in we talked about Best Western. I could say, I've got a colleague over here that is in charge of training at Delta. And I know they would want this information. Wow. Talk about collaboration and expanding those spokes on the wheel. So could you repeat that question again so that everybody's taking notes?
So the first question is asking, is there any way that I can benefit you with the services I offer? Because now you have this nice synergy, and this is a person that you would want to work with, and you guys can make a difference together. Yeah. And then the second question you're going to ask is, do you have any colleagues or anyone who would benefit from what I do, or even better, that would benefit my listeners and share the magic with them the way that you have shared it with me today and my wonderful listeners?
Wow. I mean, that just changes the whole perspective of things, because if I were your guest, I would want to help share that, and I would want to help others to gain that knowledge too. Wow. Okay. What else?
So by doing that, you're building now how you serve and who you serve. And I want you to do that for each and every service that you offer. Because what you're going to find is that usually we have more than one thing. I mean, let's say you just have a product. Okay. This still works if you just have a product. So say I make the oil filters. So now I'm going to sit down with the oil filters and I'm going to go, oh, who needs these oil filters? Well, individuals do, parts stores, oil changing companies, dealerships, mechanics. I'm sure there are more, but now you have all those spokes.
Okay, wait a second. I'm going to pause you for a second. So, because Barbie is absolutely brilliant, and Barbie has this creative mind that just is off the charts. The way that she thinks. So, okay, I'm going to take you. You just did that with oil filters. I want you to do that with emotional intelligence, and ask me that question, and let's branch that out with those.
You bet. So you're going to take your emotional intelligence. But Karen, I know you do more than that. So you're going to take all the services. How many people have you helped? Are we talking there's going to be a branch for corporations. There's going to be a branch for individual people. There's going to be a branch for people that are going to use you in middle management. There are workshops you can do. There is speaking you can do. There are so many ways, and you're going to attach everything you can think of to each and every branch. And, you know, I asked the question about the demographics, and the one thing I want to come full circle on is, you know, there's something when somebody asks you, well, what are your demographics? First question I want you to ask them is, well, tell me a little more about what you do. Here's the reason. Your demographics may change based on what they do. And you can't serve them if you don't know what they do or how to serve them. So the first thing you always want to do is listen and then share what may be beneficial to them. But always by serving, like everybody has talked about in this, it really is true. The more you serve others, the more you live your purpose, the more you will get in return.
Okay, so I've got my list of people.
You've got your list. Yes.
Things I'm going to ask them on my podcast. I'm going to, you know, show value to them and let them show what their value is on my podcast. Then I ask if they have colleagues, and then what do I do?
Well, you know what? You're going to keep building your list because two things are going to happen. One, they're going to give you referrals and you're going to meet with those people. And some of them you're going to have a synergy with and you're going to feel like they're living their purpose and I want to work with them. So you're going to ask them the same two questions and you're going to keep building your list. Some people you're not going to have that synergy with. And quite frankly, it's a loving thing, but if they're not serving their purpose, you're not serving yours or the people you can help if you're staying with those people. So it's time to move on. And
okay.
something else that has been talked about today was you need to step out and ask. So if you don't make that first call, Karen, to let's say what we're talking about, I think it was Best Western or a hospitality company. If you don't leap and make that first call, oh, it was Nicole. If you don't wait for that no, if you don't try, you'll never get that podcasting interview. So do it. Find it. And make sure that you are reaching as many people as possible that you can expand who you serve.
Well, and Julia said that same thing. She said, just take that step, just do something and then expand from there. And so Barbie, as an empowerment coach, what have you done as far as marketing in your world? Because you do empower people and you help people to see their gifts and to be able to use those and to be able to overcome traumas in their life like you have in yours. So tell us more about growing your business.
Well, growing my business.
When you're not serving everyone else.
I think really my business is serving everyone else. I mean, that's the honest to God truth. I mean, you know, I've had people ask me, well, you know, what would you like out of this? Or what would help you? And I'm like, I have no idea, because my first thought process is, how do I help you? And how can I make the world a better place today? And the more that I do that, the more that people come to me and they want things. So I know I'm serving my purpose because the more people I help. So how many people that are going to go home and take this action step are going to come up with a whole bunch of marketing steps they never thought of?
Right. That's absolutely right. And so
that to me that's the world. That is the entire world in the nutshell right there.
That is your purpose. That is your purpose. And you know what lights you up, and that's beautiful. And so tell us more about about your actual business where you are helping people to overcome limiting beliefs, and because Barbie is very skilled at this, and she is able to pinpoint and help people to remove those limiting beliefs so that they can take those steps and they have the courage and they overcome their fears. So tell us more about you and how you do that.
Well, I think it really comes from trauma. I think that most people, and God bless you if you've had the life where you haven't lived any trauma, but most of us have grown up with trauma in our life. And so we end up having these negative voices that follow us around and all of these things that happen that we take into heart and we hold into our hearts. So, like I was talking about, go and talk, do a workshop, do a speech. But if your biggest fear is talking in front of the world, how are you going to use that as a platform to make yourself more known and to improve your visibility? So what I do is I work with people and say, okay, well, let's start at the beginning. What is it that you're most afraid of? What is it that stops you before you take that stage? Or what is it that stops you before you make that phone call that could change your life today? By understanding what it is that's stopping you, we can go deep. We can figure this out because it always comes from some sort of trauma. There's always a voice attached to it. That person in your background that totally bullied you or picked on you or made you feel small. And that's the person stopping you. It's not you. It's
that voice, exactly. And so what if I feel like I'm not good enough? So many people suffer from the feeling of not good enough. How do we overcome that one?
Well, I teach people how to find their inner dragon. To me, that is one of the greatest things. And I will tell you, let me give you an example of how this has helped. I had a young person who came to me and they were crippled with anxiety, crippled. And so they had all these dreams and all these places they wanted to go, but they would go to these places and they would feel these judgmental eyes boring on them. And they went to a place they had actually their whole life wanted to go. And they went there and they ended up sitting on a bench by themselves in a corner, could not enjoy themselves. They were so crippled by the anxiety. I taught this young person how to find their inner dragon. And that is that energetic part of you, that powerful being that every single person has. And I taught that person to walk into every place with a giant dragon behind them, to no longer fear those judgmental eyes, because with one poof, your dragon will remove that obstacle, and that no one has the right to judge you or anyone else. And it's true. No one has the right to judge you or anyone else. And when you start believing that and you start understanding that you are missing your life, you are losing valuable moments because of other people's crippling, broken, horrible effects on you, stand up. Bring your dragon, bring whatever it takes. I have one person that they have, I don't know if you've ever heard of fennec foxes, but they use a group of fennec foxes. The dragon didn't work for them, but fennec foxes did. So choose what imagery is going to work for you and believe that part of you is standing tall and that it factor that we talk about, that energetic where you are the center of greatness that everyone wants to know. Feel that when you walk in any place. Feel that power around you and never let anyone else's eyes, judgment, or trauma dribble on you again.
Oh my heavens. I just love that idea of the dragon, with the big wings coming in and protecting, and
Yes.
protecting me and protecting, I think of angels, coming in, and I think of my ancestors coming in and being my protectors. And so
Well, an archangel is probably scarier than a dragon.
yeah, I like that. I like that. So
it's that imagery that it works if you just take the time to understand that you have value. Every moment in your life has value. I like to think of it as everybody carries an invisible hourglass, and you never know when that last grain of sand will fall. So if you waste your life with your sand spilling out, hiding in a corner because of other people's ugliness, you've wasted your life. Take every grain of sand, appreciate every moment, have gratitude that you're still here, and make the most of it.
Oh my goodness, Barbie. I have had that same insight when I have been over there worrying about this thing. And I've thought, why am I wasting a minute over there worrying about that thing, especially things I can't control? And
Right.
why don't I get over here to the things I can control and have more joy, like you're talking about? Live my life over here in my lane.
Yeah. And you know what? It literally all ties in with the marketing, because if you're standing in your own way in your personal life, you're standing in your own way in your professional life. I call it standing in the doorway of your own success. And if you're standing in the doorway of your own success, you're not taking the steps to live your purpose, to live your mission. And all of the things you could be giving to the world, all the gifts, all the magic, you're not giving it. And marketing is just one extension of how you bring your gifts to the world.
Wow. And like Rex was saying, we have to become aware. We have to become aware of ourselves, be who we are. Well, how can we be who we are if we don't even know who we are? How can we
words from Rex?
How can we show up? How can we know who our people are? How can we connect with our people? I mean, this is such a vital part of marketing. We really forget. We think it's a gimmick. Oh, well, you just do this thing, or you just do that thing, or whatever. You buy this product, or you subscribe to this program. It's really so much deeper about going inside. And I love what you do about helping people to go inside. Can you tell us a little bit more about your book that you're writing?
Well, it's a memoir, and that I am the Grim Reaper's favorite chew toy. That is my moniker. I'm the Grim Reaper's favorite chew toy, because I have had more death-defying experiences than a Hollywood stunt person.
Tell us what those are before you move on. Tell us about that, because we want to know who you are.
Well, let's see. Just to name a few, I've been struck by lightning. I was attacked by a swarm of bees, which is where I learned I was allergic. My house filled with carbon monoxide, and the gas person said that we all should have died. I've participated in numerous car accidents, and I also fell down a flight of stairs, was paralyzed for a year and a half. No one would operate, and I had a major opioid addiction. But through all of that, and there's more, but that's why.
Okay, but you know what? I think that you are doing exactly what Rex was talking about. Celebrate our problems. In fact, I'm going to bring Rex up, because this conversation is just so good. Rex, we're just talking about you so much. We just have to bring you up to the conversation.
I'm here.
Did you want to ask Barbie any questions, Rex?
Well, you're just doing such a fabulous job, both of you. What a fascinating and wonderful conversation, and I appreciate you both. Thank you. I mean, thank you for who you are and showing up as you do, Barbie and Karen, and for provoking us to go beyond what we otherwise would normally do. I think that when you meet people who are powerful, positive people like yourselves, the opportunity is to just, connect deeply with people and inspire them as you're doing. And I think that keep going, keep going. Don't let me interrupt.
Oh, you're not interrupting at all. We were talking about you.
Yeah, were your ears burning because we kept referring to everything that you had just talked about? It was like so applicable and so pertinent. Everything we said, Rex, was so relevant.
Well, if people would capture the idea that they could celebrate everything, I mean, really get that, because it's the first impulse that goes off in people. Something happens, you go, crap. Okay, well, that's fine, because it was unexpected. You didn't know it was going to happen. It was like, okay, now what? But if you could capture that moment and go, okay, from here, this is going to be an adventure. This is going to be, an opportunity to discover something I would have normally, not thought of. Then your life transforms, because you either go down the rabbit hole of despair and negativity and crap, that was a horrible moment. Now what's going to happen? And people then begin to, entertain the worst and, fear the, and two things are likely. One is, as they say, most of what we worry about never comes about.
Right.
On the other hand, it does. Because even if the worst doesn't happen the way you imagine it, you're spending all that time wasting time worrying about something that's never going to happen. and you're robbing yourself, you're depleting yourself of all the joy and love and life you could be having. So the question I think for most people is, how much time are you willing to spend worrying, complaining, blaming, whining, moaning, groaning, carrying baggage from the past and everything else, instead of dropping into the present and going, you know what, I have an opportunity to do something completely new and different here. What is good? What is new? How can I benefit not only myself, but other people? And that's what you are both doing right now with this conversation. So I appreciate that.
Well, Rex, I appreciate, because Barbie is the master at stop, drop, and roll. And Barbie, could you tell us about how you help your clients to stop, drop, and roll like Rex was teaching us?
Well, sure. Exactly what Rex was saying is that, again, when I talk about the hourglass, we don't have a guaranteed amount of time here. And so wasting it on feeling negative and everything, I always tell people, look, if you're really having the worst day ever, take 5 minutes, go sit in a corner, take your moment, now start laughing. Look in the mirror, smile, laugh, tell yourself a joke, put on the funniest YouTube thing of a puppy doing something hysterical, and laugh. Because no matter what our human condition is, there's always somebody who has it worse. Keep in perspective, stay gracious, and be happy for what we have. And find the humor in everything, because I do. And it works. I swear to God, it works.
Can I just say that is absolutely true. It's so powerful. The people who are the freest are the ones who can laugh at themselves and consider their foibles something to laugh at, as opposed to something to, again, get you down. I mean, it's so freeing.
It absolutely is. There isn't a time where I don't have some calamity going on and I stop and I burst out laughing and I go, well, I fell down the flight of stairs. I can fly. I just can't land. I'm struck by lightning. I don't need a perm.
Can I share a brief story?
Yes, absolutely.
In my Los Angeles apartment, I'm 19, 20, 25 years old, somewhere in there. And I'm doing the dishes in the morning and I go, I got to get to breakfast. And so I go in the bathroom, I get ready, I grab my keys, I get in the car, I drive, a half hour to breakfast. I have my breakfast and I come home and I open the door and my living room is filled with suds. To turn off the water, I didn't have a dishwasher. It was just a sink with a basin. And the kitchen, the dining room, the living room was filled with suds. And I laughed. I mean, it was like the I Love Lucy episode. I just cracked up. And it damaged the person's apartment below me. I mean, fortunately, I had renter's insurance, but the ceiling was caving in. The whole thing had been flooding all day. Fast forward, my son is about 6 or 7 years old, and I get up and go down to the downstairs office, and there's like 3 inches of water. Fortunately, none of the computers, they were all up on like stilts, so none of the electrics happened. But he had left the bathroom water running, and the people who had owned the house prior to us had something in the sink that apparently, because the water kept flowing, it shut. It something that one of their kids or something put in there, and nobody ever knew about. Anyway, it flooded my entire 3 rooms in the basement, kind of in the downstairs of the house, the offices. And I laughed again, and I couldn't be mad at him. I'm like, son, I know you left the water on. I've done it too. You're not, he's like, Dad, I'm so sorry. I'm like, nothing. No, I get it. I mean, I get it. So if I hadn't had that experience, I might have, been very upset with him. But because I had done that boneheaded thing, you just got to let everybody have a little bit of slack. And if you can do that for yourself or others, Anyway.
Well, this has been way too fun. Oh my goodness. We've got Lucy and Ethel and what's the other guy's name?
Ricky.
This has been really fun. Well, thank you so much, Barbie, for being with us. It was great to hear everything. Thank you, Rex. And I will let you take over for our next panel. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Wow, that was really wonderful, Karen. You did a great job with Barbie, and she did a great job sharing what she shared. I mean, wow, powerful.
Wow, thank you so much. We are going to bring up Quapanik and Vic, and I am going to let you take over. Thanks so much.
Wow. Well, what a surprise. How are you doing, compadre?
I'm good. Thank you.
And that's wonderful. And it looks like you're, it says Greenland, huh?
Yes, I'm in Greenland. Yes.
Beautiful. And Vic, hi. How are you? Where are you from?
We can't hear you. We are to be on live in 13 minutes, I believe. We are to be in the next panel.
In the next one. Yeah. Well, we're in a panel right now.
Yes, wonderful.
There might be another one coming. I don't know. I just got here. So, are you able there, Vic? Are you together? Or are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, so okay. So Rex, I thought this was the other panel. Are you guys with the panel with Crystal?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I saw Ava come on, and I thought that that you guys were with Ava. Whoops. Okay. Well, we are just a little bit ahead. Yeah, let's bring up Crystal. Crystal, we are going to get you started with your panel. We were like trying to figure out, wait, which people are these?
Well, talk about laughter.
Just exactly like what you all mentioned, laughter. I love the conversation with Rex and Barbie. And yeah, it's about laughter, finding the humor in everything.
Yes. Well, thank you. Well, I will let you continue on.
And
hello, everyone.
Are you hosting, Crystal?
Yes, I am.
So I'm going to let you host because you've got a beautiful panel here. I'm going to pay attention from listening in the background.
Thanks, Rex. And I enjoy your session a lot.
Thank
you so much for the session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Well, good to see all my panels here.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are.
Good evening.
Yeah, so my name is Crystal, and I'm the host for this panel today. So we're a little bit ahead, so we might have 3 other panelists popping up in a few minutes upcoming. So basically, I'm so honored to have this expert guests over here with me today, which are all incredible in their marketing, in what they do. So yeah, maybe I will just hand this time over. We have Q over here, and we have Vic. So I'll hand the time over to Q for you to introduce your brilliance and tell us about who you are, what you do, and why we should listen from you.
Yay. Yes, my name is Ruben Olsen. I am Greenland's biggest content creator / influencer. My channel is called Q's Greenland, and I have 1.5 million followers, and I come from a country with only 57,000 inhabitants. So yeah, I make videos that are similar to Nest Daily videos, and I have really placed Greenland on the world map because I have more than 500 million views across my 5 platforms on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and Threads. So yeah, I am Greenland's biggest content creator.
One and only and biggest.
Yes, exactly.
Amazing. How about Vic? Tell us a bit about what you do. And yeah.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me now. I had some trouble with the audio. Is that working?
Where are you dialing in from?
I'm in Bali. I just landed here 2 days ago, so I'm still setting up. And yeah, sorry that the setup is probably not the best. Light is probably not the best.
Over there for you?
Yeah. So let me introduce a bit about myself. My name is Vic Haley. I'm the founder of Rockstar Brands. And in Rockstar Brands, what we do is we help founders, CEOs, top executives, and people who are very good at what they do, but nobody knows, become recognized thought leaders, what I call industry rock stars. So we're in the space of personal branding. We work very close with this type of profiles in people who are leading businesses in the range of $5 to $10 million. And they want to get to something like 20, 50, $100 million by leveraging their personal brand. Which is the biggest lever you can use nowadays. So that's what we do. We are very, very confident in helping them develop their personal brand message, especially. We have a solid method that we have been very praised for. We got rated #1 speakers, my independent speakers at my Bali University this summer, thanks to this workshop. And this is methodology we are using. Getting very good results. Very pumped up to share some of what we do right here today with all of you.
Amazing. And usually when I ask about people what they do, I also always like to add on why they do what they do. So I'd love to hear from Vic. Maybe you can share with me why you do what you do.
I love doing what I do because basically it puts together all of my talents. I did many things in my life. I started as a graphic designer, then I moved to web programming, then I did user experience, like you name it. I tried all of these different things. Then I was a DJ for a while, then I did yoga teaching, like I did a million things. But I realized there was one constant in my life, which was bringing clarity into people in a way that they could make more sense of themselves so that they could express themselves better. That was always a constant, whatever I was doing. And over the years and the different experiences I gathered, especially working for Mind Valley for a year and a half and dealing with very large personal brands, I realized this was my most natural space and where I could bring the most value, what I enjoyed the most, they enjoyed the most. So yeah, it was a natural match.
Amazing. And what you just shared reminds me of what Bobby just mentioned, that marketing is actually an extension of our self-expression.
Oh yeah.
And that's so beautiful. How about Q? What's your why?
Yeah, I have traveled a lot to many different countries, and I studied in the US, I studied in Australia, and I have really realized that people around the world know nothing about Greenland. So back in 2020, in the beginning of 2020, I sent an email to Nest Daily, please come to Greenland so the rest of the world can learn more about Greenland. I didn't get any response. Then I thought, I'm just going to do it myself. So I started to make weekly videos just to show the rest of the world what Greenland is really about, and to teach and anything to do with our culture, language, and what we do, and just to show and really show how proud I am of being a Greenlander to the rest of the world.
Wow, that's so inspiring. And I feel like it's such a big movement. Like, wow, that's beautiful. And now everyone knows Greenland because of you and through your lens.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
You are making me want to visit. I'd say no more.
Yes, let's do it. Yes,
Yeah.
it's beautiful. And I wouldn't have known so much of Greenland's culture if it's not for Q.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm,
Exactly.
exactly.
So,
Yeah, beautiful. And I'm also curious, I'm wondering, okay, what does marketing looks like in your business? Maybe let's start with Q first.
Marketing my own brand Q's Greenland is through short videos. I make positive 59-second videos, anything to do with Greenland, and I show it with proudness of who I am, that I'm from Greenland. And so so marketing is through videos, only videos, with subtitles, with great editing, with great colors and subtitle. Subtitles. And so I do it in English, so the majority of the world can understand my videos.
Amazing, amazing. And we have another panelist, Ratna. Let's welcome Ratna here. Hi, Ratna. Can maybe let's get you to share a bit about yourself. Tell us who you are, what you do, and why you do what you do.
All right. Thank you, Crystal. And hi, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. So I'm Ratna. I'm the founder and CEO of the Mind Jam. We are actually a mission-driven learning and development organizations where we empower professionals and business to shine at work and in life through personal branding as well as well-being. So I basically partner with organizations to build thriving well-being cultures and also helping leaders, entrepreneurs craft their authentic personal brands that drive career growth as well as business growth as well. So recently I was being named as one of the Singapore top 10 LinkedIn voices to follow in Singapore. Also spoke on the TEDx platform, also featured at the Channel News Asia as well. So you asked also about the why behind why I do what I do. Honestly, I literally come into the space because I used to struggle a lot with a fear of public speaking. And it was so painful to the extent that I got to find out ways to help me overcome this. And because of that, I managed to turn my struggles of traumatic experience of public speaking to become my strengths or my gift. And now I'm actually helping people to be able to turn that and show up as their most authentic selves as well. So super, very grateful to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing. And this is so inspiring to turn your own struggle and right now into service. I love that. Thank you. Thank you. And we also have two other panelists, Jeremiah and Meg. Hi, I know it's morning for us. Good morning to you. Okay, so maybe let's start with Jeremiah. Introduce yourself. Tell us what you do and why you do what you do.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Jeremiah. I come from sunny Singapore. I actually am a branding and marketing agency founder. I started my company in 2016. It's been a long time, and I'm super happy to be here. Funnily, right, I took a sabbatical in May of this year, stepped down from the company I built to follow my purpose and passion, which is community building and being an impact to society. Wow. Yeah. Cool. Thanks, Crystal.
Yeah, we lost you for a second, but we ended at impact, which is good enough. Thank you. Yeah, and Jeremiah is brilliant at building community and branding. All right, we have Meg. Morning, Meg. Come,
Good
introduce
morning. Hi, everybody. Well, an introduction from me. I'm originally from Thailand and I now live in Singapore. So I know there's a couple of us here in the room from sunny Singapore. I spent the last 16 years in advertising and brand marketing, creating campaigns for brands like Adidas and Reebok. Best time in my life. And after a while, I started to wonder, why does it feel so good? And eventually I came across the concept of flow a few years ago and realized that that's actually what I'm experiencing. So last year, I decided to leave my wonderful career and started a company called Flow Estate, where I help leaders and individuals find their flow, what they are good at, their strength, to empower individuals to really unlock their inner strength and find flow to live an authentically aligned life. So that's what I'm doing now, and I couldn't be happier where I am. Yeah.
Beautiful. I think alignment is so important in everything we do, be it in how we show up, as a founder or even as on an individual level. Yeah, the alignment. And especially if we talk about marketing, branding, I feel like finding this alignment is so important in terms of our values, who we are, what is our purpose, what is our mission. That is so important. And I'm also curious to find out, because since all of you are founders, right? How important do you think, building a company brand and a personal brand? Should it be something that it should be built in tandem, or is it something that we build it together? Maybe I would like to hear Meg's perspective, since you're the last one that ended.
Yeah, I believe it's both. I mean, coming from a branding background, right? So in the past, in my career, we used to talk about the company's values and brands. But then as I transitioned into an entrepreneur, I realized, hey, the brand that I'm building is actually an extension of myself. So there's a fine balance between both. And if you're able to hit the sweet spot, like the two circle and the overlap, that's going to be like the space that you can flow in. Again, I love the word flow, so you'll be hearing me saying that quite a bit. But that is going to be the overlap between your company brand and your brand. Because if you look at it long term, there are ways that your brand will evolve and you will evolve, right? So doing that creates space for that evolution between the two.
Wow, beautiful. And you are actually a living example, because how you brand your company and what you authentically believe, it aligns, which is where the intersection that you are talking about just right now. Beautiful, beautiful. How about Jeremiah?
I like how Meg mentioned about overlapping, which was something I experienced when I first built my first company. Right, it was a video production company, and I put myself as the face, as the brand ambassador. But then I wanted to build a legacy, so that's when I actually separated my corporate brand and my personal brand, because I did not want to be known as synonymous with my company. Oh, Jeremiah, my company, Jeremiah. That is when I personally believe that everyone should all have a personal brand, even if they're a founder or an executive. Why? Because that personal brand is their legacy. The company will die. COVID will kill your company. Okay, another pandemic will kill your company, whatever it may be. But your personal brand is something that will stay with you, and that is your legacy. And it has a very, very powerful thing, which leads to one word: reputation. If you're able to build your reputation, right, and maintain that reputation, nothing can stop you. So that's just my thoughts on it.
Yeah, wow, that's so beautiful. Which is why Jeremiah is unstoppable, even if you choose to step down of the company. And I feel like that's so beautiful because when we don't build a personal brand, we will always be enslaved to our company. But if we build a company brand, the company can be still going, moving forward, and you can move forward as an individual too. Wow, that's beautiful. Thank you. And how about Ratna?
Yeah, I do agree with Meg and Jeremiah as well. I think in terms of having the sweet spot between the company brand and the personal brand as well. But I also wanted to highlight that the really importance of personal brand, because a lot of times people buy from people first, right? And that's the reason why like what Jeremiah mentioned as well, like your reputation is actually uh, is there to be able to really help people to create trust, credibility, and relatability as well. Before they buy your products and services, they actually buy you first because they know that you are reliable, you're trustable, you can be, you can deliver whatever it takes. So I think it's really important to, as compared to if we want to take a look at some of the like biggest brands as well, right? Like one of the, like if you take a look at the LinkedIn company page, and then you take a look at the CEO page, right? You will notice that the CEO page will have a lot more followers than the company page, right? Like in terms of like the posting as well, because even there is research has done, I can't remember which sources, but people will actually tend to buy into the company because the CEO is actually pretty much active on LinkedIn and on social media, because they actually buy into the leaders who are really showing up and representing the company brands as well. And I think that's the really important part of personal brands, to be able to really amplify what you are capable of doing. Yeah.
Wow, this is so beautiful. How many of you in the audience can agree to what Ratna say? If you can agree, put one, because I feel drawn to also, like, especially these days, we want a connection, we crave the connection, and we want to know like who's behind the company, who's doing what they do, and why they do what they do. And that's what like we all want to know. Like, because if we talk about just products, they become commodities. Like then it will be like a price competition. But if I really like Ratna, like I love her mission, I love how she turned her struggle into a service. I would be so much more drawn. Like, why would I want to learn this from somebody else if I could learn it from you, if you struggle the same thing with me? Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you. I love this. Okay, how about Vic?
Yeah, I totally agree with my fellow panelists, especially with what Randa just mentioned is a little bit what I had in mind to explain here today. I want to leave you with a quote, and this is that people make transactions with logos and companies, but they will make relationships with faces, with people. It's people with people. And in the end, behind a company, there's always people. So it's always people against people or people with people. So people is at the core. we cannot forget this, because sometimes we enter into a landscape where everything is very cold and very transactional, and this is not long lasting. It's not going to create a relationship of buyers that come back again, that recommend you, that become ambassadors, anything like that, right? So if we want to have that privilege and reduce the cost of acquisition by having a longer value with those customers, we need to establish these relationships. A face is the best. And the second thought is that a personal brand allows you to connect in a different level. It allows you to express in a different level. So we have different tolerance for what we can expect in terms of expression from a logo or a face, even different expectations. So what we demand from someone being a person is to be more personal. So for those of you who like to have the freedom of expression, and we are entering into a world where authenticity is more and more like the biggest quality that people value, that transparency, that is much more likely to happen through a personal brand. And adding up to what Radna was saying is true. Like, personal brands have normally 3 times the followers as their company accounts. It's crazy if you think of founder of Apple versus Apple, 3 times more, and that's because Steve Jobs is not even alive, and he died before the age of social media. Otherwise, imagine. But it's the same for Elon versus Tesla. In a closer example to what I have worked with, the founder of Mindvalley, it's also 3 times more than Mindvalley itself. And I see this happen also with a lower scale, like tons of fitness influencers, which have 3 times more or 5 times more. They're in the 500,000 range of followers versus the companies that they represent are 100K, 50K. We see this all the time, and we wouldn't trust if it would be the other way around. Just think about it.
Wow. This really struck me. And the quote that you mentioned, Vic, I really like it a lot. Like, people make transaction with the company, but people make relationship with the person. Wow, this is something that it will be ingrained with me for a long time.
Which connects with what Jeremiah said. It's true. Your business may die, but the relationship remains if it was a personal one. And that's very powerful. It makes you feel safe. Yeah.
Exactly. Beautiful. How about you? I want to hear from you.
Yeah, my brand and my personal brand are the same, because you're seeing Greenland through my eyes, and that's the name of my channel, Q's Greenland, because you get to learn Greenland from my perspective. So it's like the whole thing is the same, and I strongly believe with personal branding, it's so important, because that's the way where you are going to open the future new doors. Like, new opportunities will open because people start to see your authenticity, and it's like they start to trust you, and so you will really get to connect with your future collaborations, and yeah, the connections to people is through your personality.
Yeah, I love it. It's so true, because like, if you're just filming Greenland without you in it, it's like another documentary. Like, I mean, like, and you are bringing people with you on the experience through your lens with you. It's kind of like
exactly.
watching your videos is like me going to Greenland with you without being there.
Exactly. Yeah. So I make it like personal, so you get to like feel that you're here with me instead of seeing it from a distance. But you get to see my family. You get to go with me into stores or dog sledding or anything. So it's like, so you really feel that you're here with me. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. And what do you think is the key element in building a personal brand? Let's start with Q.
Building what? Sorry?
What is the key element of building a successful personal brand like you did?
It's honesty and authenticity. It's like, and you need to be like true to yourself when you make the content. Your viewers need to believe what you are saying are true, even though you're saying it in a funny way or in an interesting way, but you still have to be like fully committed to what you are saying, and people will need to like build trust of what you are showing and saying. And of course, it needs to be in high quality and well edited, so people get to enjoy what they're seeing.
Wow, I love your sharing authenticity and truth. That's so powerful. How about V?
Yeah, I totally agree with Q. And adding up to that, authenticity allows you to recognize what is inside. That's very important, but then you need to put it out. So I believe another great element that you need is your brand message. You need to be able to put your message forward in a way that it's going to create that connection with the audience. And many times people get overwhelmed with that. I see this all the time with my clients. I work with people who are experts on what they do. They know so much. They have too many ideas and they don't know how to channel them in a simple way that it's going to connect with their audiences. So knowing who you're talking to and knowing what is the language that they are expecting to get from you, how much information they can process, all of these gives shape to that brand message. And the way that I simplify it is very alleviating for them, because I tell them, look, you only need three core brand messages. You need a message, a vision message to touch them in the heart. You need a polarizing message to create that separation, separate the wheat from the chaff, and get the right people to listen to you and the other ones to run away because you're not interested in spending time with them. That's going to touch them in the mind. And you need the last message, which is the lifestyle message that reflects how beautiful is going to be their life once they start using your products, your services, etc. I call this the lifestyle message. If you have these three core brand messages and you keep delivering on repeat, that's all you need. Only three. That makes your brand message. I think this is essential to have your personal brand in place.
Thank you. Wow, that's so true. Yeah, and I feel like many people do struggle. Like they are so knowledgeable, but how do they bring them out and translate it to their audiences and the people that they want to talk to? Brilliant. How about Ratna?
Yeah. Just to add on into what Q and Vic shared, I think the other additional piece into the important piece of personal branding is really about clarity, to ensure that people also understand about who you are, what you stand for, and how can you add values and serve the people as well. I think without clarity, even the most authentic message can also get lost. So I think it's really coming back into the self-awareness piece as well. Like, hey, how can you communicate this to the world, right? So that people know about you and what you stand for. And I think last but not least is also consistency, that really ties everything together as well. Really showing up regularly with a clear and authentic message can actually help to build trust over the time as well. So, I mean, we all know, right? A strong personal brand is not built overnight. It's really built with every interaction, with every post, with every conversations we have with our ideal clients profile as well. And I think with that combined, it will help us to solidify our personal brand and also building trust with the people that we wanted to serve.
Wow, I agree. And I see a lot of nods when you talk about consistency. So I'm curious to find out, when you talk about consistency, what is the kind of frequency that you're talking about?
Okay, posting wise, I usually try to do about 4 to 5 times a week. So that's usually my cadence as well. But I think a lot of times when it comes to consistency, a lot of people are asking me like, hey, what is the good cadence, right? And it's really about you decide your own cadence, right? I mean, a lot of people say like, oh, you need to post every day or whatever it is. But I think if it's not sustainable, I mean, building personal brand is really a long game, right? It's not about 1 month, 2 month, 1 year kind, but it's really about long commitment, right? And I think it has to be sustainable as well. So that's the reason why you need to decide your own cadence. When I got started, I started posting about once a week. I build on into twice a week, 3 times a week, 4 times a week, and then I kind of like also to make this a lot more sustainable as well. How can you create a system and processes to help you in being able to put up content, right? But not feel overwhelmed or feeling burnout as well. So I think that's super important to keep the sustainable part. Well, we all, I mean, championing well-being as well. I think that's also the important piece that we also wanted to take care for content creators out there as well.
Yeah. So this is beautiful, because like pacing yourself to find a pace that suits you, and also find a system to help you to actually create that consistency without being being burnt out. That's so beautiful. Thank you. Yeah. How about Jeremiah? What's your view? on the key element?
Thanks so much, Crystal. The fun thing about live sessions, right, is that anything can happen. So one of my cats just decided to give me a love vomit beside me. So I kind of got what Q said, right? She said authenticity, and then Vic said a brand core. Juanita's Ratna said consistency. Okay, I hope I'm still following. Okay, for me, right, when it comes to personal brand, I'm gonna make it difficult for Meg, because she's gonna be the last one sharing, so I'm gonna give a few things and then see if she can add something different. To me, I feel that when you build your personal brand, there are gonna be people who support you, and there are gonna be jokers out there who are gonna be your number one hater, right? So I always remind myself, don't sweat the small stuff. When I build my personal brand, I'm true to myself, whatever it may be. And I never sweat the small stuff. Whenever people comment or whenever people say, wow, Jeremiah, your ear holes as a businessman, that is unheard of. You know, tattoos as a businessman, unheard of. And I'm just like, whatever, friend, you do you, I do me, and let's all be happy. Okay. So if anyone actually wants to learn a bit more about don't sweat the small stuff, you can always check out this book by Richard Carlson, I believe. He actually talks about, you know what, just do it. Don't let other people's voices become noise in your head, right? So yeah, that's what I would say building a personal brand would also encompass.
Wow, I love it. Don't set the small stuff, and yeah, just mute that noises, because everyone has their opinion. And I feel like people who have that opinion that, you know, they don't like you, they don't like your ear hole, unlikely they're gonna be your client. So there's really no use to sweat. Like there's no point sweating over this stuff, because
Yeah,
their opinion doesn't matter. Thank you.
exactly.
How about Meg? What's your view?
Yeah, I mean, continuing from Jeremiah, and I hope your cat is okay. Having courage, I think that will be the number one thing. I mean, we speak about authenticity and how important it is in being honest. But yes, what if we're honest and we're authentic, but can we actually put ourselves out there? And to me, it took me a while to actually get through that process, and it's constantly a learning process as well, because like Jeremiah, like what you said, right, there's bound to be people who will agree or disagree with you, and we need to just embrace that, because we cannot be everything to everyone. And the moment it clicked, that's when we or I in the past will go like, hey, hang on, whatever that I'm putting out there can impact people, can lift people up, can make people's life better. So why am I holding back? Why am I holding back just because I'm afraid of so and so or this or that? And I think that's where everything started, moving in a direction, started attracting, people who's interested in my work. So I would encourage everyone to do that, right? To believe in what you have inside you and share it. Maybe you share it with a small group of close friends first to get that validation, to get that a little bit of support. And you're like, hey, people actually like this. And then keep going. And then you see what happened. The energy that you put out, it's always something that it comes back to you. So I truly believe in that.
Wow, this is so true. And I totally agree. I feel like the first step of marketing is just to put yourself out there. Because if you can't even get over this fear of putting yourself out there, what's marketing?
I think I wanted to build on that as well. I literally love what Meg mentioned about it, because a lot of times the courage piece is actually something that a lot of people actually struggle with, right? Like when people come to me kind of like seek some help on building their personal brand, if you know about the iceberg theory, right? The top of the iceberg and below of the iceberg as well. I think when people they have like questions about like how many times we should post, what kind of pictures, what kind of posts, and all the strategies of how to build your personal brand. But I think a lot of times it takes a lot of like the mindset piece, right, to be able to really overcome the fear of like putting ourselves out there, the fear of being judged, the fear of failure, and all of that, right? And the 80%, which is the below the iceberg, is a lot of time are the areas that we need to address to be able to also help us build a strong personal brand that is also aligned with who we are and what we stand for, right? And I think when we go deeper into the below the iceberg thing and really understand about our vision and mission and values and how we can actually amplify that to the world, that becomes a lot more powerful as well. And like what Meg mentioned, right? The energy that you put out there will be able to attract the people that is aligned with your vision and mission as well. So I thought that was really resonates with me. Thanks.
Wow, that's so true. And I agree, because when you're clear of the 80% of what people don't see, which is like the inner work, really having that clarity of your vision, that provides the clarity of the message which you were talking about.
Exactly.
And it helps you to attract the people that you want to talk to.
Yes.
And also, like what Vic mentioned, repelling people who are not your people, and you can really gather the people that you want to, that it's meant for you. Yeah, exactly. Beautiful. And also, okay, so if we were to actually, I'm also really curious to know, so what is the one common mistake that you would advise the audience to avoid in the area of personal branding? Maybe let's start with Q.
Yeah, I would say like unpredictability, like when people make too many different styles of content, like when they don't have the consistency, people stop trusting them. They never know what's going to come tomorrow. Or it's like, if it would be the same if I changed my personality all the time. You guys would stop trusting me and would just like avoid me and don't want to see me again. So it's the same thing. So the biggest mistake is that when people are trying too many different styles instead of sticking to one. And I also think like people try to follow too many of the trends. Like they want to do the same trend that is running at the moment. But it's like, for me personally, I stick with my style and I keep continuing my style, so people will know who I am, and so I'm predictable, and they always know that in my videos I have a beginning, there's a middle section, and at the end I always say life is amazing, that goes. So that has like become a personal brand globally. So it's like now people know who I am, so they trust me. And so yeah, that the biggest mistake is two different styles, many different styles. Yeah.
And I also, what comes to me is the safety that people feel, because, you know, when they can have this predictability, people feel safe and they know what they're coming back for you. I mean, what are you about? This is beautiful. And how about
It's a sense of familiarity, what you were expressing, because we need this familiarity, and personal brands give us that, gives the sense of family. That's what they are so powerful.
Exactly. How about V?
This is just amazing conversation. We are just loving this, and this was so nice to give you guys some extra time. I am so glad, because you had such a big group, and it was so nice to have all of you to be here from all over the world. So, Crystal, you are an awesome networker.
Absolutely.
Yes, to put together this channel. And thank you all for your authenticity and for building trust and your amazing following and getting to share yourself with our group today. So thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
We'll have to have you all again.
Yes, okay.
Anytime.
Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you for being here. All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Oh, that was really fun. And let's see, got one more. Jeremiah saying goodbye. Crystal, did you have anything else that you wanted to say before we move on? Oh, no, off she goes. Well, Steve, this is so fun to have you here with us today.
I'm excited we made this work.
Oh, Me too. Oh my goodness. So Steve is a super connector. And in fact, I was introduced to Steve by Julie Ann, and she said, you have got to meet Steve. You love to connect. Steve loves to connect. You love servant leadership. Steve has a servant's heart. You guys need to get together. And so this is just wonderful that we were able to make this work for this event, Steve. And so thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
In fact, I want you to tell our audience about your podcast, because the first thing I thought before Julianne even said that to me, I had seen you speak, and I remember thinking that you had that servant heart. And so tell us the name of your podcast.
It's Doing Business with a Servant's Heart. You could say Doing Business in Life with a Servant's Heart, but I love the title. Every time I say it, it makes me smile.
It made me smile. When I saw the title, I was just like, oh my goodness, that is the perfect title for Steve, Doing Business with a Servant's Heart. Because, I mean, I don't know about you, but when I am thinking about who I want to do business with, I want to do business with a person with a servant's heart. In fact, the panel that I had on earlier, just total servant's hearts, and Jake and Nicole and Barbie. I mean, well, all of the panelists, but they just particularly have this serving, loving energy that we're just talking about. So that was really fun to know that you were going to follow with that same conversation.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing. Well, Steve, tell us more about you and what brought you to this point today.
Well, it started at 18 when my family had a health club, and it was very interesting being 18 and 40, 50, 60-year-olds would walk in. You know, I was scared. I was like, how do I talk to them? So I just learned to say their name and have a great workout, say have a great goodbye, have a great day. But what happened is organically, by being nice, smiling, here's a tip. I used to say their names. If I didn't remember their name, I would look on the computer screen and cheat. Oh, hey, Karen, have a great workout. They never knew. But what I learned is when you go to a restaurant, grocery store, anywhere there's a name tag, use their name. Hey, thank you for packing my groceries, Debbie. Hey, Joanne, thanks for bringing our water. That's fantastic. And if they don't have a name tag, ask it. Hey, by the way, what's your name?
Yeah.
The whole, I want to say event, but that whole situation. We just did last time we went out to dinner. It's a guy we've known. We asked his name. His name was John. I said, John, thank you. We've been here before. You're so good. He lit up like a firecracker. But what happened was our food came quicker. Our drink was on top of it. That's the ROI of giving a gift. You get gifts back.
Oh, Steve, this is so practical and so important. I've heard it said that our favorite word in the English language is our name.
True.
So you are giving them a gift by letting them hear their favorite word in the English language.
Yeah,
Oh.
and they're recognized, because here's the thing: we don't know what their shoes are living in that day, what they're walking in. I mean, maybe that waiter didn't have a very good day, and me and my wife uplifted his day. That we just don't know. But the ROI, thank you, Jeff, of gift giving is. Here's the problem. Nowadays, everybody's in business like, how do I make money? How do I grow? How do I scale? All very important. But we don't know how or when or where this is going to happen. Just have faith and hope that when you give gifts, gifts will come back.
Oh, yes. In fact, one of my favorite scriptures is to cast your bread upon the water and it will return again unto you. And, you know, it takes faith to cast your bread upon the water. And as a marketer or an entrepreneur who is trying to market yourself, it takes faith for us to put something out there and to hope that the gift of our message, the gift of our book, the gift of our speech or whatever, that it will be received and that will come back. And sometimes it takes a while to come back and we're like, where's my bread?
Yeah, bread, come back, bread.
Exactly. And maybe it comes back in the belly of a duck, but
yeah,
we don't even
Very
know.
true. Yeah, exactly. That's a great point. And here's the thing about gifting that people need to understand. When you say sales, people, they cringe. Oh my God, I got to do sales. I got to sell. We're all selling. You sold me coming on the show today. You know, I had a TV show myself. I sold that guest to be. We're always selling. But I want you to think about, would you rather pitch somebody and try to sell them right now to buy your product, or bring them gifts of value, of introductions, resources, or tips, and they buy from you maybe a couple weeks down the road? Maybe they buy from you that day because you brought the gifts, but you've built a relationship all around the gift giving and value. Law of increase. Think and Grow Rich. Chapter 4. I read it all the time. That's where I've been doing it for a while, but now I understand it because I read that chapter.
Tell us, what are the things in that chapter that resonated with you?
Your mindset 100% should be law of increase. You should be uplifting, bringing value to people, everybody you meet. We don't use a scoreboard. That's what football, basketball, and baseball and all sports are, is that scoreboard. Okay, you won, you lost, but not in this serving. I mean, I've been to church and say, God, your baby's got that beautiful bow on. And she turned and she looked at me. She goes, thank you. I really didn't have a good day today. That meant a lot to me. And audience, think about that. How many times have you done that and somebody's responded back with, hey, that meant a lot to me? And I'll give you a story. 3 years ago, I had really, not a good day, ups and downs. Somebody didn't show up. So I went at 2:00, which I never leave the office, to go and quit for the day. I'm glad I did, because it was just get away from it. But I tell people, go serve. So I kept that in my mind, and I'm at the grocery store, and the lady in front of me had a baby, and I'm like, you know what, clerk? Here's a credit card. Can you buy her groceries? Now, he was a surfer dude. I'm in Northern California, and it was funny. Dude, you don't do that. Dude, what? I said, his name is Cliff. Cliff, here, just can you do me a favor? Oh, okay. She's going, no. Thank you. But the power of me doing it was good that I did that. But here's what we don't know what they're living in. So we're walking out, she's tearing up, and I went, Debbie, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. She goes, no. You don't know what happened. My husband lost his job last week. I didn't know how we're going to pay for these $30. It was only $30 in groceries. You gave us possibly another few days or a week to find some money, help him find a job.
Wow.
I'm going to get emotional. And a lot of people do it. I'm not alone, but we just don't know. And that was a perfect example. But here's the real power of it, that I want this message to get out. What's she going to do when she goes home? Audience, I want you to think about, what do you think she did when she went home? Hey, honey, I'm paraphrasing. Of course, I wasn't there. Hey, I just met this guy, Steve. He bought my groceries out of the blue. He what? I said, yeah. I mean, he gives us, whatever they say. I say 80% of the time, they're going to pay it forward, and they're going to serve somebody else.
Absolutely. And Steve, this is one of the most beautiful things, is that many times when we do something like that, an act of service or some kind gesture in some way, we have no idea of the ripple effect that goes on. And I feel like there's something energetic. It is the cast your bread upon the waters. You just cast your bread on the water right there. And it comes back, maybe not by that same person, but it comes back somehow. And I always think that even if I don't recognize how it comes back and I don't really see it, I receive the joy of giving and just knowing and hoping that I blessed someone else's life. And so thank you for pointing that out, because I'm sure that just rippled forward in many, many ways to bless many people. And that's that servant leadership and that servant heart that you have. Yeah. How did you develop that?
Well, I got to give my cousin, Jeff Ramona, when he started the health club, our purpose is customer service. Towels. He was the guy, remember their name? Cheap. Look at because our staff would go, I can't remember 1,000 people coming in or whatever. And they're right. I said, no, just look. Because even if you looked, people aren't going to go, oh, yeah, you looked at my name on the computer. And they're not thinking that subconsciously, because that's what they're saying to us. I'm like, just say their name. Get it any way you can. And I learned, because here's a funny story. Audience, you're going to love this. So I was there 20 years. About 5 years in, people are laughing. They're going, so many people. I go to a restaurant. Hey, there's a guy from, it was called Royal Courts. I just met so many people and built relationships. They said, Steve, if you ever get married, you're going to have to reserve the Oakland Coliseum baseball stadium, because 50,000 people. How are you going to say no to people? I laughed. I never got married, but it was kind of, I'm seeing now the power of serving and building that relationship and bringing value. Is it bringing me a lot of money? It eventually is coming forth to do that, but that's not my focus. Everybody listening, please, when you meet people, transaction stays out of your words and your mind. Transformation.
Oh, that was mic drop. Ban transactional, instead transformational.
Amen.
Oh my goodness, Steve. That is so beautiful, because that's about giving instead of about getting. What do I get? out of what I am doing is so common. And it's interesting how it's our human nature. You know, it's really an overcoming of this natural man part of us that we and even those of us who can give for a while, eventually we kind of are like, okay, when is it my turn?
Yeah. And that's a mindset you got to be careful of. We've all done it. We're human. But I totally believe everybody in this world can serve. People in prison, people, you know, they've done bad things, people have done good things. I think God has made it innate in us. But you have to bring it out, like gratitude. We all are grateful, but we don't bring it out. So, here's an image, audience, and people listening, that I think is so powerful. Think about all of you when you're 6, 7, or 8, and we're coming up to Christmas. It's Christmas morning. First thing you do, you get up earlier than you've ever gotten up. You get up like 6 a.m. You know, as a kid, you don't do that. And you run to the Christmas tree. You open that gift up, and it's a bike. And you're so super fired up and excited. But what have you done also? Mom, Dad, open my gift. Open my gift. They open the gift. Maybe it's a rock I painted or whatever. That gift exchange I get to do, and you all get to do every day of your life.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I love that because really when you're a kid, you don't realize that giving the gift brings more joy than getting the gift. But as you get older, you do learn that. And especially as you see giving to your children and your loved ones, I mean, you take thought when they're happy. So we get that gift and to remember that, to keep that focus. I think that is so important. Tell us some more about your servant leadership, how you use this ingrained way of thinking, your servant heart, to provide servant leadership.
Testimonials. People, I just got 3 this morning of give your stuff away free. I did 5 mentoring sessions this week for business entrepreneurs, and they didn't even know I was doing it. I met one guy, we jumped on a call, he's trying to figure out, and I said, hey, tell me about your challenges. So let me back up real quick. So as the mentoring, here's another tip that I've learned, I built. It's a principle. It's called the ASLA principle. ASLA. Ask, shut up, listen, and then ask. And people go, Steve, okay, if I shut up, aren't I listening? I just say, go to your Zoom rooms, to the Zoom groups that you're on. People's screens have gone black. Again, they maybe go into the bathroom, get a drink of water, something's happened, and that's okay. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but think about it. Are they truly listening when their screen's black? Probably not. So what I do is every time I meet somebody, ask, shut up, listen, and ask. Thanks, Parisa. I do that. And I did that 3 times in the last 2 days. The emails I got back was, I did it, Steve. Oh my God, I got 2 guests on my podcast, and I've got a new meeting with a guy. That's my ROI, which will eventually lead to connections and partnerships, which has eventually led to a new business I'm opening. I've launched 3-4 months with my 2 partners, millions of dollars of business, because I've treated so many people so well. They want to work with me and they want to give me money to help them. So your network is your net worth, and the higher quality your network is, the better it is. And that's what's happened to me, because this billionaire looked at me straight in the eye and he goes, you know what? I want to work with you because you're a network and your podcast. I'm like, oh yeah, let's go. Let's rock and roll. So anybody can do this.
I got to stop you for a second right there.
Please, fire. Yeah.
Did you all take notes with what he said? Your net worth is your net worth. That is amazing. I want you to elaborate on that for a minute before you move on.
Easy. If you're thinking right now, I got 5 people in my network, how fast are you going to grow? How much are you going to grow? Well, I just looked at my contact list because I have a tip on marketing that works extremely well to get warm leads. I have 5,100 people in my contact list. Everybody pull up your phone. And I'm not a big fan of talking about myself, but I did it because everybody can do it. The last 5 people I've talked to, the most they've had is 1,000. I have 5,100 people. Now, might be a couple of duplicates and people I don't talk to, but I did 1,800 referrals last year, introductions. This year, I'm going to hit 2,000.
Wow. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. If I'm a new entrepreneur and I'm saying, oh, I don't have that many followers on social media and I don't have that many people in my network, what could I do because I'm feeling a little inadequate when I hear that? What would you say?
You're in big trouble. Don't. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. No. I'll give you an example. So I started with a new company, January of 2020, right before the COVID. It was quite unique. And I sat down on a Friday. Somebody introduced me to this networking group and said, hey, they do 20 meetings a week. I said, Steve, why don't you do 10 a week, meet as many people as you can, and start setting up one-on-ones. So at the end of 8 weeks, I met 500 new people. I was the top sales guy in the company.
Wow. Wow. You just set a goal for yourself. I mean, you know what is interesting is you probably are networking at the grocery store with Cliff and all these people.
I
Yeah.
try.
And I think that's really interesting because you start with paying attention to them. You're thinking about them. You're even thinking enough about them to memorize their name. So much so that you're repeating their name to me and to our audience. We know that you paid attention. It wasn't just like, oh, your name's Cliff. Well, who cares? You really paid attention to that person. And so tell us more.
So I have an ego. I have a big ego. Now, all of you, I'm looking at the notes. I'm waiting for this to come out. One, not the ego you think I have. My ego is empowering greater outcomes.
Ooh,
empowering greater outcomes. Ego. Mark Hunter, who's one of the top sales guys in the world, was on my show, and he brought that. I'm like, that's brilliant. He goes, Steve, you have an ego. I have an ego. Empowering greater outcomes, because that's really what ego is. I have so much I can now share with everybody here. I could be on this conference and share my resources that I've learned from other people. I did come up with ego. Mark did, but when I get resources, now I can serve other people and share those absolutely great resources for them.
And you know what? Look at you right now, giving Mark the credit. What a generous thing for you to do. And the fact that you remember it, and then the fact that you actually say it, that's just so generous of you to do that. And there you are, elevating people again, which endears people to you. And the other thing that I find very interesting is the law of reciprocity, because I believe that you activate that in your very being. Could you talk to us more about that?
It's the sister or brother of law of increase, because I've been serving for a long time, but I learned from a gentleman, very wealthy, did millions of dollars a year. And we were talking on a one-on-one. By the way, that's why you meet people, because you never know what you're going to learn and be able to share with others. And I said, how are you doing 200 million a year? He goes, I get up serving and I go to bed serving. I said, I'm doing the same thing. I don't have 200 million. He says, one, I'm in a different market than you, but here's the deal. How do you serve? So what I was doing at the time, Karen, here's 3 great referrals. I think it'd be great. You're like, I just met Steve. He just gave me 3 referrals. That's great. And you go, what's your next thing you ask me? Ask me. Karen.
Yeah, I would say, who else do you know?
Right. And then you'd ask, I know you know what to say.
And then I say, what could I do for you?
Magic.
Yeah.
I would do this. I'd go, Karen, I actually put my hand up. Karen, I'm good, because I thought if I just served people, it would be a law of reciprocity. It doesn't, because here's something. This is big, audience, to think about why it's so important to serve. He said, Steve, when Karen walked away, now consciously she doesn't think you're an a-hole, but subconsciously it's going, wait a minute, I got all these gifts. He won't accept gifts for me. I turned it into a negative. Once I learned that, my income blew up, my network blew up, and my podcast blew up.
Wow. So, I mean, the ability to even receive, that's really interesting how you even, the ability to receive. I think a lot of times, especially as women, I think that can be really challenging, because we're always thinking about how we can take care of everybody else. And as a man, I think that can be common too, because many times you're taking care of your families and things like that. But I think that's interesting, being able to receive. Wow. So tell us about your podcast and about how you market your podcast.
It's all organic. I've learned with podcasting, I'm at 500. I'm looking 580 shows now in 2 years, a little over 2 years, with a lot of shows. I was doing 5 a day. That was my process to build my network. And anybody out there, I do a free workshop on podcasting. If you want to build your network and your high quality network, I had billionaires and millionaires on my show. And guess what? I'd start with getting to know them, laughing. Hey, this is going to be a great show. Do a great show. But in the back of their head, they're like, Steve's going to promote me because I'm going to put him out to my world. And of course, his world. Then when I get done, I throw out more value, more serving. Hey, here's a couple introductions. Hey, here's a resource I heard you say on the show might help you, this and that. And again, the same question comes. Steve, how can I support you? How can I help you? Well, this guy's Ivan Meisner, founder of BNI.
Oh my goodness.
Very successful guy. 22,000. He's telling me all this stuff. Hey, if you got, he brought me some great guests. Lee Steinberg, he's a sports agent that Jerry Maguire movie was made.
Yeah.
I reached out and I asked him, said, I'd love to have you on my show. He jumped on. So I have so many great stories of, here's one just recent, and some are very emotional. Serena Maston was on my show last week. She was 5 and she was 5. Her sister was 7. They were sexually abused by their parents. They were in a satanic cult. So for years they were abused. They finally were taken away. Then she started a business, and her husband was the marketing person. He died by suicide 6 months later after he started the business.
Oh.
So think about those 2 catastrophic trauma events. She's now very successful as a marketing agency, but she reconciled with her mom, and they're now best friends.
Oh, wow.
Love your smile, Karen. You have a beautiful smile, by the way. That's what I want to put on my show, that people have been through that. You know, Jeff Johnstone, whose son died of fentanyl poisoning, and then they became alcoholics, him and his wife. She died a year later from alcoholism. So he's lost now his son, lost his wife. He's got 2 boys left. He had a shotgun to his chin, 3 seconds away of pulling the trigger, and he's, sorry, I get him because he's so powerful. He stopped, and I believe it was God, because he looked, he just thought about his 2 boys. He says, I got to live. These are people talking about these stories on my show. Of course, business and how they overcame obstacles. And now Jeff has built an app to help young people with mental health and put a lot of money into it. That's what I want. People have got these obstacles, these traumatic events, and still fought through and are successful today and are serving other people. That's kind of the gist of it.
That's amazing, because I think that what I have found with almost every single entrepreneur is that they had to overcome things in their life, and that propelled them to become an entrepreneur. It takes so much strength to be an entrepreneur. And so how amazing that you're like pulling back the curtain on these successful entrepreneurs about what else happened in their life. That's what I love to do on my podcast too.
Yeah.
And so tell me about how you, I know you market it organically, and is it just by inviting guests and then them telling you that they have an idea for a new guest, or have you done other things to market your podcast?
You're a brilliant host. Oh my God, you're good. Because I've never been asked that, and I've always wanted to be asked that.
Oh.
You know how I get my guests? Is the serving. Because I serve everybody after the 20 minutes. I get 3, audience, think about this, 3 to 5 referrals daily, some for the podcast, some for my business. I probably could look at my inbox right now, and I probably have a referral sitting there. Hey, you got to meet Steve. Oh my God, he did this for me. What a great podcast. My guests bring, and I ask too, that's where the ASLA comes in. I ask because they'll go, how can I support you? Well, I'm looking for pro athletes, celebrities, influencers, highly successful business people to tell me their stories of obstacles and how they became a servant's heart. And it's just, they're everywhere. People want to tell their stories. You just have to ask.
Yeah. And I have also heard that one of the, besides telling people their name, the other greatest gift that we can give people is to listen. Because most people don't, they say, how are you doing? Then they don't really care. They don't really stop and listen. But you listen, you really care. And I just feel so much love in your heart for your guests to continue serving them afterward. How many podcast hosts have a guest and they never talk to them again?
Oh.
I would bet that's not uncommon. And you're probably like me. I feel like I made a new best friend, and I just want to hug my podcast guest, and I text them later, and I put their birthday in my calendar, and I just love to stay connected with them. I bet you love to stay connected with your guests too.
Oh, I do. And I have a newsletter to stay connected there. I'll promote somebody's podcast. And on the guest side, here's a little tip that I'm learning is I just did a show with Rick yesterday. We got off and he was like, you've changed my life. Oh my God. because what I'm telling you guys today, he put it in practice. And I think maybe I said this, I've talked to 3 shows today, but he took my advice, took my tips and ran with it. He says, I am so fired up right now. I think I'm going to grow my business where I had no hope before. That's what we could do on a podcast, is do that with our audience, but also our host if we're a guest, or with our guest as a host. Why not empower them, enlighten them?
Yes. So Steve, if I'm a podcast guest, what could I do for you as a guest to edify you as the host?
Bring me people that want to build their podcast. I do a free workshop. Have them come. And on a side note, audience, you need to do something at least once a month free. Give your stuff away. Give it away, give it away, give it away. I say this like this because I run into people, I can't do that. I'm broke, I'm this, I'm that. It took me a year to build it. Nobody, they may take it, but they can't do it like you. They can't do it like Karen. They can't do it like Steve. But the universe loves when you mentor people. So here's a tip. Learn from above, mentor below. When I met those billionaires, I asked them a billion questions. With this. Some of those resources like Mark Hunter, that ego, I learned from him. I get to share with my audience here. I get to share with people I meet. I get to share with my podcast hosts, my audience, whoever it may be. You do that, the universe, for me, the universe has gone on its head. It's like, Steve, I can't give you enough. I mean, it's just, I mean, I got 2 emails today from people that said, oh my God, that introduction you gave me was so incredible. We're going to do some great things together. I don't know how you do it, but it was unbelievable. Wow. That gets me up every morning. Did I make any money? Hell no. Do I care? Hell no. What I care about is I took care of 2 people. Something will come.
And there's that faith again, because you give without expectation of reward, and then you trust that your bread will come back, that the Lord will take care of you, that he will provide for you. And that's one of my other favorite scriptures, is where the Lord says, why do you worry about what to eat? I clothe the lilies of the field. You know, I take care of the sparrow that falls. You don't have to worry. And you embody that, Steve. That is just so beautiful. Thank you so much.
Rex said a great word there, trust. Hope, faith, and Rex, see, that's why I learned from the audience. I'm going to start using the word trust. Trust in the serving journey. Trust in it.
Yes.
Then it will happen. You're just going to feel good, because audience, think about when you serve somebody and you get that email I just told you. I mean, I looked at those and I'm like, dude, you're pretty darn good. Keep going, Steve.
Keep going.
To me, sometimes that's more than money. Again, we need money, pay bills, but it goes far beyond financial.
Absolutely. And that's the other thing that people forget. That joy, you can't buy that joy. And you can't buy not only the joy of the interaction that you and I would have if you served me, but the joy that the universe is grateful for you. And that is incredible joy. Steve, you have brought me joy today. This has been so wonderful to be with you. And I love your servant's heart. I love the way that you are serving the world and serving through your podcast. And it's just been amazing to have you on with us today. You just brought so much value, so many great tips. And you guys are going to have to go back and rewind this and watch his amazing thing. Remember, not transactional, transformational.
Amen. Amen. You're a blessing too. Thank you so much. What a wonderful host you were.
Oh, thank you so much, Steve. And I can't wait to get together again.
Yeah. Have a great day, everyone.
You too. Bye-bye. Wow. You know, you talk about servant hearts, and we have had so many servant hearts, and we have another amazing servant heart that is with us today. And so I am just really happy to bring another guest that he has been involved in many different things. And his name is Manoj Agarwal. And we are just so happy that he could be with us today. And so there he is. We are going to add him to the stage. Yay, Manoj. We are so glad you're with us.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Excited to be here.
Oh, we are so excited to have you here. Manoj has such great insights and great energy. And So Manoj is the CEO and founder of Tetranoodle, and he has 4 patents plus in AI. He is a brilliant thinker he thinks out of the box. And you might think, well, wait a second, what does AI have to do with marketing? Well, let me tell you, it has a lot to do with marketing. But what is so unique about Manoj is we have a lot of people that do things with AI that come to us, but Manoj has not only the brilliant mind with regard to artificial intelligence, Manoj has incredible emotional intelligence. And I immediately connected with him when he spoke because I could sense that from him and I could feel that. And every interaction that I have had with him, he just elevates me and he makes me feel I'm sending him messages telling him, I heard you were speaking at this thing or whatever I saw that he was doing. And he writes back and makes me feel like $1,000,000. So tell us some more about you and tell us about how we could use AI in our marketing.
Well, first of all, everything that you're saying, I just want to acknowledge how gracious you are. And whatever I think Steve was saying, whatever you're receiving is just a reflection of who you are. So I don't take credit for anything. And looking at the live telecast here, you're going for 6 hours. So that's mind blowing. Now, to answer your question about marketing and AI, a lot of people are already using AI for marketing, writing blogs and social posts and whatnot. But I feel like a lot of people don't understand what AI truly is. It's not. It's obviously a tool that enhances our ability to do more. But I feel like people are just using that tool to accelerate what they were already doing rather than really understanding the true power of AI. So just to set the stage, in my opinion, AI is very much like going from a hunter-gatherer human existence to farming. So when we used to hunt and gather, we used to catch an animal every day, and the next day used to be wake up and chase another animal or collect some fruits or whatever. But once we found farming, we just say, okay, just plant some seeds and chill, and Mother Earth will give us what we need. So I think AI is at that point. Now, coming back to marketing, in my opinion, marketing is all about touching the minds and hearts. More important heart than the mind with your marketing efforts. And people seem to be applying a lot of logic, and especially AI is an engineering product, so a lot of engineers worked on it, and you can feel and touch the engineering side of things. But if you really understand the human mind and heart, you can really start to use AI to discover things about people that you're trying to connect with. And once we discover things about them, we can talk about those things that they are interested in, because all business, all marketing, all sales, in my opinion, is all basically just human activity, humans connecting with humans.
Okay, I got to stop you there for a second because I want to go deeper on that. Because we've talked all about discovering what our avatar, what our people, what our client, what is their pain point, and then how to solve that pain point and talk to them on their level. How do we use AI to do that?
Yeah. So if it's okay with you, I plan to share my screen and show some prompts and how I work with AI. Is that okay with you?
Yes, I'll have to let the technologist do it.
No. I can share my screen as long as I have the permission. I think it should be fine.
Okay. Yes, you have permission.
All right. So let me know when you can see my screen.
Of course you know how to do this. Okay, I can see it.
Okay. So let me just quickly explain how, so this is what I plan to do today, right? How to build relationships at scale, creating magnetism in your marketing using human insights and AI and automation. That's what I promise. So what I will talk about is how to get into the mind of the other person, how to understand human psychology and use it, how to ask better questions, tell better stories. So these are a few things that I'll share with you. If you start to implement even one or two things, you will create magnetism in your marketing, in your personality. Okay. So
wow.
here is the first thing that, I mean, very short, simple prompt. So let me ask you, if somebody, Karen, you or somebody in the audience wants to be a guinea pig, I want to run a prompt for them and say, okay, what is their business about, and how can AI help them get into the mind of their customer avatar?
Okay, I want to be your guinea pig.
So who's your customer avatar?
So my customer avatar would be a corporate leader who is trying to increase their own emotional intelligence so that they can regulate their nervous system when they feel stressed.
Okay, so their goal is to increase their emotional intelligence.
Is this amazing? We're doing this in real time.
So that they
Write these prompts down.
Yeah, because I like to learn by doing. So I think this is the best way. Nervous system. Say that again. What was regulate the nervous system?
Oh, because they feel stressed.
Because they feel stressed. Okay. So here is the situation that we want AI to help us with, and what happens is that humans take they take action when we feel some sort of a negative emotion. That could be an anxiety, that could be fear, discouragement, or what have you, right? So what we do is we ask AI that, tell me, and by the way, this is all about emotional intelligence. They're obviously feeling a little bit anxious, but this could be fear or jealousy, and this could be what kind of questions are happening in their mind. Remember, we are going into the subconscious mind of the person, so they may not even know this is happening in their subconscious mind. Okay, but with AI we will get there. So I'm going to just do this. Go to my prompt, copy my prompt, go to ChatGPT, and see what it will bring out. Okay, it will start to give me questions which are happening in their mind that they may not even be aware of, which are causing fear in their mind, What do you fear your team or peers think about your ability to manage pressure? What are you avoiding when you don't take time to understand and regulate your emotions? What if your inability to regulate your emotions limit your ability? So you see, these are very deep questions happening in their mind. But most importantly, every negative emotion is the root cause, the negative belief. Okay, so it also lists what are the negative beliefs that these people have about themselves. I must always appear strong and in control. Showing vulnerability is a sign of weakness. I'm not naturally good at managing my emotions. It's just the way I am. These are all limiting beliefs they have, and they operate from that point of view. And they don't even know this is happening because these are so deeply rooted beliefs. Maybe they got it from their parents. Maybe they got it when they were bullied at school. Maybe, whatever that is. And so, but once you use AI to get into their mind, now you can use this in your marketing. And what happens, the way our mind works, that when you speak to subconscious mind, the reaction to that is also unconscious, meaning involuntarily. So that piece of content is going to magnetize and bring the attention of the audience without them realizing what is happening. They will keep themselves because it's so powerful.
Sorry, Manoj, can you elaborate on that for just a minute before you move on? That's really powerful what you just said about their subconscious mind. Could you repeat that?
So 95% of our actions and how we show up in life, it's controlled by subconscious mind, 95%, right? So, but we grew up thinking that we are all logical human beings. In fact, we are very, very emotional. So when we go about our day, in business meetings with our family, whatever, driving, we are only using 5% of our logical mind. But the actions we are taking, they are all controlled by our subconscious mind. Now, in our subconscious mind live strong emotions like fear and greed and love and hatred and jealousy, all of these things. These are the primal emotions that don't get a lot of attention from ourselves or other people. Like, I never walk around in my day and I say, oh, you know what, like, I'm so jealous of that person. Like, I really hope I can be like that person. Or I'm so afraid what's going to happen, blah, blah, blah. I don't talk to myself like that, right? Nobody does. But then if somebody comes along and says, I've been talking to a lot of business leaders, and they say they have this weird fear of not being naturally good at managing their emotions. And I was just talking to them about their situation. And have you ever experienced something like that? That speaks directly to my subconscious mind, and it bypasses that logical mind where I have resistance and distrust and things of, oh, maybe what this person is looking to sell me, these kind of things, right? But when I talk to my subconscious mind, it goes directly unfiltered, and I say, oh, okay, this is something I need to pay attention to.
So powerful what you just taught us, to talk to the subconscious mind of our people. Oh my goodness, that's so powerful.
And it's not to nefarious purposes. It's actually really understanding what people are thinking without the mask, because they have a mask. I mean, corporate leader is probably they have a big title working in a large corporation. They are told, oh, you need to act and behave certain way. But if you get into their mind behind the mask, then this is what's going on. And that's to serve them in a better way, not to control them, right? Now, next thing I want to show you is how to ask better questions. So we already asked some very deep questions. And by the way, I can repeat this, and I can just say, okay, go back to this, and I can say, okay, give me how type of questions which are causing them jealousy. Okay. So you will see we are painting a very detailed picture of the audience we are talking to. We are looking at their mind from very, very different angles. So how do other leaders seem to remain calm? How do some of my peers connect so effortlessly? So these are the how questions that are causing jealousy, right?
Wow.
I can't compete with other leaders who are naturally more composed and charismatic. I'm too far behind to catch up. These are the negative beliefs. Yeah.
This is like magic.
Exactly. Trust me, this is some of the slides that I share with some of our customers, and literally the third or fourth slide is where I introduce myself as the magician, because a lot of people call me the magician. But let me move forward with that. It didn't come up, but you call magic, so it just reminded me of that.
Thank you for that.
So now you have asked great questions. You understand their internal mind, right? Now you want to be memorable to them, because what happens is, even if you get their attention, we are all so busy that in 30 seconds we forget about the other person. We don't remember who they were. But as you know, in business and specifically with marketing, you want to be top of their mind. So they may not be ready to take action today for what you are trying to get them to do, but in a week, maybe a month, maybe a year, they will have a strong reason to connect with you. But you need to be on top of their mind. So how do you stay on top of your mind, their mind, is by telling stories. Okay. So stories are something that connect us as human beings for millennia, because stories is how we grew up. And the funny thing about this is that modern humans, Homo sapiens, have been on this planet for 200,000 years, and written language was invented 7,000 years ago. So before that, every generation used to pass on the knowledge using storytelling, how to hunt for animals, how to plant tree, whatever they needed to tell other their next generation. So storytelling and listening to stories is embedded in our subconscious mind. Once you hear a captivating story, it just stays there as an emotion. You cannot forget it. So like if you're a Matrix fan, if you're a Star Wars fan, Lord of the Rings, any kind of famous movie or story you've heard, there is a framework called hero's journey framework behind that. Okay. And hero's journey framework is kind of like a universal packaging of human experience. No matter who you are, no matter which industry you are in, no matter what situation you are in, we all have a story. We go through adversity, we run into challenges, and then there is a call to adventure that happens, that we say, oh, I want to change myself, I want to change the world. And then we start to struggle, and we start to figure out, how do I find solutions, and on it goes. But the patterns are all the same, no matter whose story you listen to. Manoj's story, Karen's story, Luke Skywalker's story, any story you hear, it's the same pattern. Call to adventure happens, I go on, and then I meet a mentor who has done this before, and then I learn from them, I become stronger, and then I come back home transformed. Okay. So this is the story pattern. But writing stories, even though this is not an easy task. It's not an easy thing that we teach our kids, how to tell stories. But now with AI and with this knowledge of hero's journey framework, you can become a great storyteller in 5 seconds. Okay. So I'll quickly show another prompt here. Yeah. And then let's again, Karen, if you're up for it.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about what story you want to tell today.
I want to tell about me. You mean a story about me, or a story about
any story? Yeah, any story. Yeah.
Okay, I want to tell a story about a salesperson who was so afraid about getting out there and selling the product. They were afraid that nobody would like them. They were afraid they weren't going to say it right. They were afraid that they weren't good enough. They were afraid that nobody wanted to hear them. Basically, they were afraid nobody liked them and they wouldn't like them if they tried to sell them something. So they were afraid to open their mouth to even talk about it, because they didn't want to be icky and salesy. And so they had a lot of fear. But then they learned about emotional intelligence, and they realized that if they thought about the other person, and if they thought about them with love, and if they loved themselves enough to think about the other person with love and to serve them, then that helped them to overcome their fear. And they thought more about the other person and how much they loved them. And then they were able to open their mouth, and they were
sorry to interject. You are just a great storyteller naturally, right? I don't think you even need this AI to help you. But most other people cannot tell great stories. Okay. So look what I did. You gave me quite a bit of information, and I was not able to catch up. But I only wrote 2 or 3 sentences. Okay. The power of AI is that it knows a lot of framework. It has a lot of knowledge. The key in this prompt is just these 3 words. Write a story in hero's journey framework. It knows that's the framework that is used by the best storytellers to tell story. And I will just copy this and go to ChatGPT and watch what will happen.
This is incredible.
So what it did was, it took me 3 sentences, and then it applied a proven storytelling method to write a captivating story.
Wow.
Okay. So you see, it started off with, I used to be terrified of selling. Thought of pitching my product made my stomach churn. It added all those emotional elements, and then the call to adventure happens. One day I hit a breaking point. My product was not selling. I believed in it, blah, blah, blah. So you see, it is taking you on a ride of emotional ups and downs, a roller coaster. And that's what happens when you listen to a really good, juicy story. And then after all that, you know, you come back home. Today, I teach others what I have learned. I tell them, if I can overcome my fear, so can you. Just focus on the person in front of you, listen, care, and the rest will follow. Selling is not scary anymore. It's magical, right? So,
oh goodness. Oh my goodness. Manoj, this is amazing that you are known as the magician.
yeah. So now you tell the story in a in a meeting, in a sales meeting, in your marketing, in your sales copy, in your social media posts, in your podcast, everywhere. You'll essentially, like, I've used storytelling to get my kids to do stuff for me. Yeah. uh, because it's so powerful. You connect with people at a human level, and when you do that, then after that you become unforgettable. So going back to the plan here that we were looking at, we asked really good questions, we got into the mind of the other person, and when we started our conversation, we started telling great stories and became unforgettable. And now we can add another layer of pixie dust, which is to capture them visually. We stir up their emotions, but also with many different platforms, create emotionally captivating images. So let's say I want to create a captivating story, an image to go along with it, right? I can literally copy the first paragraph of my story, and I go to a image generation platform like Midjourney or Dolly or what have you, and I create a scene that goes along with the story, and now it is imprinted on their minds. Okay. So now imagine I'm telling a story and this scene appears, and now visually it is imprinted in. I can tell you, honestly speaking, literally we have closed deals just because we used a really good image to go along with the story, because the people in the boardroom, they remembered the image, and they sent an email back, say, oh, your presentation was great, blah blah blah, but I really want to use that image, can you send it to me? And by the way, well, let's talk about the next steps in our business deal as well. So using that storytelling plus visually enhancing it, that's what makes you unforgettable. So I mean, these are some really small tips that anybody can start using it right today, to really accelerate their impact in the world. And it really shows you the power of AI beyond just writing social posts or whatever. It's like you understand what AI is. It's like a glue between human beings, if you can use it that way.
Manoj, this was absolutely brilliant. I told you all he was brilliant. I tell you, he is more brilliant than you even know. I mean, we barely scratched the surface. This was just gold, what you gave us. This is the question. This is the pain point that keeps us up at 3 a.m. We had people ask, how do I differentiate myself? How do I stand out in the sea of all the voices? And you just gave us such powerful tools to help us through using AI. Because the other question that I hear asked all the time is, how do I become a better storyteller? I didn't know I could use AI to be a better storyteller. This was magic, and you are a magician. And I also want to say, Manoj, that I am so grateful for your generosity to share these tips with us. Not only are you a magician, but you're a very generous magician. And thank you so much for sharing with us.
Absolutely, most welcome. Please do implement them, because obviously knowledge is getting commoditized. But when you implement it, when you get the result, and when you share that result with me or Karen and the community, that's the reward for me for sharing this. So please do implement it in your business and life. And if you get good positive results, please let me know. I want to collect a lot of stories around that.
And this is the beautiful thing, is that when you reach out to Manoush, it's not an AI that replies back. It's really him. And that's wonderful. So, Manoush, will you tell us the name of your podcast if we wanted to reach out to you there?
Yeah. It's called Bootstrapping Your Dreams Show. And the idea behind that is, again, the same thing, like share the success stories of others who have done amazing things in the world. But they started off with some disadvantage, not a lot of resources. Like my story is, I come from very, very humble beginnings, and now like I work with some of the top names in the world, and I'd like to share other people's stories to inspire other people and say, hey, we are living in the most abundant age, the most exciting time, and so there is nothing stopping people from achieving like unbelievable goals. And we share those stories. So Bootstrapping Your Dreams Show is the podcast. Please listen to it, and again, send me some feedback or reviews.
Well, and what's so amazing is Manoush is so humble. He's in the top 0.5%. I mean, his podcast is wildly successful. Manoush is wildly successful. He is just so humble and so generous to give of his time and to help us all become better storytellers and to use AI. But it's because of his emotional intelligence that he even creates these things, because he wants to serve. He wants to bless our lives. He wants to help us on our hero's journey so that we can be more successful as entrepreneurs with the passion that we have in our heart to be able to get that message out there. So Manoush, thank you so much for being with us. It was such a joy to be with you today.
Same here. You are most welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, that was just amazing. Oh my goodness. I am just like, wow. I never would have thought that I could put those kind of prompts in. I hope you guys all took screenshots of that. If you didn't, I did. So so you can reach out to me if you want that information. But anyway, that was isn't it amazing how it all ties together? We talked about storytelling, we talked about, knowing ourselves, we talked about overcoming our fears, we talked about, having a servant's heart. And so this was great. Well, Rex, I'm going to bring you back up, and we just have a minute for closing remarks. If there's anything that you wanted to add before we end for today. Oh, you are muted. I'm going to unmute you. Let's see if we can unmute you.
I'm unmuted.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Thank you. Wow, what a day, and what a way to end with Manoush. That was really, really powerful, because you had Manoush, you had Steve, you had all these other incredible people, and Steve and Manoush brought it home with just some really practical application steps that anyone can take to make an impact. Steve was talking about things like, use somebody's name, treat people with respect, serve. And Manoush is going the same thing, with the idea of here's how you stand out, here's how you make an impact, here's how you can get known. And said, I come from humble beginnings, and now I'm working with some of the top people in the world. What an example, right? And then we've had you and Barbie and Parisa and the other panel from Singapore. I mean, there's just so many that I can't name them all right now, but really a fabulous day.
Yes, it really was. And I thought that was really interesting how Manoush talked about getting into their subconscious and knowing what is it that drives them? What are they thinking? I just, honestly, that was just incredible, because so many times I'm laying awake in the middle of the night thinking, what are their pain points and how do I articulate those pain points when I'm trying to reach them? And here he gave us the key to how to do that. And so that is absolutely phenomenal. Well, we just had so much. It was just an amazing day. And guess what? There is still more to come tomorrow. We have some more amazing guests tomorrow. It's going to be another full day. For those of you who can't write fast enough, don't worry, never fear. We have Rex's notes, we have my notes, we have Parisa's notes. And if you register at themarketersforum.com, you can receive those notes as well. You're always welcome to stick a note in the Facebook chat. I just want you to know that those are real people. We're over here reading those notes and replying to you. And we are so happy when you send us messages, because then we know that you're listening. We love building this community. between us. And this is one of the reasons that Mo wanted to do these events. People ask me all the time, why are you guys doing this when you're not charging and you're not making any money? What's the business model? Because we like to serve, and we have such a desire to bless people. And so we want to build that community. It's a way to connect with you. We talked about, Christine Genovese talked about educate, put on events where you can educate. Well, that's what we're doing. We want to educate, and we want to uplift you. We want to save you the time and the stress that we have gone through earlier in our journey, and teach you the secrets and the tools that we wish we would have known. And that's why we are here with you today. So on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune, on behalf of Mo Rock, Michael Silvers, Mary Glorfield, Parisa Rose, Julie Ann, Mercuroy, and Donna Campbell, Misty Kerrigan, Rex Sykes, and myself, Karen Hall. Thank you so much for being with us today, and we look forward to being with you again tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will start off with Craig DeSwalt, who is rockstar marketing, and he is so fun to listen to. He is so funny. Oh my goodness. I listened to him speak, and I just belly laughed. He is so funny. So I can't wait for more. We have so much more to come tomorrow.
May I add a PS here?
PS, yes, please, Rex.
And beautiful. What a way to close. And I should have just been quiet, but I did want to say what you were talking about a moment ago is the community and the family and the engagement. In other words, there are some who comment and some who don't. There are some who go, who is that person? I want to add them as a friend on Facebook or LinkedIn or somewhere else. Reach out to us, reach out to the guests, reach out to the panelists, reach out to each person, email us, visit the websites, but get engaged, because we are a community and we have social media, and we can serve better if we know who wants to be served, and we can be added to, because your contributions to us are important as much as our contributions to you. You're a valuable part of the community, and we want you to know that we love and respect and appreciate you, and that's why we're here to serve. So don't think that we're not reachable, or that people aren't reachable, or that you can't connect. Let's all just start connecting up right away.
Rex, thank you for reminding everyone of that, because we love it when people write to us and we can respond back. We love to hear your thoughts. And so, yes, we love connection. And as Parisa said, we are family. I feel like I should break into song. Start singing right now. But anyway, thank you all for being with us today. Can't wait to see you tomorrow.